interest and the excitement around the participation, quite apart from the delegates. People who are trooped in there to observe.
Who are not NPP
who are
members,
not, may not, well, for example, we went there not as party people, but as media outfit to observe what was going on. And so we can say that there could be many other persons there. And some who may not also belong at all. And I heard on one platform, my brother Rashid Tanko of the NDC says that they are interested, that they want to even collate their own parallel. So anyone who is discounting the new Patriotic Party, for me, will not be a fair observer of the events going on. What I wish they would do is to reposition themselves, to reconnect their base with the Ghanaian society and then the Ghanaian electorate to remedy whatever defects they may be, to rebuild trust. And that for me is the most important thing, to help the nation to move towards a unity of purpose that will move towards nation building rather than the sometimes needless bickering and acrimony about our politics.
Great, for all that you said. Now, I'll move to Mr. Emmanuel Mensah. He's come all the way from the USA to cast his ballot. And I'm sure it's because proxy voting was not allowed.
Well, yes. Thank you, Doreen. First of all, a very good afternoon to you and to our cherished, viewers, out there. But yeah, right. I, came from the United States of America. We've done this, many occasions. This is not the first time, actually. I think every single election that has been held, as far as, the NPP is concerned, I have been present, here in the country to participate. That is not to suggest that having the opportunity to have to cast a ballot, via proxy wouldn't be helpful. But as part of, the process to ensure that, by and large, it is turning out to be what we have seen, so far, I think, it is a good thing to, say, regardless whether we're here in person or we're in the States, to, participate in the process, we still, are looking for an outcome that is favorable, for us as a party. And I must, honestly commend, the organizers, of this particular, election. And I'm referring to our presidential election, committee that has been mandated by our constitution to oversee, this process throughout the guidelines and procedures that they've set up until this, point, like Dr. Dunford just, indicated. It has been, really, really, good. I long to see the rest of, an hour and a half that is left, that it will continue, this way until we can fully count the ballots and the victor becomes, the NPP.
Any candidate you're rooting for?
Well, I am certainly, rooting for a candidate. I'll be very, transparent with you. I do not, want to state that here, but it's important, to indicate that regardless of who, whether I support the individual or not, every single one of them that comes out, to represent us is certainly, for the collective, interest of us as a party. And I said this, earlier this morning, that we can only have one flag bearer as a party in every given contest. Other than that, every one of them would have, certainly, been leading us, to the war in 2028. But I am hopeful, and I certainly, look forward, to 2028, that whoever comes out today to be declared, the chosen flag bearer has the requisite, competence to be able to lead us and to move us, to victory in 2028. Because Ghanaians, I am looking forward to whatever, bargain we had, with Ghanaians on December 7th of 2024, which service that was rendered, we were told that we have paid our dues and therefore needed to take, its back seat for others to come in and do whatever they have to do to lead us as a country. Therefore, we have seen, the difference between what we did as a government in 8 years, what the current government is doing, and to, compare notes here. I'm glad, to say that, yes, we've done all that we could. Ghanaians, certainly had given us, the grade. We're looking forward, to the mark that is ahead. And once we come out of this, process here, we'll be more stronger than we have ever been as a party, you know, looking for victory in 2028.
Thank you so much. So, George, I'll come to you, but that is after I go to our correspondent, Daryl Alantego. He's reporting from Sotum. So, Daryl, if you can hear me, what is currently happening? We have just a little over an hour for the process to end. What is happening in Sotum?
Well, thank you very much, Doreen. Great, you mentioned the process has about an hour to go. I can tell you from what I can see here on the ground, if I flip my camera around, you will realize that the queue is not one that is going away in a matter of an hour. There are scores and scores and scores of people out here who are still waiting to be called upon to cast their vote. Interestingly, this is Maranatha University. It has A and B polling stations. Put the two polling stations together, you have 1,492 people waiting to cast their ballots. I am going to be speaking to one of the delegates waiting to cast his vote to find out what his impression is so far. Good afternoon, sir. You're on GBC News. Thank you very much. Please tell me your name.
I'm Bafwewa Darlington.
Mr. Bafwewa Darlington, what will you say has been your general impression with the whole exercise?
Oh, the exercise has been smooth. Beginning, the queue was not going that quick, but I think from about an hour going, the queue is much faster. We are at the back, but you can see that we are close to cast our vote. So, all in all, it has been good.
What is your expectation? Would you like to share it?
As in the outcome of the...
Absolutely.
Oh, well, we all know it's the best, the first three, 1, 2, and 3. So, it's about them.
Not too long ago, a delegate whispered to me that, as you mentioned, the first three had their men come around and they generously got you breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Was that the case with you as well?
Oh, I didn't see that, but I think it's normal. When it gets to this kind of exercise, people want to, because we have been in the queue for long. Some came here so early as 5 and stuff. So I think it's in line.
It's in line to be incentivized.
Oh, yeah, it's in line. We have to be real because people have been waiting for long, and it's a reality. So that's fine.
Given that you're saying this is normal, what happened to those who were not able to provide you breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
But I don't think that would have any impact on it. But you see, if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. But if you had it, it's okay. But I don't think that will make any changes in the.
Have you been worried about the way the leading candidates have carried themselves in the campaigning process?
So the leading, as in Baumia?
Well, I'm saying leading candidates. If you know who leading candidates are, you may as well mention. But are you impressed with the way each of the candidates who are up for election has carried themselves?
Oh yeah, all in all, it has been good. It has been good, and I would not say when you say leading, as if you know what the outcome will be.
No,
but
they're all leading candidates.
Yes,
that's
so
why you put them forward.
Very good. So that in that saying, that it has been good. All has been calm. When you get to Anyaso Tomia, you see the various leadership, current MP, our former MP, they are all organized. Everybody is cool, waiting to see what happens. But as I said, there can be surprises.
Mr. Bafwewa, we're grateful you're speaking to us at GBC News. And so I'm going to come across and speak to another delegate who was earlier eager to speak to GBC News. In fact, she mentioned that. So again, this is some of the incentives. While people are in the queue to vote, I saw earlier where water was being shared. Now, drinks are being given to delegates who are waiting to cast their vote. And that is what it is. I am going to be speaking to Mama here and find out what their impression is. But we're going to be speaking in the local Tree dialect. Ma, me pacho edio me maha.
Me jo ye ba.
Me pacho wanya kwa tuwaba.
My me delay no so anyando me so. Enti me di obi achi na ma betina ma bre.
O hwe se ne nyoma na ekọ na etew sen.
Oh, bibia de danakom no kura ye ba kope. Bibia de danakom. wa mi sɛ mede kura mede amatwu mu a bibia deda n'akwam enti me deɛ yɛhwɛ baabi a bere a yɛdu bibia ɛkɔ so enti sɛ nyame yɛ adom na ɔm sɛ ɛbɔ 2 o'clock na yɛntimi nipa online nim koraa na sɛ yɛnwɛ tam bi yɛbɛto bɛwie bia no na du hɔ na sɛ Dr. Mahmoud Baumia wini a bibia wada bia kyerɛ sɛ bibia deda n'akwam security sam bibia ɛkɔ so enti yɛnhwɛ sɛ obi ɛbɛba bɛka sɛ obi a ɛdɛn ewiem because nkunimdie ne deɛ Dr. Mahmoud Baumia wadi ka di dada wadi nkunim no so dada
adan o ka ne saa na obi aka se ewiem ana se ebe wiem
oh sɛ last no ayɛto aba no me deɛ mehu sɛ bibia akɔtotɔ da kwam but ewi akyire no Honorable Canada Japan see wiem ɛne yɛkye ne na yi ne agent kɔsie na sei say ɛwɔ obi nti obi nka obi nchi obi nkɔsie bibia deda na akwam enti ɛne deɛ yɛwie a yɛwie wadi nkunim so dada on sɛ masha white so bolo na menom yɛ na aka wadi nkunim dada
ma me hwɛ ne sɛ yɛgyina hɔ no a meyɛ report no mahunu sɛ ebi di coke ni na keka ho de ba ebi nso kora so aka sɛ yɛde bibi kaka brom so mo mfanto koku anye bia delegate wo nsaka bi
me saka bibia yɛ lorry fair yɛ saka because ebi mu fifi kumase ebi mu fifi he enti obi a wa ma lorry fair nya ade a obeba enti obi a nsaka ne lorry fair ɛwɔ so ɔde ba na ɔde bɛto aba no obi a nsaka ɛna te sɛ de bibi kakra na wo kan ɛno so yɛ ampa Honorable Canada Japan man abachi bayire wa ha ene bayire na ekɔ so me de me nkɔgye bi o ɔmo die na ɔmo de me mpɛ nkɔgye bi
na sɛ mahunu sɛ Honorable George Nanadu na ɔwɔ Vicolis ɔyɛ assembly member mehunu sɛ ɔde wache ni adeɛ ɛma ɛba yɛ amanfo bɔgye no so na ɛno nso
Honorable George da akɔ asam ne de ɔno ɔyɛ fɛ na ɔprega wɔpere ankasa na ɔno so sɛ wayɛ panyin wɔ yɛkɔ nsuansi mu da enti ɔno no yɛyɛ biribi a na ɔpɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ asɛ panyin ɔpɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ asɛ panyin ɛno ntia enti yɛde bɛsi ɔkora me na mpagyaeɛ ɔkyerɛ asɛ panyin saa enti ɛno deɛ no ano no.
So that is Auntie Ama's view, as you can hear it clearly, Doreen, I beg your pardon. I mentioned earlier, we have 2 polling centers, A and B, here at the Maranatha polling station. The polling station A comes all the way from Ablekuma to parts of Santa Maria. And then polling station B also goes through parts of Santa Maria, Sheshe, Stevenson, they call it, to parts of Kwashibu. And these are 2 put together again polls 1,492 delegates who are expected to cast their vote. It started at 7:05, and that was when the first person was able to cast their ballot. As I speak to you, without necessarily exaggerating, I can tell you there's well over 100 people still queuing up to cast their ballots. And that is what makes it slightly apprehensive to think that this can be finished by 2 p.m. And obviously it will be collated. Another young man has joined me, Doreen. Let me quickly find out what his view is, and then I'll come to you. Bema Umodin Sherman.
I feel maybe one day.
Eddie Mepacho, Jumedi Ninano, Eto saying a corner saying,
Oh, the median dear Kosopa, Honorable Ken, or Wabed Mapaye, one year Cassa, Paye. Now, me say about a tree, obey me, but my uncle for no Omucho Mutaya, Honorable Ken, and a winning this election.
Who are for my Jumapa?
Oh, yeah, Mapaye, I had my.
No, Nama was out of one as I'm doing.
Now, your shirts I election at 2 years now. But me, I know so to coincidence about me already. Ken, a winning one, so too much. It means that this election, Honorable Ken, say winning.
A day ni a Juma, why Yenti, no mouse, I won't toss one, say, no be winning.
I me being the youth organizer for Trouble Police Station C. Ya call house to house, any delegate for na Casapaye. Aye, it's him say, young crow friend, a bandy, or more to other amai. I'm Honorable Ken, or in Japan. That's with Papa, what we need.
Say ye kase na ye betu awie na ampa adwuma wa ye no wa hanti watumi awini na baabia wadwuma anu ho no mo anwini a obegya tum.
Oh, sana me papa kan no. Ye be say kan biem. E bia na omo wiem. Ah, omo de esu omo pa. Degeta fo na esu omo metime wiem. Nti ye be say kan biem. Aha ye kan na say sa pepepe de amegya tum.
Say ne na kenkan na edi kan ne etoso no eno nsesa hwe enti ade nti na onye ntum ne edi kan no a.
Oh, that be. Oh, say bu omo yi papers na. E bia na akwa form ani so. Nti ebu na ye kan de na omo akoyi de amaba omia. What you say? Nti na say sa kan biem. Na ye hu say ampa sa pepepe.
Yo bema enye me ma tiri nkwan so me ma adwuma nso se ebewi ase no nia obewi ni bia bewi ni ama elephant no why me that say. And so that's another young man that clearly even though it's seemingly a divided house, it is one big elephant family. And so clearly it was obvious the woman who spoke earlier, Mamiama, spoke for one candidate, and this young man has also spoken for another candidate. To end it all, Doreen, I've been joined once again by another young man whose view I will pick and then hand back to you in the studio. Bema, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Me, Pacho, are you comfortable with speaking English?
No problem. With the English or tree, I'm okay.
Okay.
Well, Alan, unfortunately, we have to come back to the studio and then take our viewers to Medina, where we have Gift J. She's also given us some live updates on what's happening in the Medina constituency or the area when it comes to the presidential primaries of the NPP. So, Gift, if you can hear me, please take over.
Is taking place. And so as I speak to you, voting is underway. Voting is underway, and quite a number of people have had the opportunity to cast their ballots. We've been told that so far a total 1,500 people have been billed to cast their ballot, and so far close to 1,000 have had the opportunity to do so, and we still have quite a number of them in the queue also hoping to exercise their franchise. So we're going to speak to the EC official in charge of this center. Of course, we have centers 1 and B, 1 and 2. So we approach the leader for the center 2. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, and you are live on GBC News and GTV. My name is Gift AJ. What's your name, sir?
My name is Samakole Weston.
Okay. How is the process so far?
Oh, it's going on smoothly. So far, we haven't encountered any problem yet.
Do we know how many people are expected to vote in this center? I know you have 1 and 2. Here is 2. How many voted and how many expected?
8 to 4. 8 to 4. Rita, so far. Read.
So far.
How many? So far, how many? 7, 18. 7, 13.
7.
Yeah. 6, 13.
6, 13.
Oh, okay.
So far, that
about less than 200 to go. And so, but maybe in 30 minutes or an hour time, we'll finish with them.
The record is quite impressive. Good job. All the best. I would also want to speak to the candidates' agents. Hello, good afternoon to you all. Are you okay with the process so far? Your name, you might want to introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Mariam Upoko Ajaman, and I'm a polling agent for Kenneth Ejapon. Yeah, so far so good. The voting is going on smoothly. No wahala, like it's perfect.
I like that. It's perfect. Hello, Ma. Kindly introduce yourself.
I'm Esther, and I'm a polling agent for Mr. Brian Champon. And since morning, it's been peaceful and transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. Transparent.
Yes, sir. Hello. My name is Elko Edward. Yeah, polling agent for Yao Osei Chu, doctor. Yeah, so far it's going so well.
According to plan. Okay, your name, sir?
My name is Bontiset Atampabin. I'm an agent for DMB. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia. and the system is moving on smoothly. And so far, we've gotten 615 voters now, while some are still in queue. So we are expecting high voter turnout today at Medina Polling Station B. Yes, please. We have 2 polling stations. We are B, or 2 polling stations.
1 and 2.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All the best, and I'm sure Kwabena J. Japan.
No. Ken. Yes. My name is Prince Ifa. Yes, agent for Kennedy Japan. So far, it's been successful. We've not had any serious issue. It's been smooth, and we hope that we'll finish within time. Yes.
Thank you, sir. All the best. Yes, so you're still watching the live coverage of the presidential primary of the new Patriotic Party, of course, the largest opposition party in this country. But a quick observation, when we were in Adenta, voters had to queue in long queues. There was nothing like chairs, shade for them. But in this particular center, yes, the situation has improved. We have the delegates having some kind of, shade or chairs and tents around them. So it appears a bit better than we observed in Adenta. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, we are live on GBC News. My name is Gifty AJ. And, okay, please go. Okay, Haji, I want to make sir. Then time now buy.
Oh, me buy and shave, yeah.
Bibi akoso.
Come on, Bibi akoso.
Me who sa say yamamu akondwa kama other centers na ntisa at what point
okay, yamamu akondwa fine. O meni aji pa about to asumjo ho yamamu meni aji pa.
Yeah, Haji is really
penasunjue obi antu no kofie boko.
That's good. So we've seen a bit of an improvement in this center. Although the weather is still a challenge, but they have been able to get some few chairs and the tents to kind of remedy the situation. I think there are still more people around who would want to talk to us. Hi, Ma. Good afternoon. What's Wabanewie? Hey, now coffee.
What's it?
I don't know what we are.
Try come about my coffee.
I don't want trust the system.
Debbie. Me try pa. Me can we am in coffee. It's me try.
Yeah, that's it. Yo. The back of the beer, the
anymore. And I wear GTV. Mumfas and Papanko.
Yes, we are going to elect our flagbearer today. Whoever wins today is going to be the next president of the Republic of Ghana 2028. We are coming back. Giddy. Yes.
What message do you have for your colleague, delegates, and also for your party in general as you aspire to have a peaceful election and also getting your candidate for the next election?
Yeah, we are here to vote for our candidate. Whoever wins is a party member. We are here for peace. Nobody should do something that will distract anybody's peace. And we are going to work after this election. We are going to unite as one family. We are going to fight strong and bring NPP back to power. That's our mission. And that's why we are here. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my brother. We are so grateful. So these are sights and scenes and some of the happenings here at the Medina Social Welfare Center, which is actually the center for the Medina Lang Kwantanan constituency here in the Greater Accra region. So Doreen, so far this is what I can share with you and our cherished viewers. Bye for now.
Thank you so much, Gifty, for that update. She's been reporting from the Medina Social Welfare Center. And as we all saw, the process has been smooth, no real incidents. Everybody is just waiting for their turn to cast their ballots for this all-important exercise. Now back to the studios. We have 3 gentlemen with us in the studios. Dr. James Kwabena-Bonfe, lecturer, UPSA, CEO of the Census Center for Citizenship, Constitutional and Electoral Systems. You also have Emmanuel Mensah, Deputy General Secretary of the NPP USA, and also George AEC, member, NPP Communications Team. We've heard from Dr. Bonfe. We've also heard from Mr. Emmanuel Mensah. Now it's time to hear from George EC. George, I mean, we've seen the shots on the screens from Sotom to Medina. We have around 55 minutes for the process to end. I mean, it's been smooth from all the centers we've been to, but what is your own assessment? I'm sure that you've also gone out to, not just, I mean, you are not a delegate, so you cannot vote, but I mean, so you've gone out to observe the process. What are your impressions, what you've seen on the screens, and I mean, as we round up?
Yeah, so far, so good. So far, let me say good morning to your viewers, your production crew. It's a good afternoon. Sorry, good afternoon to my co-panelists. Yes, this is what we're all expecting, a smooth process. I must commend the Presidential Election Committee and the Executive Committee of the party and for the understanding and agreements reached. Prior to this day, we all envisioned some tensions and disagreements and negative expectations, negative energies all over the place. Fortunately, so far, in fact, I was calm and excited when we were told we were going to have about 70 police officers in each of the polling centers. And I said, that's good. And so far, the arrangement I'm observing, it gives me hope and excitement that, yes, the police have put their foot down and they are going by the orderliness that we are observing, the discipline, everybody's peaceful nature. These are party delegates, okay? They are there representing people within areas, okay? So you cannot come and misconduct yourself. And then two, because of the presence of the security, I believe it warded off some, otherwise overexcited, belligerent individuals who would have come to cause confusion at the centers. But it's not over yet. We have 55 minutes. Some of these people carry out their acts when is their counting time and all those. But I'm happy with the number of security people present, and I believe they can hold their forts against whoever will want to make trouble. And so I commend the NPP, I commend the Presidential Election Committee led by Joe Weiss and all the others. So far, it's exciting. People are doing what they ought to do, orderly, peaceful, and NPP will be the victor at the end of the day.
But let's talk about the Medina Social Welfare Center. I think from what I saw on screens, there were too many people.
Yes. No, but I thought they were still in queue. And those who have finished, the lady said she was going to wait. It's about 1 hour to ending. It's allowed, when you do the EC, this thing, they tell you to go after you vote 7 o'clock to maybe 11, 12, they ask you to go. You get it. But by 1 o'clock, come back. So that before 2 o'clock, we can all...
What are your anticipations as the process nears?
It's a smooth process. Nobody is going to... Okay, we're yet to hear from other parts of the country, but so far, the ones I've heard and then what I've observed, I'm excited and proud to be a member of the new Patriotic Party. And I believe at the end of the day, we'll have a definitive result that will reflect the will of the people, the delegates. Majority of the delegates will make that decision that will carry us into the 2028 elections.
Okay, so Dr. Bonfa, I'll come to you. 55 minutes for the process to end. I mean, if you're in a queue at this point, you're going to be allowed to vote. But you have participated in elections. Within now until the time officials say voting is ended, for the candidates, what are the last minute activities that you think they will be undertaking to get delegates to vote? Are they going to, perform any miracles to change the minds of some delegates? What exactly do you think the delegates will be doing between now and 2 o'clock?
Delegates?
I mean, the candidates, yeah.
Well, the election is a process that can be divided into three. The pre-election activities, the during election activities, and then the post. So at this stage, we are still in the during. And whatever is happening today must have been anticipated or contemplated during the before period. And that includes getting voters or delegates out to come and vote. So this is a time based on their own statistics and computation. They should be able to tell the number of delegates on the poll, the polling list who have come out to vote and those who are not yet in, and how they can reach them either via phone or whatever through their own canvassing activity to come out and vote. And then at this time, they are also monitoring how compliant the process is with the laws that govern the election that they are having and their own rules that they established. And then eyes are on the officials deployed by the Electoral Commission to perform the run of the elections and then the collation of the results and entering them on the results score sheet. So at this stage, those are the things that they are looking at, or they should be looking at, to make sure that all the delegates will come out and vote, especially those that they are certain and sure that they are coming out to vote for them. And I want to believe that once that is done, they can have confidence to trust in the outcome. And elections are not over until the last count, where after the count at the polling center, it now goes to the collation center, where I think they have how many constituencies? They have more than the 276. Yes, about 333. Yes,
polling centers.
Plus the national headquarters.
I think that's included.
Is that included? 333.
You may want to correct me if I'm.
I saw 333.
Yeah, yes.
So let's say 334 if you add the national headquarters as a constituency. So you're making sure that all these constituencies nationwide are getting the right numbers transferred to the National Coalition Center, where there is one constituency. So these are polling centers, if you like, and there's one constituency which I'm sure is headquartered in Accra here, that is collecting the figures from each one of the 33 voting centers. And then the tabulation is done, and the results are then verified by your agents. And I want to expect that by now, each of them will have their own unique collation center, where they will go to the National Coalition Center with some figures in hand to verify or challenge what the parties do. You don't go there.
You don't see anyone challenging.
Empty-handed to go and cause trouble. So at this stage, I think that for delegates, I'll be surprised if any delegate is now going to make up his or her mind.
Their minds are already made up.
No, long time ago. And it is insulting, Doreen, to suggest that somebody who has earned the right to be a delegate out of a number of people in a particular electoral area or constituency, at this stage you say that it is some money or some food that they are going to give to that person that will sway or change the person's mind. It's an insult, and people should stop those things.
But we've always had reports of last-minute giveaways.
And I'm saying that, Doreen, I've been in this political atmosphere. Anybody who would take money to vote for you would have made up their mind to vote for you anyways.
So then why do we go the extra mile to give out the money if we know that it's not going to change their minds?
Entitlement that we have created. Even national elections, you have people say that if we don't bring the money, they are not going out to vote. It's a psychology. If we want to work and get people out of that, we can work on that. But this claim about somebody is sharing money, are you not sharing money yourself? Monetization. Money has been part of money has been the oil that fuels the political engine right from the beginning. I'm not by that saying that we should encourage it. But the point is that it is part of our system. We should discourage how it is fronted and check where it is coming from, the sources, and how people are making ill money and throwing it about and so on and so on. Those ones we should check. But whether we like it or not, money is necessary to fuel the political machine. This program cannot happen if GBC is not putting some money towards it. Only that.
But it's not for an election or for politics.
Only that you don't take care of your resource persons.
We'll do better. Now, Mr. Mensah, do you side with him that, we cannot deal with the issue of monetization. I mean, not now. It's something that money fuels politics. And so we should only, deal with the fact that we do it openly, and then if we find a way to regulate it.
Well, I would say yes. I agree, with Dr. Bonfe. Even, where I come from in the United States, campaign funding has been something, that every individual, and I'm talking about the big stakeholders and key players, even within the industry of politics, have always, been concerned about. So it is just not unique to our situation as a country here in Ghana, but elsewhere, yes, people certainly, want to ensure that in order to be able to at least have a successful, election and outcome, you need to have the resources to be able to put into it. You cannot implement, a process, and expect that, the outcome would be bizarre, or a bad one. So honestly, having to go out there and try to ensure that resources are mobilized first and foremost, and those resources must be put into its best effect. Is something that it should be expected. So for us as a country, Dr. Bonfe couldn't have eloquently put this. This shouldn't be something that we should be seeing for the first time as something new to us as a country. We can only ensure that day by day we're encouraging our citizens that we must perform our civic duties without unnecessarily being induced, so that that is what must catapult us to come out and conduct our civic responsibilities. And I believe that as we continue to grow in this process, 1992 up until this time, there has been a clear distinction where we began from up until this time. And I am sure that, if you look back, and the history will tell you that when we started this whole process, you didn't need, money, or, delegates wouldn't have, at that time come to you and tell you, give me money or else I'm not, performing my civic duty. We've grown, we've come to, an age where it seems to be the norm. But is that the right thing? We must, be in the position to discourage that and ensure that people are more enlightened, so that they understand that it is our responsibility. We should not have to demand before we perform our civic, responsibilities.
Great. So, George, before I come to you, we would have to go to Damango, where we have Laura Musa Saka. She is a spokesperson for the Bawumia campaign team. She is in Damango. We'll pick her thoughts on, what they are doing in the last minutes of the process to whether get delegates to go out there and vote. Just pick her thoughts on what's happening. Hello, Loretta, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Loretta. So, Loretta, how is Damango?
Damango is fantastic. It's the process is going on peacefully. The police are in charge of security here. The EC is also conducting the process, and delegates are quite calm. It's been peaceful so far, and that's the aim, to make it end peacefully, and at the end of the day, be victory for the new Patriotic Party.
Now, Loretta, we are in the final leg, few minutes to 2 o'clock.
Yes, few minutes to 2 o'clock.
Any last minute touches you are putting in place to get more delegates to vote, to change their minds, anything?
I can't speak for the other teams, but I can speak for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's team. Dr. Mahmoud's Bawumia's team, and we have been working round the clock. The hard work we've put in so far, if at this minute we have to be putting any last minute touches, then we haven't done it. We are confident that the work we've put in across the 7 constituencies within the Savannah region, with Damango being the regional capital, we believe that it will be victory for Dr. Bawumia at the end of the day. So far, it's been peaceful. We've all conducted ourselves well. I was at Yape Kosogo this morning, and everything is calm. Bole Bamboy, everything is going on well. Solatuna Calabar, everything is okay. Salaga North, Salaga South, everything is going on well. So at least for the 7 constituencies in the Savannah region, everything is going on well, and we believe it will be victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the NPP at the end of the day.
Now, Laura, how is Dr. Bawumia himself doing?
I haven't reached out to him, but I mean, with all the feedback that's coming, I believe that he should be in high spirits because victory will be his at the end of polls.
You sound really confident, very confident.
A lot of work. Dr. Baumia didn't move around all the constituencies for the fun of it. He put in a lot of work, and his message of 10 appointments per constituency, the database welfare system, the constituency-based budgeting especially has really gone down well with the delegates. This morning we engaged some of them and they believe. I mean, if we are even being very honest as a people or as a party, why should Dr. Baumia go once? With all the hard work he's put in, with all the rich ideas, the way he's conducted his campaign, I believe, and delegates, majority of them believe that he's our best bet for 2028. He's our best bet for unity in our party. And he's the best man to lead us to solve the problems of the Republic of Ghana.
So, Loratu, from what you see at the center, do we have a lot more people in the queue ready to cast their ballots, or would you say that by 2 o'clock everyone would have cast their ballots and then we move on to counting and then collation?
With what I see now, at least in Damango, we should be done by 2. By Yape Kosogo, because of the numbers, they have about 943 delegates. That's at 11:45. 357 had voted, but the remaining about 500 were already on the grounds. And the EC officials and the party officials and the police were reorganizing them to facilitate the process. I'll be going back there, but I believe that with the processes that we put in place and with the calm and peaceful nature we are running the process, we should be done by 2 p.m.
Great. Thank you so much, Loratu. That's Loratu Musa Saka. She is a member of the Baumia campaign team from Loratu in Damango. We come to Accra, this time to Tema, where Michael Donu is standing by. Hello, Michael. Hello, Michael. Can you hear me?
Okay. Doreen, hello.
This is Michael. Tell us what's happening in Tema.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Very
We are currently at the Patriotic Party. This is where the Tema East constituency primary elections is happening. And this morning when we got here, the process has been very smooth, and the process has been also going on. The election started exactly 7 a.m. and all the delegates that must vote have been voting. Earlier on in the morning when we came, it was a very packed area, but as I speak to you, it looks like everybody has been able to cast their vote. But I'll be getting closer to the table to find out the figures as at the numbers that have come through. But if I should run you through the figures that are supposed to be voting here. So here in Tema, they are expecting 1,239 delegates. And because of the huge number, it's been divided into 2. And so we have Center A and Center B. And so Center A has 586, and then Center B has 653. And so for now, the place, as you can see, is virtually empty. The former mayor of Tema is here. We also have some major key party executive also here around. I want to find out from him. In just a few minutes, the voting will be ending. And how has the process been for you? And how would you describe the whole process so far, especially here in Tema?
Well, so we all know that it started around 7 o'clock. 7 up to now. Clearly, this should be the hospital for earlier.
Sure. So the
protocol the Honorable is referring to is that they said no one should be speaking to us, but we just managed to get a few.
So these are the scenes here at the NPP headquarters. As you can see, everybody rushed there.
PP headquarters at Adabraka, and from what you're hearing, one of the candidates, that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is arriving at the party headquarters. We are not sure exactly what is happening, or maybe he's just going there to observe the process. But I'm sure I'll hand over to Morris, and then he can tell us more on what's happening.
Already. It's a two-horse race between himself and Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. Any moment from now, Dr. Bawumia should be casting his ballot. There you have him in your shot, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia going to cast his ballot. This will be the second time he's standing to be elected by the many party delegates as the flag bearer of the opposition MPP. Who becomes the next flag bearer of the MPP is what we wait to unravel by close of poll. It is some few minutes past 1 p.m., 1:24 p.m. it is, and any moment from now, polls should close. That's Dr. Bawumia in your shot, the former Vice President to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, an economist, and for that matter, the head of the economic management team when he was vice president. He is in that fierce contest with Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, who becomes the winner. The polls have suggested that he is in a comfortable lead. There are some also who have prophesied that Kennedy Ohene Ejapon is going to be the presidential candidates of the MPP. We wait to see whether signs win over prophecy or the story will be the other way around. We are still here at the party headquarters, the MPP party headquarters. Dr. Bawumia there is cast his ballot, certainly and definitely for himself. And we wait when the whole process comes to an end and the results begin to be counted. We see how the numbers will go. Like so, you see in your shot there, Honorable Sarah Adwa-Safo. She's been a keen supporter of the Dr. Bawumia election bid. In your shot there, Honorable Sarah Adwa-Safo, a former member of Parliament for the people of Dome Kwabenya. There. We are still here at the party headquarters. Many party faithful coming to the headquarters to throw their support behind their preferred candidates and also cast their ballot. We're still bringing you pictures from the MPP headquarters. As I said not too long ago, His Excellency the Vice President, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is contesting in the 2026 NPP primaries, came to vote. And we're waiting to see if we're able to get some few words from him. Here at the party headquarters, delegates from the diaspora, former deputy ministers, former ministers, national executives, former national executives. They have been here since morning trying to cast their ballot and making a decision as to who becomes the next flag bearer of the MPP moving into the 2028 general election. Quickly, let's speak to this man. He is also a member of the Dr. Bawumia campaign team. Good afternoon to you, sir, and welcome to GTV. Not too long ago, we saw your candidate, Dr. Bawumia. Will you say he's poised for victory?
He's very confident that the party
would give him yet another opportunity to lead us into 2028. His campaign vigorously in all the 276 constituencies. He had a very potent message, and the delegates were happy to receive him in their constituencies and assured him of a resounding victory today.
So it's a resounding victory or nothing?
We're very convinced that it's going to be a resounding victory.
What if that doesn't happen?
We are confident we'll win.
And if you don't win, are you ready to support the winning candidate into the 2028 election?
We are confident that we would win. The NPP is a democratic party, and it is our principle that after every competition comes cooperation. But we are confident that we are going to win.
So you'll be presenting him into the 2028 elections. What will be his unique selling point in that particular?
You know, of course, he would be the most experienced candidate in 2028. Mind you, the NDC would be presenting a new candidate. So Dr. Bawumia's candidature would make it easier for the NPP to be able to market him.
Right, thank you very much. We are still here. Dr. Bawumia is done voting. He's entered that office for a short conclave. We here, the media men, some few restrictions here and there, but we'll position ourselves to try and get some few words from Dr. Bawumia when he finally exits that meeting. We'll try and get the reaction of Dr. Bawumia. He voted not too long ago, and as I said, any moment from now, in some less than 30 minutes, the whole process should come to an end, and then the results will begin to be collated, and then later in the evening, the Electoral Commission declares the results, and then whoever wins this particular election comes back to the MPP headquarters to share some words moving forward into the 2028 election. It's been a very fierce contest between himself and Kennedy Ejapon, who is promising to deliver jobs to the youth, both within the MPP and also without the MPP, even after the 2028 election. Dr. Bawumia has also been talking about the fact that he is the most marketed person in the race. He has the experience, he has the temperament, he is humble, and so he feels that he has what it takes to lead the party into the 2028 elections. On the other hand, Kennedy Ejapon and his team, they are also saying that the economy will be a key variable in the 2028 election, and given the fact that the previous government failed to deliver the economy with Dr. Bawumia as the head of the economic management team, he should be given the opportunity to come into the race with a story of job creation, with a story of pragmatism, with a story of doing things not necessarily the academic way, but the practical way to get results. So that message has been sold. Both of them promising the rank and file of the MPP delegates that their welfare will be well catered for, and what have you. With that short meeting in the party head office, let's see some few words.
John Dominic, check this cable.
Jaka, can you see us? Can you see us? Pick it straight up. All right, thank you. Next time in the room, man. All right. All right. All right. All right. Drone next time.
Yeah, he's just cast his ballots, done with the process, granting interviews to journalists who had gathered at the headquarters of the NPP. He's just finished speaking to journalists. Unfortunately, we cannot get you exactly what he's saying, but I'm sure subsequently we can get you the tapes and then we can hear what former vice president and then an aspirant in the NPP presidential primaries, Dr. Bawumia, has been telling the media after casting his ballot. We have around 25 minutes more for us to get to the 2 o'clock time where voting would have ended. Now he's left, Dr. Bawumia has left the NPP headquarters. You're not sure if he would be returning to observe the process when all the collated figures are brought to the headquarters for final maybe announcement by the EC and then the introduction of the candidate who is selected by the delegates this afternoon or today. Now we have Kobi Amwa, his age to Kennedy Ejepong. I'm told that he is on the line. Hello, Kennedy, can you hear me? Kobi, hello, Kobi, can you hear me?
I'm Kobi Amwa.
Yes, Kobi, I mentioned, I made a mistake earlier.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I can hear you now.
So, I mean, your candidate, we saw he has cast his ballot in his constituency. How is he feeling like now with just a few minutes for the process to end?
He's feeling very optimistic of the process. You know, we've gone through a very long journey. We've invested a lot of time and resources. And now what we can wait for is the results. I think so far so good. We are happy with the conduct of the process. The Presidential Election Committee has done a yeoman's job. The security agencies are also doing well. I know there may be a few isolated issues and instances here and there, but I mean, so far I think that kudos to the managers of the election. We just hope that how everything has started smoothly is going to continue to the end. I mean, now we are getting towards a very critical moment where polls are going to close, and we all know that once polls close during the counting process and all, there's also a new risk as to how the counting process is going to go and how collation and everything is going to be done. So we just hope that the process will go as smooth. We are very confident that the party people are going to vote for us. We've done a yeoman's job. We've done a very big campaign, have a very solid message, and we are confident of victory this evening.
Now, you've mentioned a few isolated instances and then issues which have been reported to you. Can you share some of those with us?
I think that these are not things I would want to highlight now, because even those ones have been resolved. So I think the focus now is that generally has been very peaceful, and generally has been low on incidents, and we are hoping that as we enter this critical stage, things will go according to the plan, and we're able to end with a very smooth process, and we can start to get them reunited as a party towards 2028.
Confidently say that these few instances and issues would not affect the credibility of the process?
As of now, from what I know, I don't think so. But there may be some information which may not be fully available to me. I am in the Ashanti region. This is where I cast my votes. This is where I was involved in the process more. I'm now actually at the airport to getting back to Accra. So I may not have a total picture. In as much as I still have a bird's eye view, I may not have a total picture. So I don't want to make such a pronouncement which may later prove not to be as accurate as I think it is.
But maybe we wait so that you can get a full picture of these instances, and then you can share, so we appreciate the gravity of these instances. So where is Mr. Kennedy Japan now? Is he on his way back to Accra to observe the process? Would he be at the party headquarters?
He's in Accra observing the process. I think that yes, everybody will go back to the party headquarters around 5 p.m. when polls close and when the results are ready. But now he's in Accra and taking reports and also observing the election and the processes.
Thank you so much, Kobi Amwa. Kobi Amwa is he's the aide to Kennedy Japan. He's one of the aspirants in the NPP's presidential primaries. Thank you so much, Kobi. Now back to the studio. George.
Yeah.
We've heard from, one of an aide to one of the candidates.
Yeah, and
I
heard from another one to another aide to Dr. Bawumia.
What do you make of what they've told us about these? What they've witnessed
so
on the
far?
field?
I think what we said from the beginning was that the process has been very orderly and smooth, and we commend the Presidential Election Committee. I did say that, and I think they corroborated that. For the record, I am with the Ken team. I've always been unlike my colleague who said he wasn't going to speak about it. I am a known face behind the Ken campaign, and
then I can also ask you about the instances that Kobi spoke about. Has that also come to your attention?
No, not yet. You know, when you asked me to come to the studio, and I've been here with you, so a lot of things, they are on the field, so they may be privy to some of these things. But whatever it is, because he said it wasn't that pronounced, he wasn't going to emphasize
He was not too sure how big these issues were.
Because he said it wasn't pronounced. And I think,
so the issue of many of us, including myself, is that we've signed a peace pact.
Yes.
Hoping that the process would be transparent, and then after everything we would all accept the results. So if you talk about instances, then we want to be sure so that it does not affect.
Of course. And unfortunately, your people are on the field. Your people are on the field. So if there's any issue that is spoken about that needs emphasis, I believe your reporters would have gotten attention or wind of it, and then give you the full picture of what incident he's actually referencing. And he's not mentioning any specific place, polling center. He's not. So as he said, it's not that pronounced, so let it be. Whatever it is, so far, I don't have any cause to disagree with this process. Okay, but what's important is, I stand to be corrected, but they say he who votes is not as important as the one who counts the votes. You get it? So the counting is the key.
And we're about getting to that point.
We're about getting to that point. And I'm very optimistic that because of the security presence, everything is going to be smooth and the counting will be done without any incidents, okay? And the right decision by the delegates will be made. I'm very optimistic about the process. We've gone around with Ken, we've engaged the grassroots people a lot, we've sold our message to them, and the message resonated with the people. And I'm very confident that today they are going to make a decision that will shock the whole world.
You think
a decision that will shock the whole world.
What do you think makes your candidate so unique?
Oh, his messaging has been phenomenal to me. He's gone around, he's identified certain key things that he thinks when the state involves itself in the process of industrialization. Unique products from places that he's going to commit himself to building industries and factories and to create job opportunities for the people. It's one area that I was excited about. And then two, another point of excitement is decision to move certain ministries from the capital. You get it? So that, for instance, the Ministry of Agriculture is going to be in the northern region, Tamale, and all those things, so that we begin to build the local economies in those areas, okay? Those are very important, so that my friend, when he comes from the States, okay, he wants to invest in agriculture, he's not going to go to ministries here, but he has to fly to Tamale and then engage the people there, okay? That policy issues will be put on the table, and then what he can take out of it. That will then help develop the local economy there. So these are things that I'm excited about, and I believe it's resonated with the people, the lower people. He told them, I am not talking about giving 10 people appointments or something. I am talking about creating opportunities for you, okay? I've done it as a private person, given the state resources, and I focus it. I'm telling you, we can do bigger than what as an individual.
And Dr. let me come to you. I mean, he's told us about what his candidates can do, but many analysts say that Ken comes into the picture with a lot of baggage. What do you think?
I refuse to do what you just allowed him to do. That would be unfair to the whole conversation we are having and the four other aspirants.
We'll come to
to be honest with you, I wish that you did not allow him. Because
delegates already made up their decision at this point.
Here's the point. You spoke to spokespersons of two of the aspirants, three outstanding. But this was on update of how they feel the process is ongoing. What my brother AC has just done in the studio is not giving you a report of how they feel about the process, but to campaign for his preferred candidate.
I mean, it's almost
as I said, you see, here is the point. And maybe if George would listen to me, it will help his party and their tradition and for the collective good of our country. None of the five aspirants is without a defect. None. And if we had time, and that was the purpose of my invitation here, I could discuss each one of them, their pluses and their minuses. We are looking at the conduct of the process and how it will end. What I can assure you is that the bigger problem of what they are going through is after the declaration of the results and one of them emerges as the leader, how that person together with the party can pull together their synergic advantages to put forth a united front that can engage Ghanaians, reconnect and rebuild trust, and then take on the government of the day, as well as other political actors within the space. But that said, I think at this stage, what we can all pray and wish is that the process ends well. And Doreen, here is the point. Anyone who is unsure or alleging anything based on speculation and is hedging to accept that the process has been good so far as we are getting reported, it gives me some discomfort.
Why?
Because So far, you don't have anything that is indicative that something has gone wrong. And yet, you are urging to accept that the process has been good. That is a problem. You see, when you are monitoring elections, and that's why I started by saying, in wearing my media cap, having been invited to observe our team nationwide, we've gone around to see that so far the process has been thorough, is going on well. There have been speculations on the internet about some things here and there, but there are not enough grounds to question the credibility of the process. If anybody is then talking on behalf of a candidate and alleging that, oh, there may be some issues, but I'm not privy to the entire picture, that can compromise the process, so I cannot comment on that, that's speculative. And I'm saying it's a matter of concern. So at the end of the day, look, it's about how they conduct themselves as a political party. Post elections. And at the end of the day, you see, and this is politics, it is not so much how others think of you, but how you carry yourself and get them to think, to rethink of you in a positive light.
Dr. Wonfe, interesting comments. But before we take the views of Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, we'll take a report by Upper West Regional Correspondent Swala Abdul Wahab.
Voting has taken off smoothly in the West Central constituency of the Upper West region. Upper West region has 11 constituencies, of which West Central is one. As early as 6:30, delegates started arriving here to cast their votes. And as at 10 minutes past 10, 250 delegates had cast their votes at polling station A and 210 at polling section B. The municipal electoral officer, Mr. Ben Alaglo, briefs GBC News about the progress so far.
7 a.m. that we opened the poll. It has been peaceful. Interestingly, the party executive, the former and then the new, they were the first to come, the regional party executives. They were the first person to queue. So they came quickly, cast their vote, and they left. So far, we've not had any incident as such. So the only incident that we got was a delegate that was that arrived. Her name was expunged from the register as a result of her death. Not knowing the woman is alive, and the procedure is that if the person comes and the person has been identified as being alive, you shouldn't forfeit his or her vote. So we allowed the agents, reps, identify the fellow. We all sign against the name that this is the real person, this is the fellow. So authenticated the person, then we allowed the person to cast that vote. That's the only incident that happened. I'm sure none of them had any complaint about the lady.
The municipal police commander, Franklin Carmo, also briefed GBC News about security arrangements at the voting center at the War Technical Institute.
Election is ongoing and we've not encountered anything. We deployed the 70 for West Central, 70, and we have the EC's office, the regional office, and the municipal office. Some are also on patrols, and some are also on the Robocop, in case there should be any unfortunate incidents. But for now, the place is very, very calm, and everything is going on well.
Some of the voters also shared their impressions with the exercise with GBC News so far.
I think the security are on top of their work. The party activists too are highly cooperative. So I have seen that everything is in order according to plan. And the voting too is going accordingly. When I came here, within 30 minutes, I've been able to vote. Although we are more than 1,000 delegates in Wa Central. When I came from the main entrance, I was asked for my ID card, which I showed them. They allowed me inside. I went and checked my name on the voter register list, which was found. Then I went through the process of voting.
A total of 1,148 delegates are expected to cast their votes at this center, and polls are expected to close by 2 o'clock. Swala Abdul Wahab, GBC News. Wow.
Welcome back to the studio. This is still our coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Earlier gone by was a report from our Upper West regional correspondent, Swala Abdul Wahab. He was giving us an update on the process so far. Just about 7 minutes for the process, 5-7 minutes for the process to come to a halt, or voting to come to a halt in across the country. If you're already in the queue, you get the opportunity to vote, but if not, then at 2 o'clock, unfortunately, you cannot get the opportunity to vote for your preferred presidential, candidate for the NPP. Now, my guest in the studio have been George AEC, member of the NPP communications team. He's a bit mischievous, but and then, yeah. I mean, that was backstage.
Why are you bringing it front?
And then we have Dr. James Kwabena Bonfair. He is a lecturer, UPSA, CEO of Census Center for Citizenship, Constitutional and Electoral Systems, and also Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, Deputy General Secretary, NPP USA. Now, I've given Dr. Bonfair and George the opportunity to, tell us more, but Mr. Mensah, it's your turn to speak. We've heard from Dr. Bonfair, we've heard from George AEC. What are your thoughts?
Doreen, let me once again, say this. I think, from the onset, I was very clear about what today means, to us as a party and as a nation, at large. I would, say we've held several, series of elections, in this country. In fact, let me be very honest with you. This is one of a kind, And I say this, because I have had the privilege to participate in almost all of these, elections. I've seen where things had become chaotic at certain times, whereas compared to where we are today, almost every single individual, including your correspondents, who have really spoken to us, here and to the nation, have said they've seen quite a different, election. And I'm proud as an MPP sitting here, this moment, to say every single, thought that was put into this, process have yielded, the desired, result. Yes, we may not, have finished, with the process, yet, but I'm still, confident that no matter, what the outcome is, for what it has proven to us as of this, moment, yes, indeed, it shows that we have come a very long way from 1992 up until this moment that, we're really, conducting this, particular primaries. When you spoke, to one of the, aides to the candidates, I think, Kobe, and I remember him mentioning about, packets of issues, here and there. I don't intend to magnify issues that may seem to be non-existent. Honestly, I would love, a process where when you come, publicly to have to declare certain things, you must, be able to show, a proof, of that. Exactly. Unfortunately, we do not, at this point, want to preempt certain things that, we do not have the business, to do. Collectively, we're looking for the best for none but the NPP. And no matter what it is, I've said this, on various platforms this morning, that every single one of these, candidates who we are actually, looking up to, whom we are actually, today representing one way or the other to actually become the flag bearer of this, party, have put in a lot of effort, an enormous amount of, resources in this, process. And that alone means a lot to us as a party. Therefore, we cannot really look at it and say, okay, yes, there may be an issue, a little bit of, issue here and there, and seems to magnify the issue when we're asked to prove or to maybe just, mention, and we're saying that, by the way, we don't know the extent of the issues yet, but we are, really just preempting or stating,
something that obviously may not be the case. I would have loved, for my, colleague to really give us, an idea of what exactly might have happened or what the issues, might have been, rather than just, vaguely, put it, out there.
Magnifying something
But
he himself said.
Anyway,
was not worth magnifying.
Anyway, George, let me finish. Let me finish. Doreen,
it's not worth magnifying.
So we are not magnifying. That's
exactly what I said.
Let him make
That's
his point.
exactly what I said.
George, allow him to make his point.
It's not worth. It's not worth magnifying.
Allow him to make his point. George.
I have a pocket of incident that affects our team.
So let me
from our internal team. So maybe it can be that's what he's talking about.
Just allow him to make his point.
In fact, George, I have several of them that I'll tell you because I just voted not too long ago from the headquarters, and I have several that I can give you as example here. But the irony here is not to come out and basically talk about bad things that has happened. Unfortunately, I'm here just, to promote, the NPP, and George knows that as well, to ensure that what we are doing collectively, as a, reps of this, party, is to ensure that when this final whistle is blown, we can pat ourselves, at the back and say, we've done an excellent, job to where we are, today. Let me end, by saying this. As a diasporan, again, I started this, earlier. I cannot but to be proud of, every single one of us, individuals who, at least by choice, could have, sat back and just, by dint of what has transpired, based of proxy, and decide that, okay, there has been some denial of some sort, not able to participate fully in this, process. But yet still, those who are even, who were denied for some reason as, voters or delegates in that, matter, have still made the effort, to be here because they want to see a very successful, outcome. 62, delegates from the NPP USA is today in this country, representing, us as a party. It is not just, coincidental. We mean what we are desiring, as an outcome. That is what has really motivated all of us, to be here this, particular moment. I would say this, may his soul rest in peace. Unfortunately, one of, our delegates just about 2 weeks ago lost, we lost him from the DC, chapter. And I wish, today, whatever the outcome is, we will all be proud to celebrate, even his absence, to say that, yes, he might have been gone to the ancestors, but, spiritually, he's been here, part of this, process, to help us out. But I'm looking forward, lastly, to say this to our PEC or our Presidential Election Committee. I know this perhaps was not the intent, of the committee by, stating that they will not allow proxy, voting. In fact, I hope and pray that this will not end proxy in our party, okay? Because by design, by the constitution that allows and mandates us as a party, we are allowed, to indeed, practice this. Proxy is not a privilege. Proxy is not, to, embolden, someone to perform, an illegality. Proxy is to help so that those who are in a position, unfortunately, ill health, whatever the constraint or restriction it may be, will take advantage of that. Today, we are not seeing that. And I pray that this will not be something we're carrying forward as a party. As part of our reform as a party, we will look up to this and ensure that we will collectively make the process a much better, smoother one so that a certain section is not feeling this way, that there has been some denial of participation because it is a civic responsibility and we must all be part of this, internal democracy without being feeling hurt just because we have not been given an even platform in that case. But the party has spoken. The mandate that has been given to the PEC, they've utilized it. And as much as I may not agree with it, but I respect it. And I would say that, moving forward, we must reconsider, how we're going to drive proxy in this process in future, and subsequent elections.
Thank you so much.
There was a problem.
there was a problem. So we'll come to you. We'll come to you so that you can, give us a better understanding of what problem your team was really trying to solve. But earlier we saw shots from the NPP headquarters, I believe. It's 2 o'clock already.
In
Asylum down. I keep saying Adabraka. Asylum down.
Your headquarters.
When is headquarters? This is in Adabraka, yes. So asylum down, where we see that it's 2 o'clock. So I'm sure that the electoral officers, are just getting ready to start. To start counting.
It's important because Tanko is collating resource right now. my classmate.
By parallel arrangement. Oh, classmate?
Yes.
So while we wait for both collations, well, let me just tell our viewers that President Mahama will be launching the Upper West Region Share Lands of Hope project in WA. That's a project which aims to add value to products, people, and places. Now, viewers on GTV will join the audience at the Warner's Palace for the launch. Now, GBC News will continue with the coverage of the NPP primary. So if you're watching us on GTV, you will join the presidents at the Warner's Palace for the launch of the Share Lands of Hope project, while those on GBC News will join us to continue with the live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Now, we'll alert you when the feed is in, so you can join either programs. Like you mentioned, the time is up. Very critical point at this point where the electoral officers sort out the ballots and then start counting. From our screens, we see that in some places, sorting is already started. Now, George, you are trying to help us understand why the party decided to, avoid proxy.
Yeah, some of the candidates and other members thought the last time we had the election 2023, proxy was abused. There's allegations of certain high numbers and who properly, people who were to cast them. When you're given a proxy, somebody is to, and people were using other people to cast those proxies, and it wasn't properly done.
So it was indirectly saying that the proxy was used to rig. Is that the case?
Well, that was part of the initial allegations, okay? And so people were not comfortable that we are going to use proxy again. And they made a case, and the Presidential Election Committee accepted it, okay? I empathize with them, you get it, yes. But I believe that if you are a delegate and you intend to cast your vote, you will come. Okay, you will come. Yes. At cost. Sometimes you get it. I've had the occasion of moving from one point to another within the country to go and cast my vote.
Okay, let's hold and get to.
I nearly had an accident on one occasion.
Let's get to the NPP headquarters. Let's get to Asylum Down and then get to the NPP headquarters. Morris is ready. George, let's listen to Morris and then we come and then you can give us some more details. Hello, Morris, can you hear me?
In your pictures there, not too long ago, His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, was here to cast his ballot, very much confident and upbeat that he's going to emerge victorious in the 2026 NPP primary. There you have in your shots the process to declare who leads the NPP into the 2028 election has begun. You can call it the second department of the whole process, which began in the morning. There in your shots, sorting and then counting would begin any moment from now. The process thus far has been peaceful, it's been smooth, it's been well organized and coordinated, apart from little pockets of misunderstanding which happened in some constituencies anyone you speak to relative to this whole process will say that it's been peaceful and it's been calm. The NPP will now position themselves, making sure that they galvanize, they organize the party faithful and the party base to solidly back anybody who is going to be the winner of this contest facing the NDC in the 2028 elections. So we are still here at the NPP party headquarters, as you can see in your shot. Sorting has begun and counting would continue after the sorting. It was delegates from the diaspora, Council of Elders members, former deputy ministers, former ministers.
It's from the NPP headquarters in Asylum Down, where counting or sorting has begun. From Morris, we'll take you to the Ashanti region. That's an important region for the NPP, a major stronghold, if not the stronghold of the NPP. But yes, we'll have Nicholas Osei-Wusu. He's Ashanti regional correspondent. He'll be giving us some details of what is happening in the region, whether the process is done in most of the centers, whether sorting has begun, and then we'll take the latest from him and then come back to the studio. Hello, Nicholas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Doreen.
Yes, Nicholas, so give us an update. What is happening? It's already 2 o'clock. In some centers, the voting has ended and sorting has begun. What is happening in the Ashanti region?
Yes, in the Ashanti region, the exercise has been quite generally peaceful and very successful without let or hindrance. I would say a greater majority of those who turned out for the exercise to exercise their franchise went through successfully. As I speak to you, I'm reporting live from the Prempeh Assembly Hall here at the Subin, or in the Subin constituency. That's the center for the Subin constituency. And the sorting and counting has just begun. We are waiting patiently for what the outcome is going to be like. But it looks like everybody is in high spirits. There isn't any visible look of anxiety or apprehension among anybody around here. And I also say that the security arrangement for today's exercise across the region, so far as I'm aware, has been very, very, very tight. I've been to, this is the third center I've been to. The first one was the Bosomtwe, the St. George's Senior High Technical School at Kuntase, the center for the Bosomtwe constituency. And you know that is peculiar in the sense that that is where Dr. Yao Edutum is the current MP and has his voting also there. He came to vote around 9:30, and the people were in high spirits, were very expectant, and they cherish or relish in the moment because this is the first time anybody from that particular constituency has risen to that high level in political activism to the point of participating and in flag bearership contest in any of the major political parties in the country. And so they were in high spirit and they turned out in massively. Then also at the Adjustment Senior High School, the turnout was also very high as at 11 a.m. Out of the 1,112 delegates who were expected to take part in the exercise, more than 730 had already gone through the exercise, with quite a number of them already waiting for their respective turns in the queues. And so the turnout, if is what I've observed so far is anything to go by, I would say that the turnout is going to be very appreciable, and I'm sure they are going to get their money's worth in terms of whoever is going to emerge victorious from today's exercise. So if you ask me about how the exercise has gone on today, I would say yes, it has been smooth. It has been without let or hindrance. Security arrangement. I have seen some supposedly muzzled or macho men held at bay by the security arrangement. They were unable to come anywhere close to the perimeter within which the exercise has been taking place. I've seen one or two of them hovering around trying to have their way into it, but they have been held at bay. So if you ask me about what is happening during the situation here,
Well, that was our Ashanti regional correspondent, Nicholas Osei-Wusu, updating us on the process in the region. We'll be heading to other regions subsequently so that we know whether or not the process has also ended, and then counting or sorting began, and then we know, round up the entire process, head to the party headquarters so that we can get the final declaration and an introduction of the candidate who won the primaries. People say that today is a do or die affair because we know who is winning and who is not winning. Now, Dr. Bonfe, can we say that after the process, like voting has ended, no major incidents, nothing major has happened, security on point, everything seems to have gone smoothly, can we now conclude that the NPP is coming out of this election unscathed?
We are not there yet. I think it's early days. We're at 2 o'clock. The polls have closed, as we are seeing from your reports nationwide. Sorting has begun. I'm just getting some updates, sitting here from some of our assigns to some of the key places that, and it is simultaneous that the sorting is being carried out. I'm only hoping that agents for the various candidates will conduct themselves very well. At the end of the day, there is the tendency to overrate on substantiated speculations. We've seen that in the past, where allegations were made that led to people taking certain decisions and saying certain things. In the end, it turned out not to be true. So it is at this stage that all of them, the various camps, will have to show electoral competition-based emotional intelligence, where they will be careful how to sift through the information they receive and prepare for the West, so that when the best comes,
why the West? Why not the best?
Oh, no. You see, the height of your expectation or your hopes can lead to the unimaginable depths of your disappointment or despair. So prepare for the West, so that if the best happens, you are good to go. When you prepare for the best and the worst happens, you might end up committing suicide. So, the best thing is to take the advice that never expect anything and you'll never be disappointed. But that is not to say that when you have prepared well enough and you are hopeful, you should not be hopeful. Be measured that it could go
either way.
And when you are sure that it can go either way, I'm sure you prepare yourself emotionally and psychologically to take the outcome. And Doreen, this is the point. This is just an internal contest. When they finish, you remember it is a flag bearer contest. The bearer is who they are electing today. The flag is what they must work to give the bearer something more meaningful, something more attractive, something more appealing, something more substantial to bear. So that others can.
Let's head to Nima, where Gifty Ajay is standing by. She's moved from Medina to Nima. Hello, Gifty. Hello, Gifty. Can you hear me? Well, it seems Gifty cannot hear me, but I'm sure that will work that one out and then hear from Gifty.
She's ready for you.
Oh, she was. Maybe we can try again and see if Gifty is ready. Hello, Gifty. Okay, unfortunately, she's not ready. But Mr. Mensah, Mr. Bonfe has spoken about the fact that, just voting is just one part of the process, which we have successfully gone through quite smoothly. Okay, I'm told that Gifty is back on the line, but I'll come back to you so you tell us what we should be expecting as we begin sorting and then counting. Gifty, if you're on, tell me what's happening in Nima.
Thanks so much, Doreen. So welcome to the Ayawaso East constituency. And we are currently at the Nima cluster of schools. And this is where the constituency election is taking place. And as you can see behind me, vote counting is currently underway. We were told that, voting ended at exactly 2 o'clock. And so all the reps are here, all the observers are here, security is tight, and the ballot papers are being counted. So as you can see, right over there, the process is ongoing. And per the look of things, it looks like it wouldn't take that much of a time for the agent here to know exactly who has carried the day, or even in terms of the order, who is first, second, third, up to the 5th position. But just across the center, we have quite a number of delegates standing there patiently hoping to know the outcome of the election. And so we want to go and then speak to some of them to know their expectations level. Thank you. Okay, sir, thank you. Okay, so we'll join the delegates outside the inner perimeter and speak to them. Oh, I can even see some of them sleeping already. I can't wait to know who actually has carried the day. Hello, ma. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are live on GBC News. Oh, when you yo. Net is saying. Then hello, good afternoon. You're live on GBC News and GTV. What's your name, ma?
My name is Aja Aisha Mohammed, former constituency women organizer of Ayawaso East.
So the process has ended at this center. Are you happy with the turn of events?
I'm very, very happy. I'm very happy that everything is on control. We don't have any problem here. At the end of the day, everyone who will make a winner, we are going to move the party forward.
A quick advice for your delegates and also the party members.
Oh, they should stay calm and nobody should fight each other. We are brothers and sisters. We are all one. We are all one. So even here, there is no any problem. We are not fighting. We know each other. So at the end of the day, anyone who will make winner will work with the person.
Thank you so much and all the best. Would you want to talk to us? You are live on GBC News and GTV. What's your name, sir?
My name is Osman.
Why are you still here? Voting has ended and then the vote counting has...
Make sure Dr. Bawumia is winning.
You don't need to tell me your candidate, sir.
I'm feeling to talk to you, my candidate.
No. This is honest. Okay, so you're hoping your candidate...
Yes. Inshallah.
So if he should win, I mean, what does it mean to you? What does that mean to you? And also the development of
I want to make sure to come and be an consulting national coordinator. That's why I'm supported by Bawumia, because 2028 election is for boot. At any cost, it's supposed Dr. Bawumia to win that election. That's why I'm here.
We wish you all the best. Yeah. We wish you all the best. It's unfortunate he mentioned a particular candidate. Oh, okay. Hello, ma. Good afternoon. Oh, but she's sleeping. Good afternoon, ma. Oh, you won't talk. Okay, understand. She says she doesn't want to comment. We want to talk to her. Yep. Come along. Come. Oh, please come forward a bit. What's your name and then position in the party?
My name is Baraka Kasim. I'm the woman organizer. I was Swiss.
Okay. Yeah. So what are your expectations for this election and today?
Oh, today, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
No, you don't need to mention names. I beg you.
Let me mention the name. So what do you...
My candidate. I'm hoping my
candidate is winning. Shama Allah.
What are the expectations? Should he or she? No, should your candidates win? Yeah, all of them are. What do you expect from the candidates?
You should do for us or what?
Yes, expectations from them.
We are winning, so let's take it that way. We are winning.
So from Gifty, we head to the NPP headquarters at Asylum Down. We're told that counting has already begun. And as you can see on your screens, the electoral officer is already, she's showing the ballots to the people around, and then they are counting the ballots for the candidates. So we'll head over there, get some updates from Morris, and then we'll come back to the studio.
61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. That's 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, that's 300. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 308. The champion. 1, 2, 3. Japan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 90, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 160.
Osei Educhum had 3 of the votes. Dr. Brian Echampong had 3 of the votes after counting was done. Both camps of the main contenders in this election kind of celebrating after the declaration. Let's listen to the EC.
He had 160. Brian Echampong at 3. Mohammed Bawumia at 308. Yah Hussein Edison at 3. Papula AJ Echampong at 7. I go around again. Brian Echampong 160. Brian Echampong 3. Mohammed Bawumia 308. Yah Hussein Edison 3. Papula AJ Echampong 7. So the total vote cast is 481. 481. is the total valid votes cast. There was one false ballot. One false ballot. Total valid votes cast 481. So on the basis of this, Mohammed Baumia obtained the highest vote, followed by Ali Ejapon. Kabla Eje Ejapon follows suit. Then Brian Echampo and Yamasai Chu also follow suit. For this particular center, I declare Mohammed Baumia the candidate elect for this center, not everyone. So, Dr. Baumia secured the highest votes for this center. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just gone by the results from the NPP headquarters at Asylum Down, and what we have so far is that Dr. Baumia got 308 votes. Ken Ejapon followed with 140. Brian Echampong got 3. Kwabena Ejapon 7, and then Dr. Yawase Richum also had 3 votes. Now we'll head to Alan, who will be reporting and giving us an update on where he is currently. Hello, Alan. If you can hear me, please tell us what's happening.
Hi, thank you very much, Doreen. We're coming to you from where we started the day. Our day began from here at the Atomic Park A and B polling stations, which is in the Greater Dom Kwabena constituency. Basically, when you get here, all other polling activities apart from sorting and counting, every other activity relative to polling is over. And behind me, what you can see is polling stations A and B currently sorting out and getting ready to count the vote to the viewing delegates who earlier were here to cast their vote. What is interesting is, Doreen, you hear so much noise behind me. It is because the news is coming in slowly about what has taken place or what is taking place from other places. And as it comes in, people loudly respond with either shouting the name of a candidate or a person they support. And that is what it has been so far. I can say that polls having closed, the police are all on standby, ready in riot gear, and they're ensuring that the inner perimeter is not penetrable. Nobody is allowed to enter the inner perimeter. Not even the media is allowed to enter the inner perimeter. I can see what looks like polling station B currently almost completed sorting out, and so counting has begun, and station or polling area B is currently counting. I'm not sure what A is currently up to though, but I can say for a certainty that counting has begun from a polling station or polling area B here at the Atomic Park in the Dom Kwabena constituency. Let me see if I can grab a word, but no, let's wait till counting is done and a declaration is done by the EC official. Then maybe we'll engage a delegate or two to find out whether it went their way or it didn't go their way. Either way, remember, it is the big elephant family we're talking about. Doreen.
Well, that's Alan reporting from where he is. We'll come back to the studio and maybe subsequently take you to the other polling centers so we can get some updates. But we have some results already coming in. And earlier I mentioned the results from the NPP headquarters at Asylum Down. Dr. Bawumia getting 308 votes. And a little correction, Ken Ohene-Agyapong had 160 votes instead. Brian Edichum had 3 votes, Dr. Brian Edichum actually. Kwabena Agyapong 7 votes, and also Dr. Yawase Edichum getting 3 votes. Now back to the studio. Doc, from the results we are seeing at the NPP headquarters, Dr. Bawumia got 64% of the votes. Is it a trend we should be seeing from the other polling centers? Or what is that really telling us?
Well, Bawumia is the man to beat, and from what we had gathered and also followed the polls or the pollsters.
So please hold the thought for me. Our correspondent is coming to us from the NPP headquarters. Morris, we know that counting has ended. We have the results. What more do you have for us?
We have been in the grassroots for a very long time for the party. I have not seen his party headquarters trying to, monitor the process and get the results for themselves as declared at first hand. You can see at the main entrance of the party headquarters, the delegates, the party people are beginning to wrap up whatever it is, and the Ghana Police Service beginning to remove some of the barricades, giving an indication really that the whole process, the major part of today's event has finally come to an end, and maybe we'll wait for an after party for the party faithful who are here. So this is how is looking like. Let's quickly speak to these party faithful. Some of them, voted in the process. Some also not delegates, and so could not vote. Good afternoon to you, sir. My name is Morris. I live on GTV. The results have been declared. Did it go in your favor?
Yeah, I would say it went to my favor. No, I am supporting Ken, and here I would say it's. I don't want to say, but I mean I have to say because of clarity's sake. Here is still the establishment. So if Ken should win half of DMB's votes, then it's good. It's a good result for him because Ken, his strength is at the grassroots. That is where he's gaining the results for him to win. And if he's having half of this from DMB, then it's good. Compared to 2023, yeah, he didn't perform here, but now I can see he has improved over here. It is a massive one, and we are going to get the other ones to win the election for Ken.
Are you monitoring the figures? Do you have any figures? How is it going so far?
For now, I was here. I haven't checked from the other network what they are saying and the result. They are yet to mention all of them. It's only the head office that I've heard. But I believe the results over here is very good, and Ken is making it. That's what I'm seeing.
You think Ken is a grassroots man, properly so called?
That is it. You see, the party, you are a media person, and you've heard them always crying that we let me say in P, that we our party. Yeah, so they are looking for someone that can help them, remember them as people who are working for the party. So I am sure that this is what they are crying for, and this is what they are going to vote for. I've heard news from, let's say, Dominic Kwabena and Sotium. They are voting massively for Ken. So I believe grassroots is Ken, and Ken is grassroots.
So, I mean, you as a person, will you like to work with Dr. Bawumia in case he wins?
Yeah, this is one party. It is NPP. But when there is a contest, we cannot all go together like we supporting one side. This is one thing we do. We are a democratic party. We are people who understand the game. So when we are done, victory belongs to NPP, either Dr. Bawumia or Kennedy, it's NPP, and we are all going to work together. What we need is, in the end, we need to secure the victory come 2028. That is it.
Your name?
My name is Emmanuel Pomboachi Yado. I'm former German youth organizer.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, here at the party headquarters. He is a Ken supporter, and he is hopeful that, given the fact that Ken got more than half of the figures that Dr. Bawumia got at the NPP headquarters, and also because in his mind, Kennedy Japan is a grassroots person, the results coming from the countryside should be favoring his candidate in this particular contest. The NPP party headquarters, many more of the party members beginning to return to their houses after they've heard the results. Very much so, as I said, later in the evening, maybe they will be returning to maybe see the winner, who becomes the flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party moving into the 2028 general elections.
Unity, continuity, and innovation. He is focused on unity, mending rifts within the party and fostering inclusiveness, jobs and livelihoods, create employment, support entrepreneurs, and ensure fair wages, food and agriculture, modernize farming, empower farmers, and ensure fair food prices for both farmers and consumers, reliable energy, increase solar power generation, reduce outages and lower costs, transport and clean energy, modernize transport, bring in electric vehicles and cheaper fares, private sector growth, cut waste, empower businesses and create jobs, fair taxes, simple predictable tax system, business recovery, tax amnesty to help businesses recover and grow, access to credit, national credit scoring system for easier access to funds. These promises reflect the needs of everyday Ghanaians, prioritizing jobs, fairness, and stability. He's also emphasizing his track record of integrity, competence, and compassion, and urging delegates to focus on issue-based campaigns rather than personal attacks. Dr. Brian Achampon. Dr. Brian Achampon's key campaign message is focused on unity, discipline, and grassroots empowerment. He's looking at rebuilding the new Patriotic Party from the ground up, prioritizing job creation, infrastructure development, and youth engagement. Some of his core promises include unity, resolving conflict within the party and fostering inclusiveness, discipline, strengthening internal structures and enforcing accountability, grassroots empowerment, supporting local communities and prioritizing their needs, job creation, leveraging private sector experience to drive employment opportunities, infrastructure development, improving roads, healthcare, and education nationwide. Brian Achampon's campaign is intended to reconnect party with its grassroots who feel disconnected after 2024 election defeat.
Welcome back to the studio. This is still our live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Counting has begun in some constituencies, in some polling centers as well too. We've had some results coming in, and particularly from the NPP headquarters. So we'll have a conversation about what's happening. But George is here with me in the studio. George Sapo. George, what's up?
Nothing much. We did.
Okay, have you been, getting some of the results from some of the constituencies
it looks some
already?
way. So far, somehow, some way. I'm just waiting to see how it's going to be at the end of the day.
Particularly from the NPP headquarters, it seems that apart from the fact that we have just half of the delegates on the register who came to cast their ballot, Dr. Bawumia seems to have taken the lead from that center, 308 votes.
Yeah, it looks like, because the figures coming in so far, it looks like going in his favor. But we wait. It's a long day, over 200,000 delegates. So it's going to be a very long one. And for me, I'm just waiting for the Netflix series between data and then religion, and we'll see who's really going to win that aspect of it. That's my interest. That's my interest, because the outcome of this particular exercise is going to be telling a lot on a lot of things. So because we've had a lot of people say a lot of things, those from the prophecies, from the religious bloc, and then the researchers, and it's a whole battle there. So, and this outcome will influence a lot of things within our national conversation too, because let's be very honest with ourselves. Within Africa here, a lot of these things play. Data prophecy. So we are getting to a stage where it depends on who's going to win from this outcome, and we'll know whether certain conversations too will be had, whether it's going to be data or prophecy. So
as we look at who is going to win, George Isiye was so confident earlier. George, are you so confident?
Yeah, very confident.
But the figures do not really show that your candidate is winning.
Far, it's not pointing to my expectations. I'm very cautiously optimistic.
Now you're cautiously optimistic. Yeah. Earlier you were seriously optimistic. No one could stop you.
What is coming?
Now you are being cautious.
George is a gentleman. he will do the early concession when it points to that.
But taking a comfortable lead.
As I maintain, the outcome of today's election is not so much the issue as how they carry themselves into the future, especially tapping into the strategic, positive sides of each of the five aspirants, because they all come with a lot of things on the table. Whoever emerges has the task of rallying them together to lead them into helping reorganize their party.
But how easy or difficult would that task be, knowing how dirty the campaign was?
Well, it will be easy if the person is able to show magnanimity, and the others are humble enough to concede. You see, in politics, George, I keep telling you that there's no shame in concession if the intentions are innocent and altruistic. Because we all can make mistakes. What is important is to accept that, well, this was an internal contest. We were all fighting for it, so we may have offended here, there, but let's make peace and rally round the bigger flag.
Okay. All right. It's going to be very interesting. But I've also noticed one thing, two things here. Whether one is popular in the party or popular out of the party. Now, which one stands strong? A candidate who is popular outside the party that you think can represent the party, or a candidate who's popular in the party that you also think can represent the party? It's a very dicey one that the NPP is playing with now, because you have two candidates. One looks very popular in the NPP. The other also looks probably popular outside the NPP, and that's how it's going to play. We wait to see what's going to happen.
But George, you see, the danger in this so-called outside and inside comparison is that the outside is normally based on the nuances or the loud ones. If you were to do a thorough scientific study of the outside with scientific, which is what the polls sometimes capture. It may not necessarily differ from what is happening in the internal. But sometimes the issue is that the one who is the loudest outside, appearing as if they are already bearing the flag, may come as being more popular than the one who may be popular. I've seen that trick thing, but it's a very important point you are bringing up. Some study may have to be conducted
into that.
Doc, if I could just add a bit to what you just, said here. I think it's important for us not to forget of this, here. We're talking about popularity, right? So popularity, whether it is inside or outside, and I want to focus, outside in this particular, context, which I believe that while we may have an internal contest, okay, we are competing as NPP against the NDC. Okay, there's a lot of influence. We're talking about the popularity outside. Most of the noise that is outside is from the opposition. The ruling government. Actually, that is fueling. Okay, so that one particular candidate can be popular vis-a-vis what you have right now as an outside popularity. Okay.
So you feel that is the opposition that is pushing that particular candidate?
Repeat that again.
You feel it's the opposition that's pushing a particular candidate to make him popular outside?
Of course, Doreen, I'm just telling you. These are facts. Okay, I've been on various platforms. I've been on various there've been various opinion polls that have been conducted. And when you look at these opinion polls, you get to understand the respondents are mostly from the NDC. And these are the facts.
So the NDC prefer one particular
candidate?
Of
course. No names, mentioned.
No, let me ask now. We can actually mention names too. What you're saying is that the NDC prefers candidate Japan.
Well,
that's what
you said that, George.
But could it also be a reverse psychology the NDC is playing? Have you thought about that?
I think George, you can answer.
No, I'm asking. Could it also be?
I mean, you made the points.
Could it also be? Could it be?
Well, I don't want to disagree entirely.
Okay.
I don't want to disagree entirely because at the end of the day, and not to digress, here, but if we just said here a moment ago about the prophecy thing and how the prediction can either trigger this or to a particular direction, and these are all part of the game. The mind game, and everything you can think of that can enable a certain or push a certain, agenda. In this case, I would say the reverse, could be true. But, earlier, Doreen, you had, asked a question prior to us, going on commercial, break regarding what the expectation is at this, point. Yes, results, are currently, being declared. We still, have a lot to, really count on. I am hopeful. Leading up to this particular, process, here, Ghanaians, and for that matter, NPP had a certain expectation. Our delegates had a certain, expectation. And that is, they want accountability. They want transparency, to lead this, process. And up until this, moment, from all indications, what we have heard, there has been at least some level, significant, amount of transparency in this entire process. Therefore, we can talk about accountability being a hallmark here. I would expect that when the result finally is declared, our supporters, seeming supporters, must certainly jubilate, but we must be of modest, understanding that we need all of us to be able to at least propagate the agenda. Dr. Bonfer mentioned, earlier about the flag and the flag bearer. We have, the flag bearer, or we'll have the flag bearer declared, soon here. But how we can be able to hoist that, flag so that we can get to the destination, which is the ultimate goal of all of us, as a party, is what is, important, and that is what must really triumph. So definitely, I expect, and hopefully this will happen, that losers, definitely, will concede when this is all said and done, and that results will be respected, okay? And I also, anticipate that when it's all said and done, that or those results that will be announced, there must be, honestly, a true acceptance without any form of, allegation that is going to fuel, and create more division and all of that. We need a united front as a party. And as we're moving forward, that is what we should all, be looking up to. And again, various, sides. Whereas, George may have his candidate, I have my preferred candidate, and all of that. When we finally, make that choice, we will need all of us, here. And I think we're going to play a very significant, role in all of this. what we say and what we may seem to incite, others would definitely, either come back to bite us or it will promote, the overall, agenda here. So I hope, and I'm truly, believing that the NPP today will win, and we're looking forward, to 2028.
Thank you so much, Doc. George.
Yes.
So at this point, you want to make a point?
There are two
Definitely.
judges here.
So there are two judges. So let me give judges the final word.
Give
us your final word. So
I think it's normal. The disagreements and the antagonisms and co. It's normal characterization of primaries. And I've never, to be honest with you, been worried about those things. I agree. The researchers like Dr. Bonfair and co. would have said some have gone too far and damaged some processes. It's true, but I have thought that once there's vacancy and we need to occupy, people will be aggressive. Some will be foul. Some will go, in a way that is, look, in fact, to be honest with you, some look at me and say, why are you supporting this candidate? I said, that's my choice. Yeah, you get it? And it doesn't make me less of an MPP person.
Absolutely.
You get it? And people accept it, to be honest with you. And some, as Ima said, the way some of us conduct ourselves in the process too is very important, okay? And having said the antagonism and co, after that, whoever wins today, I'm still very optimistic that my candidate is going to carry the day. Whoever wins today... You're
not being cautious anymore.
Cautious.
No more
very important
He's always been cautious.
Whatever it is, you get it. At the end, as you must say, we must rally all the candidates for the optics. For the optics. You know why I'm saying that? So we can get rid of apathy. Okay? Because, look, George, what you said about some being popular in and out and cold, that then is a reality. Okay? At least, even if it's perceptive, you get it. It is something that has been going on, and he has his narration of it, and he's giving it that sustained narration. Some of us also believe. In fact, when I was, the last election, 2023, I was supporting DMB. And people will see me, hey, Mufa Kemba. I say, no, we are bringing DMB. You get it? But when results came and the party level, it gave me a rethink. Okay? So I felt, no. Is it that we didn't listen to the people? Whatever it is, today, whoever wins, the pictures, the optics must show that he's making efforts to bring everybody on board. And those of us who openly supported different candidates must be seen to be given narrations that show that we've all rallied behind the ultimate winner of the elections today. That's very important for the NPP. You get it? So that my excitement today has been the excitement of the party during the voting. You know, after that humiliating defeat, people thought, some said, oh, the Osono is dead. You get it? But when I saw people at the airport, the diasporans coming back, and then those here at the base, the excitement, I felt, oh, okay, we're still strong. And last time when we went for our Congress at University of Ghana Stadium, I said, wow, the elephant is still on his feet. So let's see. It's early days yet. I believe by the time we
it's still early days.
Everything, yes.
So I'm sure by now you will know
what I'm seeing, some of the things I'm seeing that is giving me some cause for worry. It's a place we perceive as our stronghold. And Brian is beating us to some of the figures. You get it? Voter region. You get it? And so it's giving me some butterflies.
That's what is making you cautious.
Cautious. No more cautious.
George.
Yes.
I say always that the best opinion poll is the vote count after the
and I believe in scientific elections.
And you must take the polls or whatever you are told by delegates as only helping you to measure how to conduct yourself. You know, I want to offer this, and this is also to our country as a whole. You know, the best sprint runner with a record, 100 meters, Usain Bolt.
Yes.
His best run was of 100 meters, was not when he ran alone. The record has it that in 2009 he ran 9.58. That is still the world record.
Yes.
That was in Berlin. Yes, during the, what do you call it, Olympics. The best run you would record was in 2012 at the World Athletics Championship in London. When together with his 3 other colleagues, they did the 4x100 in 36.84. If you divide the 36.84 by the 4 of them, each of them will get a record of 9.21 seconds. So alone, Helen Keller says we can do so little. But together we can do so much. The point is that whoever emerges as the winner for total reconciliation, 2 attributes, I've mentioned them before, magnanimity and humility.
Okay.
That is what can forge them together to make a stronger fight.
Acceptance.
And acceptance. You know, it's
especially
but again, not saying that whoever is going to win should be measured in jubilating.
Exactly.
No,
you
should.
George,
I think
magnanimity means that in jubilating, you can only jubilate with your colleagues. And that means don't say things that will let anybody feel.
And that is where the modesty comes in.
Okay.
Okay, George, at this point.
Assuming they are leading now, and he's
who is leading?
Assuming.
But nobody has mentioned who he voted for.
You decided to tell everybody that you are supporting a candidate.
You mentioned who your candidate is.
He is an independent president.
Nobody has mentioned his candidate.
And unfortunately, you know, he has a vote. You don't have a vote.
I like that, dog. Thank you so much. In fact,
you were quick to tell who you vote, you prefer. He cast a vote. He decided not to declare who he was supporting, even though he had one in his hand. And privately, he has told us, you, without a vote, decided to let the whole world know.
You don't have a vote. But you don't have a vote. You don't have a vote.
I like that.
That's part of the process.
So, Judge, at this point, I'll hand over to you.
We're going to go for a quick break. I'm sure you're going to stay with us. When we return, we'll be talking more and get to know who is leading and who is going to lead at the end of the day. Is it going to be the businessman, another businessman, or would it be an economist? Will it be an educationist or an engineer? That's going to be very interesting. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Dr. Brian Echampon. Dr. Brian Echampon's key campaign message is focused on unity, discipline, and grassroots empowerment. He's looking at rebuilding the new Patriotic Party from the ground up, prioritizing job creation, infrastructure development, and youth engagement. Some of his core promises include unity, resolving conflict within the party and fostering inclusiveness, discipline, strengthening internal structures and enforcing accountability, grassroots empowerment, supporting local communities and prioritizing their needs, job creation, leveraging private sector experience to drive employment opportunities, infrastructure development, improving roads, healthcare and education nationwide. Brian Echampon's campaign is intended to reconnect party with its grassroots who feel disconnected after 2024 election defeat.
Dr. Yao Osei Duchum's key campaign message revolves around education-driven governance, party renewal, and a bold war against poverty. He is focusing on education, that is, improving quality, promoting STEAM, and making university education more accessible. On poverty alleviation, is looking at implementing policies to lift families out of poverty. Party unity, rebuilding and strengthening the NPP for electoral success. Leadership, offering a clean, respectful campaign with a focus on transformative action. He is also pledged to introduce free university education, starting with public universities and prioritizing STEAM programs.
Kwabena Ejepon. Kwabena Ejepon's key campaign message is centered on renewing the new Patriotic Party and restoring Ghana's development path. His New Dawn agenda focuses on 6 core pillars: land reforms, youth empowerment, and modernized agriculture, streamlining land title registration, promoting youth involvement in governance, and supporting climate-smart farming, urban regeneration and environmental protection, implementing proper spatial planning, improving rural amenities, and protecting the environment, fiscal discipline and value for money, prioritizing project completion, reducing waste, and institutionalizing maintenance audits, restoring meritocracy in public service, ensuring competence-based appointments and capping government positions, national trade license regime, formalizing the informal sector through incentives rather than punitive measures, empowering creative arts and rejuvenating sports, protecting copyrights and investing in sports to restore national pride. Kwabena Ejepon's campaign theme, Going Back to Our Roots, emphasizes service, sacrifice, and selflessness, urging party members to choose values over vanity and principles over patronage. Around unity, continuity, and innovation, he is focused on unity, mending rifts within the party and fostering inclusiveness, jobs and livelihoods, create employment, support entrepreneurs, and ensure fair wages, food and agriculture, modernize farming, empower farmers, and ensure fair food prices for both farmers and consumers, reliable energy, increase solar power generation, reduce outages and lower costs, transport and clean energy, modernize transport, bring in electric vehicles and cheaper fares, private sector growth, cut waste, empower businesses and create jobs, fair taxes, simple predictable tax system, business recovery, tax amnesty to help businesses recover and grow, access to credit, national credit scoring system for easier access to funds. These promises reflect the needs of everyday Ghanaians, prioritizing jobs, fairness, and stability. He's also emphasizing his track record of integrity, competence, and compassion, and urging delegates to focus on issue-based campaigns rather than personal attacks.
All right, welcome back. This is our coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Started this morning at 7, and as we speak, everything has come to an end. And then counting is ongoing across all voting centers. Over 200,000 delegates have cast their ballots. We have 211,849 delegates that have done so this morning and then into the afternoon. Everything ended at 2, and some voting centers have already counted the ballots. I'm sure you're aware of that. We'll let you into some of these numbers too. Others are also counting. So we hope that by the end of the day and then by close of day, we'll know exactly who is leading the NPP into the 2028 general election. Now, but if you look at the NPP's history when it comes to primaries like this, from somewhere 1992, Edu Boahin went against Dr. Jani Salvi, and then Edu Boahin won with 56.60%. In 1996, former President John Ejekun Kufuor competed together with Edu Boahin, and then former President John Ejekun Kufuor won with 51.99%. And then in 1998, the former President John Ejekun Kufuor competed together with Kufuor. And at the end of the day, the former President John Ejekun Kufuor won. That was in 1998. So former President Kufuor did his 2 terms, and then subsequently in 2007, it wasn't going to be part though. So it was between Kufuor and then Alan Tremantin. Now, at the end of the day, this was a very fiercely contested one at Legon. At the end of the day, Kufuor had 47.97%, and then Alan Tremantin had 32.30%. Now, at this particular exercise, none of them had the 50+1. So they were supposed to go for a second round. But Alan Tremantin voluntarily withdrew from this particular exercise and said that he would allow Kufuor to go. In 2010, Kufuor went against Alan Tremantin, and then former President Nana-Addo Kufuor won with 78.89%. And then in 2014, again, Kufuor with Alan Tremantin, Kufuor picking 94.35%. So he did his 2 terms there. That means that the next one is not going to be part of the primaries. That was in 2023, where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, together with Kennedy Japan. Then in 2023, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was the vice president, and he was also the presidential candidate for the NPP that was in power then. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won that particular exercise with 61.4%. Today is another one that is going to lead them into the 2028. Again, between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and then Kennedy Japan. Now, if you had followed the history in there, you get to know the trend. And if the trend should continue, it might give you an idea of who might win. Because if you really know about the NPP and how they do their exercises, very hard, very conservative in how they do things too. So if you look at the trend from Edu Boahin to former President Kufuor, to former President Kufuor, and then to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you have an idea of what might happen at the end of the day. But surprises might also come up, so we wait to see exactly what will be happening latest by 6 this evening. Our guests are still here with us. Next to me is Dr. James Kobna-Bomfeh. He's a lecturer at the University of Professional Studies. Next to him is Emmanuel Mensah. Emmanuel is the Deputy General Secretary, NPP, in the United States of America. That's Big Trump's country. And then next to Emma is George A.C. George A.C. is a member of the NPP communication team. Gentlemen, once again, thanks a lot for your time. Thanks for your patience too, and glad that you've stayed with us throughout the entire process. Dr. Bomfeh, let me start with you. I gave that history in there. If you go through it, it gives a particular trend. Does it look like this trend might happen? I mean, from Edu Boahin in 1992, and then you come to 1996 between Kufuor and Edu Boahin, then Kufuor won. Then in 1998, between Kufuor and Edu Boahin, Kufuor won again. Now in 2007, between Kufuor and Alan Tremantin, Kufuor won. In 2010, between Kufuor and Alan Tremantin, Kufuor won. In 2014, between Kufuor and Alan Tremantin, Kufuor also won in there. And then in 2023, between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Ken, Dr. Bawumia won. Now, looking at the trend, does it look like something of this sort might repeat itself? Analyzing this trend.
I mean, from the results coming so far, and then the polls as well as what we had followed on the grounds. it was indicative that the bigger sway of the party tilted towards Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think that so far from the results coming, they will depart from it.
Mm.
What so far I'm seeing is that it is possible that the neck and neck situation will be between Kennedy Japan and Brian Achampong.
Oh.
A lot of people were mistaken that it was just between Ken and Brian and Bawumia.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yes.
had always known
Yes.
that Brian was also on the ground. And so far, the results we are getting from some of the places that Kennedy Japan claimed were his safe areas, Brian is winning, particularly in the Volta region,
yeah.
and Greater Accra, a few places that have come. So let's see what the overall picture would be. I think they have 33 constituencies. If you add the headquarters, there are, polling centers. There's one constituency. So they have 33 centers, voting centers, 333 or 334. If they all come together, I'm sure by 6 o'clock, 7, we should be somewhere to understand who might have taken.
Okay, before I come to other guests, what we have so far at the NPP headquarters, Kennedy Japan, 160, Dr. Brian Achampong 3, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 308, Dr. Yawedi Chum 2, and then Kobne Japan 7. And then Asin Central, Kennedy Japan, that's his constituency, 495. Dr. Brian Achampong 4, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 28. I'm sure it's not surprising there. Dr. Yawedi Chum 1, Kobne Japan also 1. Adansi Asokwa, Kennedy Japan, 114. Dr. Brian Achampong 70. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 306. Dr. Yao Edichum 2. And then Kobne Japan 2. Yagaba Kubori, Kennedy Japan had, they all went for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia with 379 in there. You also have Efidiasi Asokori, Kennedy Japan 26, Dr. Brian Achampong 114, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 456, Dr. Yao Edichum 2, Kobne Japan 0. Second D, Kennedy Japan had 81. Dr. Brian Achampong 39, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 392, Dr. Yawedi Chum 0, Kobne Japan also 0, and then Okre. Kennedy Japan 164, Dr. Brian Achampong 169, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 162, and then Dr. Yawedi Chum 2, Kobne Japan 0. Yeah, neck to neck. Bole Bamboy, Kennedy Japan 142, Dr. Brian Achampong 71, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 375, and then Dr. Yawedi Chum 8, Kobne Japan 4. Whole Central, Kennedy Japan 142, Dr. Brian Achampong 233. This is what Dr. Bonfe talked about. And then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 227. So even Brian Achampong beat Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in Whole Central.
Don't underestimate him.
Dr. Yawedi Chum 8, Kennedy Japan had, interestingly, 0. Achim Swedro, Kennedy Japan.
0?
Yeah, Whole Central. Kobne Japan. It was Kobne Japan 0, not Kennedy. Kobne Japan. Achim Swedro, Kennedy Japan 45, Dr. Brian Achampong 66, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 177, Dr. Yawedi Chum had 2, Kobne Japan 0. Particularly, Kennedy Japan 125, Dr. Brian Achampong 60, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 366, Dr. Yawedi Chum 3, Kobne Japan 2. And then I'll finally touch on Nkoko, Kobne Japan 120, Kennedy Japan actually 129, Dr. Brian Achampong 312, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 368, Dr. Yawedi Chum had 3, and then Kobne Japan had 0. Ima, the earlier question I posed to Dr. Bonfe concerning the trend that we've had so far from 92, 96, 98, 2007, 2010, 2012, and then 2023. Does it look like this trend might repeat itself?
It does look like it, and I was listening, quite carefully, with the analysis, there. And George, one thing I noticed is you look at the head-to-head, where Akufo-Addo certainly went twice and came out, as victor. Then eventually became, the president. Same thing, happened, when Kufuor, twice came out and then became, the president.
Exactly.
We're looking, A third time here, which is a chime, for me. Twice, it appears from what we have seen so far that Bawumia is, cruising.
Kufuor went twice.
Yes.
And then became president on the third.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I'm looking at even the head-to-head between
Kufuor
the
became
candidates.
president on the... No, he went twice, actually.
Yes.
On the second.
Yes.
Please, the Kufuor record. In 1992, Kufuor contested.
1992?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Okay.
But he didn't...
He wasn't the top runner.
He wasn't the top runner.
Yes,
Okay.
but he was in there.
With the Dubois hand.
But it was the Dubois hand that picked up.
Yes. So, to the analysis, and the point I'm making, here is, yes, the trend seems to be, really aligning. And I am certainly, of the opinion, here, literally witnessing, the results that we have seen so far is certainly projecting, to that, point that as well as, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, does in this particular, internal election or contest, I am definitely, George, I'm very energized. Let me put it this way, and I cannot hide my excitement, here. Earlier off camera, we're just, talking about, the trend and how things, seems to be going and all of that. But I'm more excited just, for the fact that, yes, each, time that this contest, has, happened, we've seen, quite clearly in the past where the margin, of victory has been there, but not quite, there. I don't want to be a false, prophet, here, but from the look of things, I am hopeful that this time, around, the margin is going to be much bigger, compared to the, the most recent, which was the 2023, one.
So you're expecting more than 61%?
Definitely.
Okay.
Because, again, I
but
don't want to be...
Would the margin actually matter?
Oh, yeah, it does. It does matter. It says, it serves, it sends a clear, signal that we are certainly, working. Okay, we're preparing ourselves, and we're ensuring that, again, trying to unite, the base, here, which is of significant importance to our victory in 2028. This is just, how you can whip up, the enthusiasm of, the base, and that should be able to help drive a certain, narrative that. Yes, we're looking towards, cohesion here, and this is the cohesion that, we're anticipating. So, George, again, I can't hide my excitement, but I've said it before time and time again that this is going to be a victory for the NPP, regardless, and George and I, have said this many times. It behooves on us on how we can be able to really bring all, parties, together to literally propagate, one agenda, which is how do we carry, the mantle from this point, forward after, the declaration, which is what is going to matter, for all of us. So I'll leave that, to the gods, to decide, but I would say that we are certainly, at a position that we must do exceedingly well.
There's an addition here, the gods.
Yes.
All right, so now data, prophecy, and now the gods.
Yes.
So, JC,
yes.
I mean, the trends we've talked about so far.
Yeah. I don't want to do trend analysis, but if we were to be doing trend analysis, it doesn't portray a good picture with what we are seeing so far. Yeah. You get it? What we are seeing so far means the high possibility of DMB emerging victorious.
We should follow that trend.
Exactly.
If it follows, that's what I'm saying. If it's going to follow the trend, it's not good for us.
For your camp?
No, for the MPP. For the party. You know why? So let's do the trend analysis. Okay. Professor Dubois went once and wasn't brought back. President Kufuor came on the second score, he was elected.
Yes.
Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came on the third score, he was elected. Yes. Trend analysis. Doesn't look good for us. I pray it doesn't go that way. I hope, Doctor, you are getting what I'm driving at.
The NPP, the NPP is very conservative.
Yes,
so,
yes,
I mean,
yes. No, but yes, no. For the voters,
it's an important point he's making, but the context is very important. The context in the sense that in that trend analysis, this is the first time you have had a vice president become your candidate and being repeated. Okay.
That's another
it
dynamic.
changes the dynamics a bit in terms of the context, which is very
so
important.
the initial this thing we're doing trend.
Okay.
You do trend. That was my worry. But having said that, and with what Doctor has brought in, that will give us some respite. You get it, to be able to go.
And then just additional context is that it is going to be in a race where the incumbent president may not, or like most will not be in the picture.
Candidate. Yes. That those ones are there. So, with what we are seeing, so far, I'm still cautiously optimistic, though. If ultimately, I know my brother is energized and excited, but if ultimately it comes out conclusively that the way it's going is going to be the way it's going to be established, that X is going to be the leader of the party, then what we need to do, I have said earlier that I've never been worried about those noise and disagreement, insults and co, because I know we are party people. The party will ship everybody to order. You get it? After the primaries. But Alan Chematin said something. He says, after competition, there's cooperation. Okay? Even though he decided to leave our fold. He made that statement has always been with me. You get it? But unfortunately, he couldn't keep to that statement and he decided to walk away. And so, after competition, we need to cooperate for the sake of the NPP, the bigger interest of the NPP. You get it? People's individual ambitions, people's whatever, must give way for the collective party objective. And that is what I will be harping on and trumpeting going forward. But we are not done yet. But to be honest, if we see what is coming up, I agree with Iman when he said, and Doc, when they said the resource, the margins are very important. Because when you go into a contest, I remember Nanado had, I think, is it 95 point something. And President Mahama had gotten, is it President Mahama? Yes, 98% endorsement.
98%,
Yes, you get it. And before that, too, there was is it Mills?
So this was ahead of 2016.
Yes.
So in 2014, Ekufuado had 94.35.
Yes. So our opponents felt, no, he didn't get the absolute, you get those things. So the margin is important. And then they will look at the nature of the contest. This was a very heated contest, you get it. So if the winner makes anything in the 60s, I think it's good. It will send a good signal. And then it will send the signal that it is an absolute victory. And all of us must rally behind who the majority of the delegates have decided to be the leader of the party going into 2028. That's very important. All of us as a people, we don't need to be, fighting ourselves or overly disheartened with this. Yes, we are human beings. We'll be disappointed and that our candidates haven't gotten what we anticipated or expected. That's why Dr. Kobnabamfe said at the beginning, we should have the worst, and then when the best comes, it's good for us. So that I can keep your heart in stable condition. You get it? But whatever it is MPP that is going to be victorious at the end of today. We know maximum by 5 o'clock, we should know the final outcome. And what I have been in contest, I have lost and then gone back to do my work as a communicator for the party. And people have felt, now you get it. But it's the love of the party, it's the party first. That should be our preoccupation and our thinking. You get it? I pray my candidate wins, okay? But whatever it is, we know that we all come together to rally behind whoever is victorious. And that the optics must be sent out. And as my co-panelist said, the magnanimity should be there. The acceptance of defeat should also be there. You get it? You went in, you did your best, but the delegates say, this is the person we want. Accept it without any pay. You get it? It's not going to be easy because monies were pumped and all the energy in. But the decision has been made. Once the decision is made, let's come together in cooperative mood and support whoever the delegates have chosen, and then go out there to market the person. And last one, George, and within the party itself, we shouldn't now begin to say, oh, you were here, you were not, you get it. That will
Well, that's
also,
expected.
Yeah, it's not from the initiative. People can laugh. You get it. For instance, if I meet Jennifer Quinn and she laughs at me, I will understand her. You get it. But because we are brother and sister. It's like a sister. You get it. She will laugh at me a little. But going beyond to the extreme, for me to pick a stone and try to throw it, we don't want to get to that point because, as he said, we need to come together. Okay, from here, you don't know. It's the NPP that is the bigger one. As Doctor said, the flag. You are the flag bearer. You're going to bear a flag. How are you going to bear that flag that will rally everybody behind the flag? So we go into victory in 2028. It's a good thing that the process was fine, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I have not had any cause to doubt that something untoward happened. But if it did, I don't think it can overshadow the good that we are seeing so far.
All right, let's take you over to the office of Kennedy Japan here in Shiashi in Accra, where Alan Tego is standing by. Alan, good afternoon to you, and then over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, George. Thank you very much for coming to us. As you rightly mentioned, we have come to the party office of candidate Kennedy Ohene at Japan, and upon entrance, you're welcome with a huge life-size banner on the wall of the house. But then when you enter, you can immediately see that indeed this is a certain engine hub where some thinking activity has taken place. But immediately that feeling leaves you because all who are close puts up a face to tell you that we are either in a certain disbelief or a certain shock of a kind, if you like. And indeed, the whole place is quiet. We have not actually seen the Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan himself, but obviously we have seen aides and people who are slightly close to him. And just when I came on air, I was speaking to someone off camera, and he was saying in the Tree dialect, na near to wait, having traveled such a long way to this place, it's unbelievable how things are turning out. And as I speak to you, George, results are still trickling in, results are still coming in, and so one will say it is not over yet, but it doesn't look like, even if we should halt counting for a certain candidate, a significant turnaround may be the case. Indeed, it is absolutely really very quiet here. People who are in here are all somehow quiet, not necessarily speaking to the media, not necessarily interested in saying anything. All they tell you is be patient, we're still waiting some more results, we're still waiting some more people to come in. I will try to go and see if I can speak to someone and find out what so far his impression is, whether or not the way things are turning out gives them any hope, if there's anything. If there's anything at all, if there's any hope of any change, if ever. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. My name is Darrell Tego from the GBC. Could you please tell me your name?
My name is Dr. Michael Newman Godfrey from Seattle, Washington, USA.
You're here to support Honorable Japan.
Yes, I came purposely to support Dr. Honorable Ken. You know, I've been here for the past 2 weeks, been here every day supporting Ken.
You've been here 2 weeks. Gauging the mood from when you arrived and what currently is unfolding, how does that make you feel?
A bit surprised, but I am still, standing. I am for Ken forever. I've heard some of the numbers; they are not too impressive. But again, election is it's a long process. A process has been initiated. We are just going to make sure that it runs its course. Until every constituency is reported, until every vote is counted, we are still in the process, and we believe that what God has said is going to happen. So I'm still connected.
Sure. We're still having some numbers come through. It appears they're not really going your way, but you sound hopeful. Where's that hope from?
I am hopeful. I am really hopeful, even though the numbers are not great. That's what I said. It's a process. For example, the winner has to have what, 50 plus 1? Yeah. Now, I'm looking at the other candidate, Brian, for example. If I look at Brian's numbers combined with Ken's numbers, are the combination going to be able to pull Baumia below 50? That is another thing we got to investigate. So that gives me something to hold on to.
Your constitution would not necessarily allow for a certain rerun. Okay. Either way, there'll have to be a winner. And so if he wins with less than 50%, but a margin that means he's ahead of your candidate, will you consider that as a win?
Right now, we had about 300 constituencies, right? And so I am still holding on to the fact that we haven't, not all the 300 constituencies have come in yet. So until every vote is counted, we're just going to wait.
One constituency that surprised me greatly happened to be the constituency for the Honorable Stephen Amwa, a.k.a. Sticker in Shire. So were you surprised when you heard DMB won in Shire? So
I was really surprised. But then again, it's elections. It can go either way. I'm sure Honorable Sticker did the best he could. But at the end of the day, the delegates will talk. And this is what they're saying. And so we're still going to hold on to every vote is counted. Yeah, I was deeply surprised. But then I haven't given up. We are still in contention.
Will it surprise you then if DMB goes on to win Ashanti region?
Surprise? Obviously, I want my candidate to win. So to say surprise, anything can happen in elections. But I still want Ken to win. And obviously, I am forever connected.
You know what? Let's leave it here, Doctor. We're so grateful you're speaking to us, and obviously, I wish you all the best. Regardless of what the numbers are saying now, I want to find a certain space within your optimism to say, well, yeah, I associate with that. So, all the best. Thank you very much. And so, George, this is someone who's traveled all the way from the United States to come and support the Honorable Kenneth Japon. And his words really, he has been pleasantly surprised by the turn of events. And so we're still receiving numbers come through. It doesn't really, as I said earlier, look like it's going to change anything. But elections are elections. Anything at all can happen in elections, and so we're still within the compound of the Honorable Kenneth Japon's party office, and we're with him. We're waiting to see him. We're waiting to see him emerge and speak to the media, and hopefully we expect that he would step out in high spirits, George.
All right, Alan, welcome back. That was Alan Tego there at the office of Kennedy Japan in Shiashi. Well, I'm sure that it gives you an idea of what's really happening there, and it also tells you which or how the results is actually favoring who. But just to quickly have your attention, the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who will be launching the Upper West Regional Share Lands of Hope project in Wa. So what's going to happen is that we're going to pick that feed of the president on GTV, and then we'll continue with our discussion here on GBC News. So we'll continue our discussion here on GBC News, and then when the president's feed is ready from UWA, which is going to be the launch of the Upper West Region Sharelands of Hope project, that live program will be on GTV. So in case you're watching us on GTV and would like to continue watching us here, when the feed gets on GTV, you can just switch to GBC News and get us here too.
George, His
Yes.
Excellency the President has not been fair to us.
Why?
To the NPP.
Why?
Day of all this.
Oh, but he's so but he's engaged in his national exercise. So
Yeah, trying to take the shine out of that.
I agree.
He has to continue with his national budget.
So are you suggesting that when President Akufo-Addo did something on the day NDC was holding their national congress, it was to take the shine out of? I mean, the president's office calendar does not run
with that of the NPP. So
party.
yeah,
We can have all. You see, for me,
so the good thing about GBC is that we're giving you boosts. Yeah, we're giving you boosts to this and this. So that's why.
But this is the nation's,
which is even consistent. Which is even consistent with the decision of the Supreme Court in NPP versus
GBC. Yes.
Was it 94 and 96?
96, yes. 96. Then it was Kwesi Botchwey who was the finance minister.
Right.
I think it was Akufo-Addo who represented the NPP. Yes, in courts on that particular case.
That matter was led by J.H. Mensah.
As in the lawyer?
No, J.H. Mensah was your lawyer.
The lawyer.
The matter.
Okay.
No, it was the party MPP.
It was the party MPP, yes.
At the time, Alajete was the party chairman.
Yes. So it was, I think for our viewers, it was a budget reading that Kwesi Botchwey read.
Yes.
And then the NPP also wanted to have their take to read the true state of the nation in terms of the budget too. And they came to GBC.
And was the
minority leader.
And they came to GBC. Unfortunately, that wasn't allowed. And the case was sent to court. And the Supreme Court said that GBC has the right, the only right, to give everybody equal coverage and equal access of the operations that we do. And it's only GBC that can do that. There's no other media house that can do that. So we are forced to do some of this. That is why you have to pay your TV license.
You are state media.
That is why you have to pay your TV license to support some of the activities that we do, because it's a lot. Imagine we're having a live program this way. We're also going to be in WA for the live program of the president. Our correspondents are across the entire country, logistics too. So you can imagine the amount of money we're just spending today. In the whole millions of Ghana cedis we're just going to spend it today.
So George, let me, yeah.
Anyway, so let's just continue here. Yes, I wanted to say something.
So I just wanted to say, to share this, with our viewers.
Yes.
So of the 277 constituencies, including the headquarters, 197 so far has been reported.
Oh, okay.
Which,
so this is, where is this coming from?
So this is, from my source.
Your source?
Yes.
How reliable is this source?
Camp.
How reliable is your source?
DMB camp.
How reliable is your source?
It's not a DMB camp.
That's fair enough, but how reliable is your source?
Okay. Can I withhold that just for a moment?
Okay.
Okay. So,
I'm not tell me who the source is. I just want to know how reliable that source is.
It's a reliable source.
Very reliable.
Very reliable
source.
source.
You stick your neck out for that source.
Yes.
Okay. You take responsibility for whatever that happens. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
So 100 out of 277, 197 has been reported.
Yes.
Which represents 71.12%. Out of those numbers, the DMB camp has 67,399, which representing 57.19%. The Cairns camp is 26,059, representing 22.11%. Okay, and the current or outstanding ballots or votes we're looking to come is 72,444, which represent 33%. So far, a report of 71% out of the total votes has been counted.
Okay, that's interesting. We're waiting to see, and that's his source.
But your source should do well, because if you say 71% and his outstanding is 33, yeah, in excess of 100%.
I was talking about the overall.
The overall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Overall.
George.
Yeah.
71 counted so far. Outstanding 33% is 104.
So it's 104
per candidate. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
George.
Candidates.
Candidates. Let's talk about these two candidates that no one is talking about. Kwabena Japan and then Dr. Ya Odichum. Are you surprised about your turnout?
Not exactly. Dr. Seya Odichum, people are positioning him to be the running mate of the winner.
Oh, really?
Likely, yes. I've seen that people push. In fact, the last time, you know, he was in contention.
Yes.
The last time he was in contention, people thought his demeanor, the way he carries himself, his knowledge level and others, he's cut to be the running mate to then DMB. But unfortunately, DMB had other thoughts, and he settled on Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh.
I thought that trend will continue.
Well, we don't know yet. It looks like it, but we don't know, because I know people who are objecting to that. I know people who who feel we shouldn't go that way. But it's not that, you know, it's up to DMB and the party leadership to decide whether they will keep the ticket. And you know, loyalty in politics is very important.
Yes.
And the way Nanado was loyal, or is it DMB loyal to Nanado's ticket? I believe DMB, if he wins, if he wins, it's likely the odds for Napo being rejected is lower. It's likely to maintain, but some people feel that ticket shouldn't go again for obvious reasons, which I'm not going to be disclosing. So those two people, as for Kwabena Japan, look, he's one of the finest politicians I've known in the NPP. I've loved him so much. But when the 2015 happened, correct me if I'm wrong, when the 2015 happened, I said, no, it's going to dent his future.
In terms of the suspension or the sack from the party.
Suspension and sack, whatever it is. But he conducted himself very well, to be honest with you. I was one of those, though he was a friend, I was one of those who felt that his acts and conduct was targeted at bringing Nanado down there. You get it? And I was vehement on that. So, but when the way he conducted himself, I said, look, maybe he's carried himself very well. And so when the president brought him back to the limelight, you know, some of us were excited. But look, if you want to be president, like it or not, Doctor has talked about it. I don't know if we've talked about it on the platform. You must be resourceful.
Yes.
You can't take that away.
Yes.
And you can't say you are going for this kind of election.
You are being very polite. If you want to be president, you must have money. You must actually have money.
Well, Doctor said that. I didn't want to.
You must have money.
No, you see, George, it is one thing having money and another thing being resourceful.
Yes.
You don't, and if you understand politics so well, you don't necessarily need to have the money in your pocket, but you should be in the position to be able to gather.
I put a call to Emmanuel.
You understand?
He can mobilize.
It's a good thing if you have money. The danger in that thing, and why I say this is that people often mistake success in business to mean automatically you will be successful in politics.
No.
There are two. One deals with animate commodities. That is politics. Whilst business deals with inanimate commodities. The rules may be generally the same, but in terms of the specifics, you need to be tactful.
Emotions and psychology.
Thank you.
And who are
Thank
involved.
you.
Yeah, so he should be, you know, and he's the type that appeals to a lot of the party people. So I don't know why, I'm not saying that, but I think those TNT things going round, in some places I heard he gave some small TNT, and two, I don't think he was able to travel across all the 276 constituencies. You get it? That doesn't send a signal to the people that you are serious to win the day. You get it? Dr. Duchumu went, I saw he focused more on the Ashanti. I think he was hitting his stronghold. You get it? Brian also tried to go around. He said he went to every part of the country. Well, I don't know how true that is, but he went around. You get it? And he had another style. He invited opinion leaders and sub-delegates to his base. And then, you know, gave them a good treat. And that was good. And got opinion leaders in
areas who were doing his bidding for him. And I think that's part of the reason he's scoring good marks in some of the places. But this thing, we did our best, but so far the results is not final. But from what Ima is putting here, it's like we trailing. And the figure Musa Dankwa is put out is where he is now, 57.
Yeah,
I mean, the last one, I disagreed with Musa Dankwa that 57 would be the figure. You know why? Because he eventually gave the undisclosed and undecided majority, undisclosed and undecided, all to in the last data. The last two, I wasn't happy. Because my background is mathematics. So I thought, so even if that day, the election day, if Dr. Domfe were to carry out a survey, there will be one or two people who will say still they were not decided. Even though they've made their decision, they will tell you, because it's an opinion poll, they will say they were not decided. Then you've given all, okay? But it turns out that it's looking that way, okay? So let's see how it goes. Ultimately, whoever, these two people didn't carry themselves the way they should have to show competitiveness. They didn't do that. And the delegates watched it and saw that, sorry, they were not serious for that crown.
What if the delegates were decided already?
So just a brief, a very brief one. Yeah. So earlier I did mention about what has been reported and what may still be outstanding. So I think it's important to make that correction that it's about 21% outstanding and not 33, as you mentioned earlier.
21%.
Yes. And yes, you got this. You got me on that one. You owe me ice cream anyway. So, but well, it's okay. We can all be happy, but at the end of the day,
happy because of the ultimate.
Of course, and that's the ultimate, goal we're looking at here. But I also wanted to, mention, and I think it's important, here, every single, and I said this earlier, and I still, stand by that every single, individual who has been on this particular, trajectory in terms of the contest, certainly come with a certain strength.
Yes.
And that we cannot discount based off on the outcome of this election. So whether Dr. Yawedichum obtains 0.3%, whether it is Ken who obtains 37%, at the end of the day, each one of these great leaders or men would bring value to the ticket. And it's important for us to not just downplay, no matter how or what numbers, each and individual, get out of this. I think we would do ourselves, disservice by not really, pointing this out. And again, while we are, celebrating or, jubilating and all of that, I still, stand by my earlier position that we must, ensure that collectively, as a body, as a party, as the same, fraternity, we would need to bring everybody and carry everybody along. And that is how we're going to attain, success. So it could be my 1% that I got out of this. It could be my 0.5%. At least there's an opinion leader in a village somewhere or a rural area somewhere who really bought into my message. Therefore, that message still resonates, with them. And that when the final, analysis, is made, and that His Excellency Dr. Bawumia becomes, the choice, every one of these, great men will follow, and they will be able to inspire, their, support base to also be able to lend that credence to the ticket. So I would, rest, my case here by saying we still have a long way to go, but yet we can galvanize everybody to be able to get to that final destination.
Great. Doc, the final words. You take leave of us too, then we'll continue with that conversation.
Yeah, we've allowed him to go.
Yeah, you have to. Please.
So I think that we can only wish them well and say that the real battle is really beyond January 31, which is first and foremost to fix the various areas of disunity within their party, reshape their messaging, their core values and ethos that identifies and distinguishes the NPP from other political parties, and present a united front that would, if you like, reconnect trust with Ghanaians so that we can see them as a viable political party that is concerned not just with winning elections to govern, but also how you can support the government of the day by checkmating and also providing the resources that are necessary by way of ideas and community support in some of the rural areas. Come Thursday, February 5, Prempeh College is having the Pearson Osai Appreciation Lectures centering on what makes us different. And I'm sure Professor Ajimabadu Akusa will be pointing out the critical attributes for leadership going forward into the next stage of our country, Ghana, as we walk towards Ghana at 100 in the year 2057. Let's all be part of it.
at 100?
No, this will be Prempeh at 77.
Okay.
But I'm talking about Ghana at 100 in 2057. I'm putting things together. So I wish the NPP well, and my brothers from the NPP score work together and show that you can be together even in your diversity.
We appreciate you, Dr.
Stay with us. We're going
Thank
for a
you so
quick
much.
break. When we return, we'll let you in with more figures and also be talking more. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Dr. Yao Osei Duchum's key campaign message revolves around education-driven governance, party renewal, and a bold war against poverty. He is focusing on education, that is, improving quality, promoting STEAM, and making university education more accessible. On poverty alleviation, is looking at implementing policies to lift families out of poverty. Party unity, rebuilding and strengthening the NPP for electoral success. Leadership, offering a clean, respectful campaign with a focus on transformative action. He is also pledged to introduce free university education, starting with public universities and prioritizing STEAM programs.
Dr. Brian Echampong is a Christian and a native of Nkwetia in the Kowu East District of Ghana. Brian Echampong was born on November 27, 1972 in Suhum. He attended Achimota Primary School before continuing his secondary education at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School, Presec, Legon. His time at Presec instilled in him a lifelong appreciation for discipline and service, with countless role in leadership and organization of students' projects on campus. He served as a volunteer at the Tomney Orphanage in Kowu, Boming, after completing his national service, underscoring his commitment to service. Brian pursued higher education after his secondary school education abroad, earning a bachelor's degree and an MBA in business administration from Johnson & Wales University in the USA. Returning to Ghana, he acquired a PhD in information systems from the University of Ghana and a graduate diploma in law, with additional postgraduate studies in security and intelligence from Georgetown University, USA, and a Master of Arts MA in security and intelligence from the University of Leicester, UK, later complementing his expertise with certifications from Massachusetts Institute of Technology and HP University in India. Dr. Brian Echampong started his political journey as a grassroots activist who once served as the Chief of Staff at the NPP headquarters under the late Chairman Jacob Echebi Lamte, where his organizational prowess and strategic vision earned him respect as a unifying force. Brian then entered Parliament in 2016 after succeeding the late Peter Riafe Pepra, a Member of Parliament for the Abetifi constituency. Now a strong member of the NPP, Brian served as the Member of Parliament for Abetifi, serving in the 6th, 7th and 8th Parliaments. He had the opportunity to serve on several committees in Parliament, including the Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs Committee, the Defence and Interior, Appointment Committees, Privileges and Immunities Committees, serving as a ranking member for the Security and Intelligence Committee and chairman of the Parliamentary Committee for Foreign Affairs. Dr. Brian Champon was the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Minister of State at the Ministry of the Interior, Minister of State at the Ministry of National Security, CEO, Emery Invest Ghana Limited, and CEO into IT. Dr. Brian Champon's exceptional contributions to public service, agriculture, education, and philanthropy have earned him several prestigious recognitions. Thus, the Order of the Volta, Member Category 2024, which was in recognition of his significant contributions to Ghana's development. Commendation from Casapreco Company Limited in April 2020 for his instrumental support in Ghana's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, and honored by Ghana National Association of Teachers in August 2021 for providing scholarships to members in the Kwahu East District, reflecting his dedication to empowering educators and enhancing education. In 2025, Brian Champon announced his intention to contest the 2028 presidential primaries of the new Patriotic Party (NPP). He made this declaration during a courtesy call to the leadership of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, where he also sought their spiritual support in advancement of the party's internal contest. He joins the flag-bearership race of the new Patriotic Party (NPP), which has 4 other aspirants on the bill, with a campaign philosophy about the people, unity and building a Ghana that works for all, with faith in God and the power of the people behind. Many believe, as a first-timer and a grassroots person, he is a force to reckon with in the presidential race of the NPP.
Welcome back. 12 minutes past 4 is the time. And if you're joining us, this is our coverage of the NPP's presidential primaries that started this morning at 7, ended in the afternoon at 2. And as we speak, results have been coming in. I have one coming from Mio constituency, Kennedy Ohine Japan 36, Brian Champon 76, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 369, Yao Osei Edichum had 3, Kobne Japan had 0. And then we have one also coming from Itiwa West constituency, Kennedy Japan 34, Brian 69, Bawumia 274, Edichum had 1, and then Kobne Japan had 0. Sum Kane 37, Brian 119, and then Dr. Bawumia had 438, and then Kobne Japan had 1. We move to Lembele, Kennedy Japan 165, Brian Champon 107, Dr. Bawumia 515, Dr. Edichum 0, Kobne Japan had 1. Cape Coast South, Kennedy Japan 147, Brian Champon 67, Dr. Bawumia 365, and then Yao Edichum had 3, Kobne Japan had 2. Boku Central, Kennedy Japan 142, Brian Champon 87, Dr. Bawumia 443, and then Edichum had 0, Kobne Japan had 0. New Jabin South, Kennedy Japan 268, Brian Champon 104. Dr. Bawumia 597, and then Dr. Yao Edichum had 3, Kobne Japan had 0. Nabdam, Kennedy Japan 15, Brian Champon 53, Dr. Bawumia 231, Edichum 0, Kobne Japan 0. Bongo, Kennedy Japan 71, Brian Champon 193, Dr. Bawumia 364, Edichum 5, and then Kobne Japan had 1. Tema West constituency, Kennedy Japan 21, Brian Champon 29, Dr. Baumia 883, Dr. Educhum 1, Kobene Japan 1, Techiman South, Canada Japan 146, Brian Champon 89, Dr. Baumia had 335, and then Dr. Yaedichum 1, Kobene Japan 0. Atebubu, Canada Japan 82, Brian 155, Baumia 633, Edichum 2, Kobene Japan had 1. Kintampo South, Canada Japan 73, Brian 128, Baumia 464, Edichum 5, Kobene Japan 1. Pru West, Canada Japan 38, Brian Champon 82, Dr. Baumia 299, Edichum 1, Kobene Japan 2. These are just a few provisional results coming in. Joining us now is Emmanuel Senior Ameplenu. He's a member of the NPP communication team. He's also a delegate. So he's gone out there and he's joined us here in the studio. We'll pick some thoughts from him. Emmanuel Mensah is also here with us, Deputy General Secretary, NPP in the U.S. And then Georgia, you see, is a member of the NPP communication team, also joining us, and he'll still be with us here. So, you're welcome.
Thank you.
How's it been?
It's been well. It's been awesome. It's been a very stressful day.
Okay.
Because I have to be in the voter region. Right after voting, have to do 1 or 2 operations and then quickly dash down to the studio.
So you went to vote in the voter region?
Yeah, I voted in the voter region. You can even see that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
in the voter region.
Okay. What can you report? Let me turn to a reporter. What can you report for us? Give us
the last
short
time
report.
I gave this update was when I was a student in Hope Polytechnic as a student journalist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I gave a report to Joy News at the time when there was a demonstration that we had. So I think that today has been very awesome in the voter region. So far, no incident recorded. It's been incident-free. I voted in the Anglo constituency, but after voting, I had opportunity to go to Keta constituency to observe what was going on. By the time I got there, I noticed that they were now fixing their tent and all of that. For Anglo, we started exactly 7 o'clock. And I can tell that I think I was the 5th person who voted. And when I got to, after voting, you could see that the numbers within the Anglo perimeter, the numbers were not that much. The delegates were not coming, they were not coming in. So, like I said, I used the opportunity to quickly dash down to Keta constituency. They had their election or their polling center in Voja. That is around the primary school, the Voja basic primary school. So at the time I got there, the staffs were not ready. They were not doing setting up. But I could see that still there were operations that were going on and all of that. So I just went around to do my thing as usual. If you understand the game, you need to just do what you have to do. And then quickly, when I was done, I left that place and I had opportunity to quickly dash to the Keta port. Okay. To take some pictures and do some reporting. I have the videos on my phone, but I'll be posting that one after the flag bearer is officially, declared. So from there, I moved back to my constituency to complete the assignment that I have been given by the Lord. I went to do the Lord's work. So
you went to preach?
Yes, I went to preach to the delegates to vote for the most competent, the most loyal, the most humble, somebody they believe that person believes in the idea, the ideals of the party. And I want to believe that indeed that is what the good people of my constituency voted for. However, I just got a vote that it turned out that Brian actually took Usain Bolt lead in my constituency.
Oh.
Yes. But however be the case, I believe that we are still monitoring the entire country to see. I think there's a chorus being sung so far on the social media, but until the last ballot is counted.
Chorus?
Come again?
What's the chorus?
Oh, I don't need to tell you. The chorus is that the elephant is a winning symbol. Yes. So that's the chorus we are hearing. So for now, we are just waiting to see whether indeed the elephant is the winning symbol that we know. So basically, that is what transpired throughout my visit to the constituency to cast my vote.
Okay, all right. Ima, Brian Champon, is a surprise one in here?
I would say so. But personally, to me, I am not surprised. I'm not surprised because I've been in touch, with the Brian campaign, for a very long time, and I knew the work they were doing, in the Volta region, to be precise. And I think it has gone to prove that indeed they were not joking. They really, meant well, and with all that, they had. In fact, positioning certain individuals who led the campaign, out there, it tells me that there's some, leverage that once the flag bearer, is officially, announced, can tap onto, that wisdom, what he did so well there, to be able to bring, so many, numbers to his side. I think we can certainly, work together as a team, and in fact, have him just, at least tell us some of the things that, really he had put out there, what the strategies, were, and all of that really catapult him to this, position. So, again, George, remember earlier I mentioned that looking at every single individual who has been part of this process, here, have their strength. They've come, indeed proving many times about how strong they are in certain areas and how they can also work to complement, certain, constituencies as well. So I'm looking, when this is all, done and we go back to the, boardroom, strategy room, and look at how we're going to implement a winning, strategy moving forward, we can bring those that really help orchestrate, some of these, wins. That seems to be amazing, to certain individuals. But again, I was in touch with them and I knew exactly how well they were doing in some of these, constituencies in the Volta region, again, precisely. But, George, there's one thing that, I must, mention here. At the beginning of this, once you took, your seat, you mentioned you did some, analysis, here. And if you will, remember or recollect, there has been this conversation leading to this day about why, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia did not do well in the northern regions. Okay, I know this is an internal context. I'm trying to juxtapose, what has happened today vis-a-vis what we should be looking forward to or anticipate as we go into 2028. I think the naysayers, those that might have doubted, His Excellency, questioning where are the northern votes, compare, 2023 to today, and looking at the numbers, literally matching, them line by line, you can tell there's certain narrative, here. And we must, begin to look. If there was doubt, then do we still want to doubt? Or do we now want to, begin to open our eyes, quite well to say, indeed, it wasn't us, it was, proclaimed by certain individuals.
I'm glad you even gave that caveat there, but because this is more of an internal
context, exactly. Yeah. But it's still,
because even in 2023, he did get those votes even from the northern part.
Of course, but if you look at the margin, that is my point. The margin, here.
But does it look like with what's happening now, he can go beyond 60%?
Oh, I'm sure of that. I'm certain of that. Yes.
Because in 2023, he had 61.4%.
Yes. I'm certain of that. And again, I don't want to be the Debbie Downer here, but my, hope is when it is all finally announced, here, we're looking at, 67, percent. And I hope that I'm not, proving
not
wrong.
57, but 67%.
Yes.
Okay, all right. George, Brian Champon.
Yeah, Brian Champon did very well. He conducted a very strong campaign. He did excellent in the Volta region because his mouthpiece, is a Volta guy who is loved so much in the Volta region. I'm talking Pius, Pius is a respected son of the Volta region. And so, and he worked. Pius worked. Sometimes we disagreed, but he was pushing certain things strongly, and I'm happy they were able to perform because we ordinarily assumed the Volta region was going to be for us. That's the Team Ken. Unfortunately, the voter region seem to, have gone to Brian. And I think Dr. Bonfe gave some two scenarios or one scenario. That one, he speaks the language, and two, is like maternally is linked to the place. So, and then Pius, another strong son of the voter region, in his campaign, they did well. We also had a strong son of the voter region in the person of Honorable Amewu in our team, and then Seji Saji, they are all Voltarians in our team. But I think Ken ran a good campaign. And if you care to know, sometimes some of the goodies that is given to delegates when they meet candidates, you know, Brian was doing, I think, better than the others. You get it? So those were some of the things that maybe, you know, I'm talking TNT, if they travel from distance to meet him at a community center and co. When you're going back, it's good, you get it, compared to the other 4 candidates. And so that may account for some of the results he's getting. And I said it earlier, that the strategy he used was one, George, he invited people from their constituencies to his place. You sleep overnight.
His place where?
Oh,
the Rock City.
Yeah, Rock City.
Oh, really? He did?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, and that was, you see, if you underrated that one, you didn't understand politics. Okay, I'm a polling station officer.
He invited them to his hotel?
Yes.
All the delegates?
No, not all. Some.
Okay.
He took from some constituencies, opinion leader, and some places, all the 5 polling station executives. You move to the place, you sleep overnight, you're given a good treat, the next day you go back. He will meet you, he will have sell his message to you, then you go and be the disciples there. He did a lot. In fact, I have to watch the results. I have to, he's doing well. You get it? Volta, he's doing well. And there are some other places he did that. And I thought it was a strategy. And I had told a friend that this thing this guy is doing is serious. It can affect other candidates. And so when all is said and done, I think his effort has been rewarded. You see, if you don't put in a lot of work, you will not get good results. He put in a lot of work, and I think it's gotten the results for him, especially in the voter region and the other places. And in fact, some parts of the northern region, he's doing better than us.
Yeah.
In some parts, but generally, we may beat him or we'll beat him, but this is a good effort. Okay, I know for a fact that Brian, he himself said he disagreed with us, but most of us knew he didn't step into this contest to win it. He disagreed. He said openly that no, people were saying that, but we knew that was it. And you know, we discussed off camera some of the issues at play. You get it? But he's come in, he's tested the waters, he's proven that given the opportunity, he can take it. You get it? And that's what you must say. That, you know, what he's done, the places that he's been strong, okay, the ultimate winner must look at it. What it means is that if you are going on campaign, especially in those areas, you go with him. You get it? And other candidates who did well in other places. If you're going on campaign in such areas, you must have them along so that it sends the signal that we have come together as one party to prosecute a common objective or agenda to win election 2028. You get it? That is something that we all need to look at. I think you've responded to Yima on the issue of the we take a look at the northern vote. I think Yima humbly disagree with you on that, because this is an internal election, it's delegates election, and you know the people who come out, you know, most of them have made their minds for the candidate. You get it? Beyond those delegates, that's what we want. You get it? And that is what will make us win the elections. Okay? The number of people that these delegates are able to convince to move out to the polls. That is what determines our success story at the polls ultimately. Okay? Because these people, like it or not, they will vote. Except they are angry that they will not go and vote. Something happens and they are angry. But they are party people. Okay, but how many non-party people can they convince to come and vote? You get it on the D-Day.
Yeah.
That is it. So all in all, I think so far I'm excited that it was incident-free, and then nothing. I was happy when we were told that security they were deploying 70 police officers per polling station. I said that is good. It was settled. No amount of macho people can go and overpower 70 police officers at the police. And look at the way they arrange it, barricades and all that. Before you get to the point where they're doing the voting and counting, you go through some difficulty. You get it. And I commend the IGP and his team for that. I commend the Presidential Election Committee for that. And our party is the victorious one for this. But the IGP went ahead to deploy 75 instead of 70. You get it. That's reassuring.
Okay.
The security is important.
Great. All right.
Especially when we see people, macho people misbehaving at certain points.
All right, I'll come to Senor, but let's go back to Ken's, Ken Japon's office again in Shashi. We'll get reports from Alan. Alan, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the story here. Words can express. And I have had the opportunity at the party office, and the diaspora is not much together there. Said some kind of meeting, like behind them is the honorable Mr. Mr. Kwesi Kwarteng. He's still with me. I wanted to find out, where are we so far? You mentioned the process is still ongoing.
Yeah, the coalition is still ongoing. But I mean, to be very honest, as at now, camps will have an idea of how they are doing. But I can say that let's wait for the process to terminate. I do not have the permission. It's beyond my pay scale to speak to the outcome now. But I can say that whatever happens, we wish all parties the best. Whoever comes out, I mean, that is the decision of the delegates, and we will respect it. We will support anybody that emerges a winner.
Before I let you go, I'm quite okay with what you've just told me. But one of the constituencies that got everybody looking at their backs really will be the Inshaesu constituency. Do you think there was, Do you think there was something you could have done about Inshaesu?
I don't have the results now. Can you tell me?
No. DMB won Inshaesu. DMB won Inshaesu.
There are two outcomes in the election. Is it that you win some or you lose some? He won some or you lost some. I know that there is a coalition that will decide. If the coalition says DMB has won, why not? We will move to the party headquarters and congratulate him. If it is that Ken has won, why not? Bingo.
There are some from the Ken camp who aren't too pleased and expressing some sentiment which some will say will affect the parties are pulling together to rally behind whoever emerged final winner. Will you say something to supporters in that regard?
I speak for the campaign. I don't speak for some people in the camp. I will not be able to know the basis of those sentiments. I need to speak to them before I'll be able to make an assessment. Maybe when I engage them and understand the context of their sentiments and their grievances, I'll be able to speak to it. But for now, I don't know those people you are referring to.
All right, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kwarteng. That's Kwesi Kwarteng for you. He always speaks like the politician he is. Anyway, so this is from the party office of the Honorable Ken Ejapong, and his spokesperson Kwesi Kwarteng has expressed such sentiments as he doesn't speak for the support base, he speaks for the campaign. And so this so far is what is currently happening here at the party office of the Honorable Ken Ejapong. As I mentioned earlier, the place is eerily quiet as they collate the results as they trickle in. And as he said, they're still coming in. And by now, camps will know how they're performing. To which I guess he knows how he's performing. George, over to you in the studio. This so far is the situation at the office of the Honorable Ken Ejapong.
All right, thank you very much, Alan. And Alan spoke to Kwesi Kwarteng there, who is a spokesperson for Ken Ejapong. He's been very interesting over the period during the campaign and in his communication process too. He had a side that most people didn't know of. And well, we wait to know exactly what the outcome will be, but I'm sure by now indications are actually out there. We'll wait for the official announcement. Senor, let me pick your talk. We're talking about Brian before we went for that report. Your take about Brian's performance so far? Dr. Brian Echampo.
Well, Dr. Brian Echampo, I think that personally, I'm not surprised about his, surprise in terms of the votes he's getting. In the sense that I have watched I've followed all the candidates very closely. I've followed all of them. I've monitored their campaign very well. And with him, one of the things that I think that is the magic for him has to do with the fact that there are lots of the delegates that he picked from their respective constituencies to Rock City.
Okay, so that's what George said.
For campaign.
Okay.
By way of explaining his policies to them. And there is the catch I got from there is that, for example, if I'm from the voter region, I've not had an experience of such a facility before. Going there to sleep there, taking pictures, and you know how our system is structured. For some of us who are coming from a very, deprived communities who have the opportunity to go there. And when I'm going there, I don't pay a dime. He backs me to the place, he backs me back, he feeds me, he gives me accommodation, and also give you some look of you in addition.
Okay.
And I've had very good, parcels that people receive. So for me, I think that there were people who were not even supporting him. They went there. So that was one of the catch. Again, I noticed that he, as a candidate, he was very involved in the process.
Yeah.
No. Let nobody deceive. Yeah. Brian was deeply involved from archaeology to zoology. I noticed that he was involved even in the monetary aspect in terms of disbursement.
Okay.
I am aware from few friends who are very close. They are like, Jack, the man, they give chance.
You got some of the money?
No, I didn't get.
Nobody gave you money?
No. I didn't get money. But when I went to, to vote, I didn't get the privilege to get the money because
but you're a delegate.
I'm a delegate.
So all the processes, the campaign and all those, nobody gave you anything, correct?
Oh, no, nobody gave me anything. I don't need to. And for me, I don't think I need to receive something from someone before.
Okay.
Yeah. So for me, I think that Brian has done very well in terms of pushing the narrative. And for me, his where he has got it to in terms of what he's getting now, it's a supersonic one. Because a lot would have thought that, he's a novice or he just came into this. Why would he? Because personally, I was thinking that Ken would have pulled a big surprise. But from the data that I'm seeing, it tells me that the two of them is neck to neck.
Yeah.
It's neck to neck.
Yeah.
So what it tells us is that Brian has really done a lot of work in terms of research, in terms of data, because Brian was not relying on prophecies or whatever. He keeps telling us that data, he has the data.
Yeah, he has the
I
data.
recall him
He
going to one of the sister stations and he has to open his phone and show him the data that this guy, what's the name? Obi. And tell Obi that, watch, this is the data. So I think he was doing something very good. So for me, his numbers that he's given is not a surprise to me. I think he's invested hugely. And another thing that played the magic, let's not downplay the money politics.
Okay.
In terms of TNT, when I weigh the TNT given to the delegates, I think that what I heard in terms of his is the bigger one.
Oh, really?
This is the biggest.
Like how much?
Well, I only know that's the biggest.
Double what the others will give.
I don't think. I don't think.
How much were others giving?
It's not double.
How much?
No, it's not double. It's not double.
Just hold on. How much? Others, how much you already giving?
It's not double. It's not double. It's not double.
Was it more than 500?
No.
I mean, others a little below.
They are all below
500. Yes. Oh, okay.
But
it's been about. It's been about. It's been about
400.
The truth of the matter is that I think he was able to play that. But for me, I think that the delegates reading some political mass on the space, I realized that the money politics counts. But again, the delegates at some point in time have already made up their mind. You can pay any amount of money. Yes. What they want to do is what they will do. One of the places that shocked me while I was coming to your place is Techima South.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen that result. DMB is getting over 1,000 plus. And the other candidates, you know what they got? I think they are below even 100. And I'm like, how did it happen? How did they do it?
So that's AJ Mensah.
Yeah, that's AJ Mensah.
He's the minister. He is the DMB.
No, I know. So for me, beyond any other thing that he did, which has worked to some extent, and I think that he came in the race. If you're a student of politics, you should understand that Brian's presence in this race was not. Yes, of course, every politician will tell you that I want to win, but for obvious reasons, some of us we know that it was not to win.
It was not to win.
It was to make a statement.
For and indeed, 2 other people.
Wow. It was to make a statement.
Which 2 other people?
I don't know.
It was to make a statement. And indeed, he has made a statement.
Oh yeah. I think he's made a statement.
No, he's made a very loud statement.
He's made
and
I
think that my dad, Ken, I was actually surprised about the turnout of his. But I'm still waiting to see what will happen. But there was something that I want to commend one of the candidates for that I saw, the DMB team. In fact, this is not to say that I don't think I've said that in this studio, in your other studio. I've told everybody who knows me know that I am not for any candidates. I don't speak for them because nobody has employed me to speak for them. But one thing that stood out for me when I got to my polling station was that the DMB team had a body cam.
Oh, they did?
They had every agent had a body cam. And I'm like, wow!
For what were they capturing?
So body cam is to capture any incident that will happen. And immediately they press on it. It records and send the information to. They said they have a backup.
The command center.
Yes, it goes to that place. And I'm like, what? That is improvement in our body politics. So for me, I think that in one breath, I would want to say that they were really prepared for this game. Especially when there was this issue of the NDC trying to poke their nose into the affairs of the party, where we knew very well that probably they want to do some machinations and the rest.
Who, the NDC?
Oh, of course.
How?
So hold on.
So how?
Not the what you are thinking of. So yesterday,
okay,
what I sensed yesterday from Rashid Tanko's war, if you monitor Rashid Tanko's war yesterday,
yes,
he made a post.
Yes.
Now that post that he made, I feel that
which one? There are lots of.
He made a post in terms of some printed ballot papers that seems to be in favor of.
Sorry, it was also out there on social media too.
No,
it wasn't on social media.
When you watch carefully, none of the other 4 aspirants posted that. I don't know if you saw that. None of them. It was only coming from the NDC headquarters. And if I say headquarters, that is coming from the deputy director of IT and election.
You can't draw that conclusion.
No. That's what I can't.
Because you saw it on his wall. Doesn't mean that it's coming from him.
Oh, that doesn't mean it's coming from him.
Let's just be fair. Yes, because you said that it's coming from him.
Well, that's up to him to dispute. That's up to him.
But I can have certain things on my official.
No. He posted and even tagged the president.
Do you believe in that?
There are 2 things.
Yeah.
There are 2 things. There are 2 things. I believe in that, and I'm the originator of that. These are 2 different things.
But I am saying that, and if you want to,
If you want to disagree with me,
so
you should come out.
Fine, I believe in that,
Yes.
but I am not the one behind that message.
George, let's have Kanko dispute that.
I am waiting for him to come
just
and
make some these allegations you're making. That's
oh,
what
no,
I just want
I
to
was
say.
making a suggestion. I made a statement. He wanted me to expatiate on it.
Okay.
And it was on that remit that I have to rope in that conversation.
Because what he's saying, I also saw it on social media. I've seen
So
that
are you also aware when they said that they were setting up a collation center? Did you heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Joy News even did a postcard on that.
Yeah, I've heard
so
that
that
one.
one, do you believe that he said it?
Yes. Oh, I heard him say that.
You heard him say that. So I'm saying that politically,
and
setting up.
They are also collating results. The NDC is also collating.
Hold on. You see, if you don't understand the architecture of this game very well, let us not downplay the collation center they are doing. One, it is good positively. Two, there is another impression if you don't look at it with a political lens. That impression is that in his statement on his Facebook wall, he said that what he, as the deputy director of IT and election, he's going to lead a team to do monitoring. Now, what it means is that they will be coming to the various election polling stations to monitor what is going on. Now, in that sense, anything can happen. Anything in the sense that they can bring macho men. They can do anything because these are people we know the sort of stock they are coming from.
Okay.
So for me, hold on. For me, I think that it is not about the security. Let's put the security aside. I am saying that I think that a lot has been done.
Okay.
But beyond that, the DMB thing, in terms of the body cam they brought to the scene, I think it's an eye-opener that they've introduced into our body politics to all political parties. And I'm sure...
there were body cams at the last election.
Yeah, election.
From various aspirants?
No, I mean...
The general election.
But that is from the Ghana police. I'm talking about the aspirants. I'm talking about the aspirants. Because if you're an aspirant, we know very well that the Ghana police is having a body cam. What is the essence of? It means that you have a different opinion about what the Ghana police will be recording. You also want to...
The NDC had it.
They had a body cam?
Yes, 2024.
In the general election.
Let me tell you. Well, I have not seen it.
It may not be all over, but they had some people...
If they had it, that is fair. Because in my constituency, when they said activate your body cam, what I saw the body cam doing was that everybody was holding the mobile phone like this. Me, I was one of the targets in my polling station. About 6 people were holding their mobile phone with their cameras on me. So I didn't see the normal body cam that I know is body cam. I didn't see that.
Okay.
So for me, I think that it's a good thing they have. The same person we saw that he introduced data into our politics. Today we are seeing another thing again. Body cam into the political fabrics of our activities. It's a good thing. We are waiting to see what will happen at the end of the day. I don't know. I have not, the last minute I've sat here, I have not checked my data, but I believe that all the 5 candidates, they've done very well. They've done very well. There have been lapses, but I believe strongly that regardless of the victory that will be coming, I would want to say that we should be very mindful of how we celebrate. Because at the end of the day, we will need everybody in going into the 2028 election. Because one person cannot do it alone. We need everybody. We need to have a united front. And I'm looking forward for, after the declaration, I want to see Ken calling whoever that will be declared. I want to see DMB calling whoever that will be declared. I want to see Dr. Brian Champon calling whoever that will be declared. I want to see Educhum calling whoever that will be declared. I want to see Engineer Kwabena Eje calling whoever that will be declared. And that will be a very beautiful thing for us to see. Unlike the previous one when we saw something untold that, somebody told me when I was coming, someone said, it looks like this time around, it is a proper showdown that has happened.
Yeah, that's a good one.
At least we've looked at Dr. Jutrim, we've looked at Brian Champon, we've also looked at Kwabena Japan.
You know what, before you go, when Sergio said nobody gave him anything, I believed it immediately.
In terms of
but when he
money.
added something, he added something that then made my mind, you get it? Because if people perceive you to belong to a certain camp, when they are sharing, they will take you out. You get it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
okay.
that's what they do.
Okay.
You get it?
Okay.
Some though they say wholesale.
So
but when there's a TNT, they will just mark him and they will take him out.
Oh.
All the 5 people they can share, he won't get anything.
Because they perceive that he's from one.
Yes,
club.
even where he belongs, they will think, oh, he's ours. So, because I believed when he said that. But later when he said he wasn't speaking for anybody, then I said, but that perception is there. You get it? So that is another area.
Okay.
But sometimes some delegates are not lucky. Nobody will give you TNT.
Oh, really?
Yes. Because they think you are here, this one thinks you are here, this one, you get it? And they all share and cut you out. You get it? So that happens. And so I don't doubt that everybody says,
I want to support you. I heard something whilst I was coming. And I think that personally I've been advocating for this prior to even the 2024 election, that there is the need for us to introduce in our body politics what we call political M&E, where there will be monitoring and evaluation. In the sense that you deploy resources to be given to people, there is no follow-up to see if that resource actually reached the exact person you've given it to. Now, when I got to the ground, I can tell you that there were people who felt like we've been sidelined because there is this notion that I belong to Team Baumia, I belong to Team Ken, I belong to Team Brian. On the ground, it was just these 3 teams that were, actually doing any operational activities. Beyond that, the other ones, I don't know whatever they did though. But these were the 3 people that I heard. Now, whilst I was coming, I also heard from the media houses. There were people on camera who were actually at one name that really went through. And I'm sure he's a very meticulous man. He's going to deal with those who were his coordinators at those places. Brian's coordinators, I've heard in some of the areas, people were actually raising alarm that his coordinators were not releasing the funds to them. They were not. That has to do, I think, Greater Accra and some other places. Those were the things I saw in the media.
Incidents
and I think it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Because when it happens like that, it ends up affecting the vote margin of your candidates.
Yes.
And the candidates.
You see, when I said earlier that there were some problems, as alluded to by lawyer Amwa, you get, and I said it was Kobe Amwa. It was our internal issue. You remember I said that off camera. It was our internal issue that I wouldn't want to blow on air. Maybe after, from what he said, we can talk about some of these things. But it happens, okay? The people who are deployed to go and do some of these, forgive my choice of words, ways and means. In the US, there's a ways and means. So in politics, you cannot take that out. So, George, some of these things, as Senyo said, happens. Some too. What they do is, if they say give the people 30 cedis TNT, then they'll give them 26. You get it? Or 15 cedis. It happens, okay? And that, as he said, there should be a monitoring process for the leaders to be sure that, yes, this is what we send, this is what actually got to the people. And if they didn't vote, but the moment you do that, it makes the delegates angry. You get it? That you are trying to shortchange them. Because you know what happens? The moment somebody gets a TNT of 10 cedis, he calls somebody in Lower West Achim. We got 10 cedis. What did you get? This was TNT. So we got 7 cedis. You get it? Then that's Wahala. You get it? So these are, and they get angry. So they will then punish you or the candidate you represent. So people who are deployed with resources to any place must be truthful and honest to the process. So that, at the end of the day, it shouldn't be because of your doings that made your candidate to lose. You get it?
Okay.
But at the end of the day, when it is ultimately declared, I don't see, sometimes when I said it from the beginning, that when people say the words Abronya uses, the words some people from our camp use and all that, is going to, no, okay? Because at the end of the day, when the elections is done, you are telling me, okay, that in the unlikely, even still cautiously optimistic, in the unlikely event that my candidate doesn't win, George, are you telling me how many years of my commitment to the elephant family I'm going to say I'm not going to be part of the process? Well, no.
Maybe you might be settling.
Well, it's the loyalty to the party.
Yes, it's loyalty first. I've contested and lost elections, and I've been a good communicator in the process.
I had a conversation with NPP, one of the communicators, who said that, well, since he declared his support for one of the candidates, he's been sidelined when it comes to appearance on certain media platforms.
But Senyo knows that.
So then I was like, but you can appear. He said, no, when you see me appearing on certain platforms, it's the producers who will call me, but not really from the official. So I was like, oh, really? And that's true. That's true.
No, yes. You didn't get the numbers, but I was fortunate. In fact, the main person who deploys sometimes will call me. Then I say, I'm sorry, I'm tight, I cannot make it. You know, I will not sit here and say he was deploying.
But you've heard stories like that.
No, yes, it happens. So, but the numbers that sometimes you get, you know, maybe, and sometimes the producers who, but
it's the producers who give you a call.
I was lucky, maybe the one who deploys will call me, George, we want you to be here. I said, oh, please, I beg you, I'm in my village. Can you spare me today? You get it? So that one, I wouldn't sit here. But I've heard those ones. And it's true. Some people in the other, you see, they get less deployment than the main people in the main.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's look at Kennedy Japan now. And Ima, I'll start with you on this. No, this year.
Okay.
From 2023, when he entered, he surprised everyone, because it was tight between Dr. Bawumia and then I think Alan. And then Kennedy really surprised everyone, even beat Alan to it. With this kind of performance now and how things are going, was this something that was expected, or he could have just actually given Bawumia a very tougher fight?
Well, I think, George, Kennedy did his best. Let me put it, that way. Yes. Still, the final, announcement hasn't been made yet. But
at least we have an idea of what's going on. So, yes, we have an idea of what's going on.
So, well, he's cautiously
optimistic.
There you go. So, I honestly, think, at the end of the day, certain lines had been crossed. Okay? Spoken or unspoken, which I, have been from the very forefront of this process, encouraging individuals that we must learn as the candidates really traverse all around this nation. There's a lot that they are actually modeling for us as followers. Therefore, we must begin to at least learn from that, so that in an event that, my good brother, George, you see who is here, may have an interest to contest in an election somewhere, he will be guided, by these clear examples, that we are seeing, today. As a diasporan, one of the things, that I have come to believe, is, yes, we must really be objective, when it comes to debating, whether it be policies, whatever it can be. We must set a certain clear distinction and guideline as to where we may end the conversation. It must be something that we must all have an interest in. Therefore, having to cross a certain line, where I come from elsewhere, you'll be called out on that, and you must either apologize or you double down on that. And it's up to you to either double down and not get the vote, or you double down and perhaps you have followers such as, the MAGAs, who would still, want to be there regardless. And they want to even, incite their base to even do more. Ours is different when it comes to, the two, jurisdiction. Therefore, I believe, my good, brother, Honorable Kennedy Japan, certainly, put a lot of, effort, out there. But looking, back to some of the maybe statements that have been made in the past, I think some of them came to be, a bite, at the behind for him, that therefore causing what we have seen.
Like,
negative statements. Unfortunately, I cannot repeat some of these things, that were said, but I can just, own that. I personally have watched certain, videos, I've listened, and again, it's not only immune to only, Honorable Kennedy. Okay, some of the candidates, supporters have done similar things, and even to some degree, worse. My, therefore, preaching here is that all of these have come to this point today, where the announcement, would be made officially, here, and learning what has caused some of, unfortunately, the numbers that, we're seeing from the Kennedys, come. It should be a wake-up call for all of us, knowing that as we continue to look towards, to the future, there are certain things that can be, played back to us. And in those moments, they can either go in our favor or they can, disadvantage us. And I long, to see, that day where individuals such as, we are, who may be aspiring to hold certain, positions, will therefore learn from that and begin to also put ourselves in a proper perspective, a position that, would not align, to certain language that can be attributed to us, that, certainly shows that we've shot ourselves, in the foot to begin with. And, George, to end, with the conversation on the Kennedys, his, Honorable Kennedy's, point. Leading, as a diasporan, this was around September, and I mentioned, here that my constituency is in Shiesu, constituency. While, I may be far, I was still, near by way of, individuals that I was talking to, calling, and asking what they're doing and how they're going to work well to support, to ensure that we have, a very good, choice when it comes to the flag bearership. Delegates, said things that were quite resonating, to me. So, things like, we are certainly, not just voting, okay, but we're voting with December 2028 in mind. And what that tells me is that people, know the bigger, objective, is something these delegates, were looking up to. While it may be just, an internal contest that we're looking at, selecting, a leader, but at the end of the day, would that leader indeed lead us to where we want to get to in 2028? Therefore, who could consolidate, the base was a number one, priority, for delegates, okay? Number two, who could expand beyond, the base was the other thing, for our delegates, as well. Three, in fact, the assurance of, ensuring that we can bring, or whoever will become the flag bearer can bring, floating voters, which in the past, in 2024 election, we said that did not go to our favor. These are some of the things that our delegates who were well informed, well sensitized and educated enough to know that there is certainly, something that we must, cling onto. And what is that? It must be somebody who certainly is going to lead us, who has that gravitas, indeed, to be able to pull all of us, together. And then say, we are marching on. And as a general, you either, walk with me to the battlefield or you're left, behind. And we all want to walk, with the general to the battlefield. And not only to the battlefield, but we want to defeat, the enemy, the perceived enemy who is out there to get us. Our goal is to ensure that once we're out there, we can fight tooth and nail with unison, cohesion, ensuring that when the outcome of the general election in 2028 is declared, we can say we did it together. I can remember Dr. Bonfest, comment here about the Usain, Bolt's, analogy, which is quite, important because it is about the game of numbers, and we must not forget of that. Okay, so that's my, position, and I think as we're looking forward, for the announcement to be made here, when we're celebrating, my expectation, my hope or aspiration is, I will call on, my brother George, and say, you know what, come to my camp where I belong to. In fact, if I'm declared the winner in this case, it appears that is what is going to happen, here, so that we can hold hands and say, yes, we did it together, we did it as a team, we did it as NPP, and we'll continue, to look forward to do it where the result will show, and eventually we will lead Ghana to where it needs to be in terms of prosperity.
All right, George, I mean, you said it, and we all know you're from, you're with the Canadian Japan's team. Was this something that you were expecting?
No. We didn't.
You were so confident?
Very confident. Not on the religious.
No, that's fair enough, though.
We are very
what gave you that confidence?
Because of the message it was
churning out because of his engagement with the people, because of our relationship with the people, and because of some of the things we said that because of our engagement with him, we had made sure those things were eschewed. You get it? So that we focused on the matter proper, the message proper, the campaign proper. And we thought we did a lot. And he was able to go around the country. And that is something that we thought, okay, it's good. Yes, but we're still looking at the data as well.
Josh, hold on for me. Okay. Let me quickly go to... Not yet, still.
Okay.
The president, when he's ready, will be on GTV. Let's quickly go to the NPP party head office.
Have they finished?
And get reports from Morris Obiti, who's our correspondent there. Morris, good evening to you. Hello, Morris.
Jubilation here at the NPP party headquarters. We see many more party faithful coming into the main, party headquarters proper. It's becoming clear the results we are seeing across country. It's becoming clear that Dr. Bawumia is in the lead. The Electoral Commission will finally declare the results. But we're seeing a lot more of Dr. Bawumia supporters coming to the party headquarters, making merry, blowing the vuvuzelas, and jamming to the music in the background. Here are pictures from the national headquarters. The Ghana Police Service has done a wonderful job ensuring law and order at the party headquarters. And so any moment from now, the winner, so declared by the Electoral Commission, will come to the party headquarters to deliver his victory speech. But let's try and talk to some of the jubilant party faithful who are beginning to come to the party headquarters. And quickly we'll speak to this man. He's been here for a while. Good afternoon, good evening to you, and welcome to GTV.
Thank you.
Why are you here tonight?
I'm here because of my party. Yes, today we vote for choosing for our flag bearer. That's why I'm here, to witness about the winner.
And which candidates have you been supporting since?
I'm supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's my choice. And there's nothing that he will lose this election. He will definitely win this election. The man is a very unique man for us. We love the man because of his humility. He's a very humble man. He's very cool man. He's very handsome man. Bawumia is nobody that is not a person who always, doing the tribalisms and the things. Although he's a Muslim, we are the Christians. We like him because the man is flexible to all the tribes. And because of his character also, we all will choose to vote for him.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Your name again?
My name is Ni Adu Darema.
Okay. All right. So, still here at the party headquarters. Let me speak to this woman. She's been so excited for some time now. What's informing your excitement?
Because we thank God Almighty for giving us this big opportunity today. We've been expecting this for so many years now, but glory be to God Almighty. His will has been fulfilled today. Do you get what I'm trying to tell you? Because this man has suffered so much. And I'm chief worker as a kokromotis wa unsa unko sipo. Uni kokromoti wa untimi sipo. This man have suffered enough. Where were those people when this man was going to court for nine months? This man stood not for himself, but he stood for NPP for 9 good months, being in the court. To be there so that the name NPP not be gone like that. Where were those people? And I'm so grateful he chose 3. And 3, it's Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. We are here for peace. We came in for peace. So they are all welcome. They should come and join the winning team today. That's my comments. That's all.
All right. So we are still here at the party headquarters. As I said, it's becoming clear who is winning this particular contest, and so supporters of Dr. Bawumia coming into the party headquarters. So much jubilation, so much excitement. They believe the result so collated by the Bawumia camp, Dr. Bawumia, is taking a very sound lead in this particular contest. We'll try and speak to party executives, party operatives who have been manning the whole process since morning, ensuring that we have a very beautiful, orderly event. But quickly also, let me speak to this Dr. Bawumia fan who is here at the party headquarters. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Welcome to GTV.
Thank you.
Shall I say congratulations to you?
Thank you very much.
Shall I say congratulations?
It's in order.
All right.
Congratulations is in order.
Okay. What are you picking from the ground yourself?
Oh, Dr. Bawumia has sailed through.
Okay.
And that is actually a happy moment for every NPP member, because it would have been disastrous if we had let Dr. Bawumia down, because the coming election in 2028, now it helps NPP to put our best foot forward by choosing Dr. Bawumia with all that is made of. So we are thankful to all NPP delegates who we all together voted for Dr. Bawumia to become the party's flag bearer for the 2028 general election.
All right. Okay. So let's quickly take you outside and see how the atmosphere is like at the frontage of the NPP headquarters. And so now the gate has been widely opened. The barricades that were mounted by the Ghana Police Service have been removed, and allowing many more people to have access to the party headquarters. As I said, any moment from now, we are waiting for the winner of this particular contest to come and make a declaration. Quickly, let's speak to Richard Anyagba, who is the Director of Communications of the NPP. Richard, what are you picking up from the ground? It does appear Dr. Bawumia is in the lead.
Yeah, he's going to win. He's going to win. Dr. Bawumia wins.
Any moment from now, we should expect him to come and make it big.
Yeah, the results around the country indicates that. The history of our party indicates that. So it's always been that it's just a matter of time. And the party, we've done the best we can possibly to ensure a level playing field. And I am confident that the results that we are seeing now, nobody can say that anybody was giving an advantage. And that's why personally I took a pain to ensure that I can say this now, that indeed the election was free and fair. Because you can't tell me before now that you knew who I was going to vote for, right? Because I wanted to have a situation where I can say that the process was fair. And I my directorate to run it fairly to ensure that whoever gets the opportunity to do what is it they want to do, and at the end, the result will justify that the election process was free and fair. So Bawumia will win, and today I pray that all the candidates will rally their followers to make sure that the NPP gets ready, prepared for 2028 to take back power.
And the 2028 assignment is a bigger one. What will be the message marketing Dr. Bawumia back to the many Ghanaians who will be voting in 2028?
Well, I mean, the business of 2028 is an interaction with Ghanaians. And today, as you speak, you know that the promises that the NDC made, they are not delivering. Okay? For the young people who voted in 2024, all their expectations to do with jobs, that's been dashed. The cocoa farmer is today crying. Okay? All the people in our country who thought that Bahama had a message
and therefore voted for him. I've seen that there's a difference between political messaging and delivery. And today, that's what the realization. And so 2028, the message will be clear that the NDC can't do it. The new Patriotic Party would come and continue. Now today, you can ask any of your viewers, ask them, if they can point to one thing the NDC has done.
At least the economy has improved.
Which economy?
The Ghanaian economy.
Okay, let me ask you, what have they done to make the economy what it is?
They have tried to improve our international reserves.
Which one? From what?
Through the gold board.
From what?
Through the gold board.
By doing what?
By setting up the gold board and ensuring that...
Setting up gold board is not a new thing. Before they came, the domestic gold purchase program was there. And in fact, part of our manifesto promise in 2024 was to institutionalize the gold purchase program. So they haven't done anything new, right? And in any case, gold in Ghana, is it new? Have they come to discover gold? Gold was here before they came. In fact, they were here before they came now. President Mahama was president for 8 years. He's part of Mills administration. He led the country for 4 years. What was the gold balance, the gold reserve of Ghana when he left office? So if suddenly he has come and somebody has brought about a gold program that is increased our national reserve from 8 tons to 30.5, between the two, who has a foresight? Who did more? Who gave him the indication that gold is a way to go? And by the way, the over-reliance on gold today, to make a point, is an indication that the NDC has no ideas. They are bereft because why? Every African economy is struggling to get off commodities. They are returning us to a commodity economy. If the price of gold drops tomorrow, what would they do? How would they sustain the city? If that is their idea. So you tell me that there is nothing they have done. And everything you have told me is not true. They have not done anything. The economy before we left was growing 5.7, right? What have they done? Look, they are defunding agriculture, which is a real sector enterprise, where young people can get jobs. Agribusiness, okay, is supposed to lift and create opportunity for the regular Ghanaian, everyday Ghanaian. If you are not investing in the real sector, what you are doing is that you are not investing in the poor or the everyday Ghanaian. The young people of our country who want jobs, you are not investing in their future. So definitely, I am looking for somebody to tell me what Atto did, and you say Atto is forcing. What does it do? The IMF program that was put on path, even when they have come now, they haven't been able to grow the economy because the idea was that from 2024, the economy should continue to grow. They haven't shown that they've done anything.
The economy grew in the first quarter, 6.3%.
We are talking about cumulative growth. As if the economy this year, what was the total growth?
This year, no. The results have not been declared.
But I'm saying that if you look at the quarterly growth and you look at the aggregate growth at the end of the year, we are waiting for the number to come. Now, one other thing that you have said to do with improving stuff, they said inflation. Inflation, which was on a path coming down before we left power. Inflation today is about 5.4, right? What is the evidence of that 5.4 in the things that you consume?
And inflation is inflation.
But I'm saying, has it resulted in the drop of real price?
We've seen price reductions. We've seen fuel price going down.
Fuel price, again, is cocoa, is gold. It's gold. In fact, we should be buying petrol less than the amount we are buying it. But for their tariff that they put on, they told us we're not going to increase taxes, but then they put 1 cedi premium on cocoa, on gold, on oil. They did that. So which of their promises have they kept? 24-hour economy, which was one of the bases, okay, why they won this election. What has happened to it? Okay, if you will be honest, you will tell me that what they are talking about, they have not affected anybody's life, honestly.
We've seen businesses benefiting from a stabilized local currency. From around 15 cities, now we're doing around 12 cities. That's good for the business.
You know, cocoa board. Is it a business? Huh? No. Cocoa board is business, right? They buy gold and cocoa and sell. What is happening to them? The currency they have stabilized artificially is affecting cocoa. So the currency stabilization, we keep telling them, it has to be organic. It's like you not working and then depending on your father's money. One day if your father is not there, one day if the supply from your father is not coming, you'll be exposed because you are not earning those monies. Okay? The idea of stabilizing the currency artificially is not the way to go. So now cocoa board is suffering because of it. How is that progress?
We have seen our debt reduce because the city has improved. What about that? Now we're doing 45% of GDP, debt to GDP.
The reduction of our debt to GDP is not necessarily the city. It's not necessarily the strengthening of the city. Yes, your dollar-denominated debt, okay, will come down because your city is strengthening. But the point is that at what cost? We have spent 10 billion to do that. Ask yourself, if you spend that 10 billion to pay your debt, wouldn't you have brought it down? Wouldn't you have brought it down? So what is the point? What have you gained?
All right, Richard Ahiyagba is the Director of Communications of the NPP. The excitement.
All right, so that was Maurice at the NPP headquarters there. Let's take you over to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's office and find out exactly what's happening there. He's been briefed by his team. He's been told what's happening in terms of how he's leading, and they are all very much happy at the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let's quickly move over there to see what's happening.
At this point, it hasn't wait.
So would like to
Don't repeat it.
wait patiently for the final declaration by the Electoral Commission. Final declaration by the Electoral Commission, that will happen at the party headquarters. But until then, we will still be making follow-ups to ensure that these 41 outstanding slips are counted, and then we our own final figures and wait for the final confirmation of the certified results from the Electoral Commission. And so at this point, I'd like to thank you all. And if the campaign, His Excellency, would like to say a few words.
Mr. President is speaking.
Inshallah.
1,003 days to go.
Well, let me thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Osei Mensah-Bonsu, as well as the campaign manager, Fredo Pare-Ansan, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side, have been phenomenal in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
Thank you very much.
I really do.
All right, so that was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who just spoke to his supporters and then his team too. He was brief about what's happening and the results and what to expect. And obviously, he knows that he's actually taking the lead, waiting for the official announcement to be made by the Electoral Commission. As of now, we're taking you to the northern region to get a report from our northern regional correspondent, Mutala Isa, to find out what's also happening in the northern part of this country. Mutala, over to you.
Some jubilant women at the Tamale Central Constituency polling station, that is the Tamale Jubilee Park. And even though voting has ended, counting is still underway with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia hitting over 700 votes out of the just a little over 900 votes that are expected to be cast here. And it is the reflection of what we have across the entire northern region. He has won virtually in every polling center in the northern region across the 18 constituencies. Because Tamale South was split into two, they have two centers there. So Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won across the 19 polling centers in this region. And across the northeast region, the results we are getting also indicate that he is virtually sweeping that region as well. It is a moment of celebration for many of his supporters here in the northern region, as well as the northeast region, we are told. And for many people, this is obvious. This is where Bawumia comes from, the northern and northeast region. And so it was always expected that he will be carrying these two regions. As we speak, voting has ended. Counting is still underway. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's ballots have already been counted, over 700 votes for him out of about a little over 900 votes that are expected to be cast in this polling station. Overall, it's been a very peaceful day across all the centers that we have visited today, and security was very tight, but despite the 1,302 police personnel who were deployed across the entire region, 19 polling centers, they virtually had nothing to do. And you are just witnessing the wrapping up of counting here at the Jubilee Park for Tamale Central Center. The peaceful atmosphere you are seeing here is a reflection of what we had across all the centers in the region. And like I indicated earlier, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has swept virtually every polling center here in the northern region. We are getting results from the northeast region as well, and he has swept the Jagaba Kubori, for example, certain candidates scoring 0. And Bawumia is expected across these two regions to win. He grew up partly in Tamale. He is from the northeast region, and so it was always expected that for these two regions, he was always going to win the election. So on this note, I want to wrap up proceedings here in the northern region and to hand over back to you in Accra and to say see you in a few months' time.
Reaching straight to the office of the former vice president, who is also part of the 5 contesting to become the flag bearer of the NPP ahead of the 2028 general election. We earlier picked comments from him from his office there. Now, obviously expected to move out of his office to the party headquarters. Yes, they're moving to the party headquarters now, and these are supporters, or his supporters. His supporters, they're very happy, excited.
Calm and collected.
He was briefed by the team and the lead of the team, and in summary, he was told that he's in the lead, and it's going to be near impossible for any change to occur. So that's him driving out from his office, heading towards the NPP headquarters in Asylum Down. That's where the major announcements will be made, and then subsequently we'll hear from the flag bearer-elect. If you're just joining us, it's our live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. It started this morning, and we're almost home dry. Almost. We're seeing pictures now from the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Welcome back, and this is GBC News. This is also GTV. If you're on Facebook, it's the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. If you're on the internet, it's gbcghanaonline.com. My name is George Sapo. We've been with you from morning all the way till now, and we're going to leave you when everything is said and done with the exercise going on concerning the NPP presidential primaries. Voting started, as I stated earlier, this morning at 7, ended at 2. And so far, we almost have all the results coming in, and I'm sure if you've been following us on various platforms of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, including on television, you have a clear indication who is leading and who is winning, waiting for the official announcement from the Electoral Commission, which will be made at the party head office of the NPP in Asylum Down. Our guests are still here with us. I have Senior here, I have Emmanuel here, and then I have George here. They are all members of the new Patriotic Party. And we've been talking about the NPP, we've been talking about the exercise and what has been going on so far. I was talking earlier with George, you see, before we went for Morris's report and then the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, getting comments also from him. We're talking about the candidates. We've so far talked about Kwabena Japan, we've talked about Brian Champon, we've talked about Dr. Richum. Relative to talk about the two, we started with Kennedy Japan, and we started with George there because George is in Kent's team. Should I say you look disappointed, or
my spirit is down?
Your spirit is down. Yeah. You were telling us that this wasn't expected. You're so confident.
Yes, very confident. Yeah. But unfortunately, this is what has happened. We are one family. We thought our candidate was going to be the obvious choice going into 2028. But unfortunately, or fortunately, the delegates have almost decided otherwise. And which otherwise they want tradition goes on. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes, tradition.
It's like the trend I told you about. The trend.
Yes.
The trend.
And George, we were being is it bold, defiantly bold for, I don't know. You know why? Because it's the same structure that elected the candidate just 2 years ago. 2023, yes, 3 years ago. And it's the same structure that has been brought top-down approach for the same, So when the candidates didn't object to that, then I said, well, it's going to be difficult, especially when they've expanded it by adding former MMDCs. You get it? And former members of parliament, all of them now delegates. In fact, beyond this, we are going to even expand the polling station by 2. You get it, to make it 7 instead of the normal 5. But that one, I think they decided is going to be done after this primary. So I think the delegates have spoken, and they've spoken clearly. The other advantage that maybe the election of Dr. Bawumia may add for the MPP may be that the NDC is going to come up with a new face. You get it? It's going to come up. And I think that message went out to the delegates well. You get it? Because if my candidate had been chosen, it means the 2 people, fresh faces and co. But we thought and believed that the popularity of our candidate, was going to do the magic for the party. But the party people thought, no, we need to go, tradition goes on. So they sent him the first time, let's send him again. Some have said that certain pronouncement by my candidate might also be, in fact, Musa Dankwa did state that the video. Can I go?
Let me go to
Okay. Okay.
Let's go back to Kennedy Japon's office and get some reaction. His supporters at Kennedy Japon's office in Shashi. Of Kennedy Japan there. And that's him.
Yes. That's Jojo Rocky.
Jojo Rocky. He was the director of elections?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is it a director of election or director of anti-rigging?
No, director of election. That was part of it.
All right.
Coming in thick and fast, and so he has come out to address the media somehow, and his supporters are cheering him on and clapping for him. Some of the comments you can hear people say is he is still our president and the presidency is not over yet. You have currently in your shot the Honorable Ken Ohene Ejapon, who has joined us to address the media. No, you're not watching, so you're cutting his head off.
Okay.
Cutting his head off.
I wasn't seeing. It's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, Honorable Ken Ohene Ejapon, His Excellency, has a short word for all of you. And so please let all of us be calm and listen to him. Please. So we just want to give him the opportunity to address the entire nation, address members of the Patriotic Party through your medium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Kennedy will say
Thank you.
Choboy. Yay! Choboy. Yay! Choboy.
Yay! I want to take this opportunity to thank Tim Ken for the wonderful work you've done. I mean, we all admit we work hard, but God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us.
I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Yes.
So keep faith alive.
Oh, yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. We don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good works that you've done, I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we will meet and dine together.
Yes.
What I want to say again is that do not use this against anybody in the party. Once they have decided, let's all come together as party members and work together.
We want you. No can, no vote. No can, no vote. No can, no vote.
You should all relax. You should all relax. I know we have 3 years to go. Who knows what will happen? So I want you to be patient. Don't say that no can, no vote. So if it had been Ken, what would other contestants, supporters have said?
Oh, yes.
So no can, no vote should be out. Let's come together as one people. But at an appropriate time, you see how things unfold. Don't worry. God will take care of you.
Okay. Okay.
God will take care of you. He knows today was going to come. We didn't know. But God that created us knew today would definitely come to pass. We have experienced that in 2023. So today is no different. So I'm begging you, stay calm. There's a lot of food. Go in there, eat. We have champagne, wine, beer. Eat what you can eat. And let's see what tomorrow has for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so that just gone is the Honorable Ken Ohene Ejapon, who clearly wants his followers to stay put. He's mentioned how this is not the end of the road, and that he wants all his followers, all his supporters, he literally meant Team Ken, remain calm, because you don't know what tomorrow holds for you. You don't know what tomorrow brings. He also encouraged his team not to say because he did not get the nod from the delegates, they are not voting Camp 2028. By all means, he wants them to remain optimistic and commit to the party NPP and be sure that something good will come of it in the future or in the shortest possible future. And one other thing he said clearly that I found really very interesting is the fact that he's a veteran politician and he's tasted defeat. Also has had some wins under his belt, and so this does not take anything away from him. Really, this is Ken Ohene-Agyapong advising his team and his followers to commit to the NPP and be hopeful that all will be well. Coming to you from the party office of the Honorable Ken Ohene-Agyapong, this is Darrell Alantego. Thank you very much for joining us here.
All right, welcome back. So you heard from Kennedy Agyapong from his party office in Chiashi. You also earlier heard from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia from his party office. I'm sure by now we're all getting the indications as to what's happening and who is in the lead and who will finally be declared as the flag bearer for the new Patriotic Party ahead of the 2028 general election. It's going to be in 2028. Earlier when we started this conversation, there was a particular trend I put across. Then Dr. Bonfe was with us. I'm going to go through that trend again, and it looks like that's exactly what has happened. That if you look at the NPP presidential primaries over the years, from 1992. In 1992, Edu Boahin contested with Dr. Janice Salbi. And then Edu Boahin had 56.6%, Doc had 17.3%. And then in 1996, Edu Boahin contested with former President Kufuor. Former President Kufuor won, had 51.99%. Edu Boahin was 35.70%. This was the whole conversation that generated a lot of controversy, though. But let's move on. And then in 1998, all right, let's just hold on this one. Let's go back to the party office. I'll come back with this particular trend again. Let's go back to the party office. We'll be talking to Maurice Ogbete, who's standing by at the NPP head office in Asalamda. Maurice, over to you.
Campaign o, candidate A o, B o, C o, D o, E o, Ene, Asa. Ejumane si. Ene fitine eko NPP. Any your contenders. Abatro anke ti se ka anka mi wajidie wa Ghana for musa anka mo reverse 2024 elections. Nanso eti se flight. Etu ane eko. Ne aka 2 years 11 months. Ye ko abatu obiom. Ye fi ha me pacho ye ni camp biom. Ye wa one united party, the new Patriotic Party. Ye main contenders enye ye ho ya ni NDC for house to house ni enti nimi kunim come 2028. Eye NDC for any MPP, enye MPP ni MPP. Internal contest no abewiye nti mesre mo ye firi a ye nko unite ye ho ye ni camps biom MPP come 2028 ni entimi nkwaji tuminu every abaibone we ho ene school fees is under disguise of PTA dues medamo nyina se.
She rado, she rado, she rado. Patriotic Party, we are the new
Let us take part in the elephant. And when they say boo, we shall wait to save Ghana. The elephant is, and when they say boo, we shall wait to save Ghana. We shall wait to save Ghana. We shall wait to save Ghana. The elephant is, and when they say boo, we shall wait to save Ghana. The elephant is Antirita. Oh boy! Oh boy! Energy! Yo! She rado, she rado. She rado, the national treasure of the new Patriotic Party, Dr. Jamina, aka Dr. China, the national second vice chairman. Yediko, yebese di biom. Yedikunim, yediko, yebese di biom. Abraham, yediko, yebese di biom. Yes, the organizer of Canada. The diaspora phone na mufri approach ba. Wave yourself. Let the people see you. You did well. DJ, announcement. Yabesramo, DJ announcement. Yabesre, mo amode mo cars. A blocking entrance, any road ni nyina yabesre mo ahombrasie mu a obi anyi ni kan free ho. Anwumrei party headquarters are expecting penninfu atoto huro bebre. Ene da pon kase de ma NPP. Eti yabesre mo ahombrasie mu. Wo a wonim se wo car sa street here da yanim ha idea yem pese obi abepake car bia wo ho. Eti wonim se wa pake wo car e wo street here da yanim ha. Obuo ni ahombrasie mu yabesre wo. Yem pese yebema security fo no abaha obi adwene. Eti yesra what announcement na wo car. Esi street mu ba bia. Yesra mo that car is not allowed to be parked there. Yebesra mo. Obia moving the car in free ho. Empanifo bebre eba. Empanifo bebre. Samia Uku is in the house. Honorable Samia Uku is in the house. That's right. NPP, oh say yeah. NPP, oh say yeah. NPP, oh yeah. Say boys in Bray, boys say Didi. Yeah, I've seen my brother Miracles. Miracles. Tico with articulator engine. Miracle. Tico with articulator engine. Yes. Masters. Here it is not about phobia, it is not about Santikotoko. It is about NPP. Anameboa. Mr. DJ, NPP Edin Kunim, Wediko, Obese di Biom. Wedin Kunim, Wediko, Obese di Biom. Yes. Ghana Police, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You did well. Thank you so much. You did well. Thank you so much. The invisible commander. Yedi Kulim, Yediko, Yebese di Biom. Yedi Kulim, Yediko, Yebese di Biom. Yedi Kulim, Yediko, Yebese di Biom. The second vice chairperson, Yenina Yemami Matalata, congratulations, Wabo Juma. A member of the election committee, Wabo Juma. The national treasure of the new Patriotic Party, Dr. Damina, aka Dr. China, Wabo Juma. Chairman Push the Mic, Chairman Buga Buga. You did well. National organizer. The national organizer. Nana B. Wabo Juma. Still maintain the general secretary of the new Patriotic Party. Lawyer Justin Kodia. Let's welcome Honorable Adrim Blancy, former mayor of Greater Accra and member of the Council of Elders of the party. We welcome you, sir. Please wave the flag, wave the NPP flag, NPP Edin Kunim, wave it, wave the flag. That's right, that's right, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yedi Kunim, Yediko, Yebese di Biom. Yedi Kunim. Yes, the former general secretary of the new Patriotic Party. The former general secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Honorable John Bodu, the former general secretary. You are welcome. NPP Edin Kunim. We have only one party. It is the new Patriotic Party. It is the new Patriotic Party.
Who has joined us to address the media.
All right, welcome back. And those are pictures coming from the office or the headquarters of the NPP, waiting for that major announcement to be made. The Electoral Commission is going to make that announcement, and obviously we'll be hearing from the flag bearer elect for the NPP. I'm going to move to Georgia. You see, again, we're talking before we went for that break. And I was giving a trend. Yes. Let me go through the trend and we can. Yes. So in 1992, Edu Boahin and then Dr. Selby, Edu Boahin had 56.6%, Doc 17.3%. 1996, former President Kufuor, together with Edu Boahin, former President Kufuor won with 51.99%, and then Edu Boahin had 35.70%. In 1998, former President Kufuor, 64.6%. He contested with Kufuor, and then Kufuor had 31.64%. Then in 2007, former President Kufuor was done with his 2 years. So it's 2 terms, actually. So Kufuor contested with Alan Shermanton, and then Kufuor had 47.97%, Alan Shermanton 32.30%. Now, this was a very keen one in Legon. At the end of the day, Alan Shermanton voluntarily had to step down for Kufuor.
Biggest political mistake.
Yes, biggest political mistake. Oh, okay, really?
Yes, for Alan.
In 2007 when he took that decision?
Yes.
Okay.
Biggest political mistake. Politician, you don't do that.
You don't do that. Okay,
so you think that they should have still continued with it?
They should have gone for the second round. Yeah, the runoff. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's an internal thing, and he understands what is being done. So
that may
it wasn't bad
him
if he,
in.
But I mean, if you're picking from what George is saying today, you see that that didn't actually help him out.
It was the worst
mistake do you think that if he had allowed
for
them to go into the race, he would have emerged.
No, but he would have, the whole thing would have been clear.
Well, I mean, yes.
Okay. Then people.
Then there was an opportunity in 2010. Former President Kufuor and the Alan Shermanton, and this time around, former President Kufuor beat Alan Shermanton hands down, 78.89% for former President Kufuor, and the Alan Shermanton 19.91%. And then in 2014, again President Kufuor went with Alan Shermanton. This time around, convincing 94.35%, and the Alan Shermanton had 4.7%. Now, if you're following the trend, if you realize former President Kufuor in 1996, former President Kufuor in 1998. Now, in 2007 was former President Kufuor, 2010 former President Kufuor, 2014 former President Kufuor. Now, former President Kufuor won on his second time that he contested. Former President Kufuor won on the third time that he contested. And all of them have got one thing in common. They maintained that ticket, be it 2 years or 3 years. Then come 2023. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 61.4%, and then Kennedy Japan, 31% in 2023. Now, earlier when we were talking with my guest, Dr. Bonfe was also here. My question was whether that same trend will continue, looking at what has happened in the past for the NPP primaries, and also knowing very well that the NPP party itself is a conservative party that sticks to tradition and sticks to how they do things. Interestingly, it seems that they are continuing with that trend and that tradition. We're just waiting for that announcement, but if you follow the trend, you could see exactly what's happening in there. But George raised an interesting question when I talked about this earlier, that if this is the trend, then it might not be good for them, that's the NPP in 2028. But then there was another response to that says that, well, the dynamics will not be the same, because this time around they're having a totally new person who is going to contest for the ticket of the NDC, which might work well for the NPP. We're waiting to see how things will pan out. But from what we're seeing now, and per the trend I've given you, it looks like it's following that particular trend for the NPP. Yes, George.
Yes, thank you. I think the conservative, as we are, they've decided to go the traditional way. And traditionally, Dr. Bawumia is the likely candidate to be declared the victor of today's primaries. And, that is the NPP for you. We want to send him and hoping that he will do the magic in the 2028 election. And as said, there's about 3 years preparation. You get it. And so whatever this affection bitterness, pain, whatever any of the parties within will harbor. 3 years will be enough time to purge yourselves of those things, and then the candidate, the winner, will extend an olive branch to all of them to come on board. As we said earlier, the optics are very important in this whole fray. That it should be seen that those who lost are solidly with the winner, and saw that message or picture to the Ghanaian people, the delegates one, and then the Ghanaian people, and then the delegates, the party, and then the Ghanaian people, so that ultimately in 2028, when we go for the election, the primary objective of any political party is to win political power and implement these programs and policies for the benefit or to the benefit of the people. So that's good. The delegates seem to say this is the way we want to go, conservative. Then two, the appearance of Honorable Ken at his campaign headquarters or our campaign headquarters, and then his commentaries. I was happy with his demeanor. He's accepting that there was the possibility of winning or losing. And so he had psyched himself for either of the two, even though he didn't automatically accept and congratulate the potential winner. He's holding his guns still. The Electoral Commission does the declaration. Then I believe he can take up the phone and call His Excellency, the Vice President, in the event he's declared the winner, to congratulate him. And that is good for the party cohesion and camaraderie. So that is what we need to be excited about. So far, the demeanor of all the parties that we've seen on TV so far, the Bawumia camp at their campaign headquarters, the Ken camp at our campaign headquarters, sends positive signals that whatever be the ultimate outcome, they will accept it. You get it? And then hope to work together in the good and interest of the NPP. That I'm excited about.
Okay, let's go to Upper East and talk to Peter Gingre, who's our correspondent there. Peter, good evening to you, and over to you.
I will introduce and come. Okay.
Hello, Peter. Peter.
Yes, I can hear you. Coming from the Bolgatanga Central constituency, we are currently at the party office, the regional party office of the NPP. Some of the delegates have even come here to jubilate and go back. Some of their agents are also trooping in with some of the results from the various constituencies across the Upper East region. From the figures I have sent to you earlier, you realize that all the candidates are doing well, but of course, one candidate is doing more in the Upper East region. And you realize that provisional results available to us from the Electoral Commission this morning or this afternoon indicates that in the Bongo constituency, Kennedy Ejapon had 71 votes, and Brian Achampon making 193. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia getting 364 votes. Dr. Educhum, the former education minister, making getting 5 votes. And Kwamina Japan also managed to get 1 vote from the Bongo constituency. These are some of the provisional results coming from the Electoral Commission, or even from the various constituencies, until the Electoral Commission finally declares, give us the final declaration of the results. But this is what is happening in the Upper East. We are still getting some of the results coming in. And one surprising thing is what is coming from the Kusu or in the Poku constituency, where Dr. Mahmoud is making surprises, and of course is really making surprises, and is leading some of the policies or even the electoral or the constituencies. And so we want to engage the regional chairman of the party in the person of lawyer Anthony Namor. He has just gotten here, and I want to engage him to tell us his impressions so far about the results.
Thank you very much.
Today has been a great day for the party. You know, there was a lot of hue and cry. I managed to visit 7 constituencies today, including Boku Central, Binduri, and Zabila. 8 constituencies in all because of time constraint. And everywhere was peaceful. The whole region, we had about 90% voter turnout, or close to 91% voter turnout. And that was massive, even though we would have wished that we got a better. This is a family affair. There's no winner, there's no loser. We are all winners. And you could see that even the candidates who didn't come to the region, who didn't even have coordinators, they managed to get votes. So you see that there were less zeros across the region. So that shows that because it was a family affair, the votes were distributed. It is now, so I use this opportunity to thank the delegates for coming out in their numbers to vote. Even though I thought we could have gotten 97% voter turnout, some people were in school, others have passed. So obviously, you should expect the voter register is quite old now. So we are happy, and we also thank the journalists for the role you played. There was no sensationalization on your part. You are reporting accurate information. We also thank the police service, the military, for especially escorting our people to Boko. We never had any incident. As early as 5 a.m.,
Yes. So
the military and the police were ready to do that.
In the coastal area,
Yes.
Binduri, Boko, Pusiga, and Garo, how did you see the situations over there?
Yes, of course, the naysayers were all over the place, preaching that there will be a Armageddon in those areas if people came out to vote in a particular way. But the security and the party did its best to ensure that they were not given the chance, because people were holding petrol looking for fire, but the fire was not provided. And we commend the security and the party for the way we manage it. So for the Boku zone in particular, no incident was reported. Whatever intelligence we gathered, we made sure that the military and the police were informed in advance, and they have vetted all these things. So no wonder everything went smooth, and I'm sure all the candidates got appreciable votes there. And I think, as I said, it is the party that has won, and not any individual. No, there's no loser in this contest. All of us are winners, and we congratulate everybody for the show. They have oiled the party machinery, and I'm sure.
Chairman, we'll definitely be engaging you later for our subsequent bulletin. Because of our want of time, we want to quickly finish up with the MCE or former MCE for Boku Central. You voted.
Oh yes, I voted. It's a must for me. My candidate has won massively in my constituency. My candidate has won, and so you can imagine the euphoria surrounding his victory. I have constantly told the people of Baku that we should stand by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He's the only man who can give us victory in 2028. I stood by him when he was selected as a running mate to His Excellency former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and we will stand by him till he becomes the next president of the Republic of Ghana. And so, in the case of Baku, I don't think there's much problem. I have been engaged in organizing elections since 2010 election in Baku. As a former party secretary for 8 years in Baku, I know the terrain and I know what is happening. So there's no surprises at all.
Thank you very much. Amadou Hamza is the former MC for Boku Central. And so we'll be wrapping up, but inside this building, these are some of the executives of the party. They are here waiting and then receiving some of the figures from the various constituencies across the Upper East region. The research, research director? He is here with some of the colleagues here, the constituency executives from the various areas in the Upper East region. And so we'll continue to monitor and bring you some of the happenings from the Upper East region, and then bring up to speed what is happening in the Upper East region as far as the NPP presidential primary is concerned. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your reports in there. We're getting back in the studio here to continue our discussion concerning the NPP presidential primaries and what we are waiting for that announcement coming from the national headquarters of the new Patriotic Party. Our guests are still here with us. Georgia is here with us. Ima is also here with us, and then Senior is also here with us. George, again, you were speaking before. Yes.
Yes. So I said I was excited with the demeanor of all the candidates that were shown on TV. After the way the trend is going, the results, especially Honorable Ken Ohene Japan. I like the tone and the language he used. It tells us that he's going to be receptible to the final outcome. That is very important for the NPP, the unity going forward, because this is an internal affair, and we need to be one party going into the main election in 2028. And so this is just the beginning. Let's see when the final decision, results is declared, his response, his congratulatory message to the winner, and then the magnanimity of the winner, and then extension of olive branch to the others to come on board. So we go, that this is a family affair. I pray that people do not begin to tag others within that, you know, you were not with us, you are not there, and co. We are doing the bigger project after this one. That is what is important. At the end of the day, it's the elephant family. People have traveled all the way from diaspora, the United States, the United Kingdom, South Africa, and they are here to vote because proxy didn't work. And so, yes, they've spent money and time. They will go back and tell the story and then make their contribution towards the major elections. I'm happy for the NPP. We are the ultimate winner as a party. So let's take it. I'm happy. I wouldn't want to congratulate anyone yet. You get it? I wouldn't want to congratulate anyone yet. But the results so far, the neck to neck between Brian and then my candidate is what is surprising me.
Yeah. Okay.
But the strategy used by Brian, I knew he was going to course, but I didn't know he was going to get there. This is where I think Musa Dankwa didn't get it so far. You get it. He got the main one.
He got the bill, but he didn't get
the
this
third
one.
position. He gave him 13%, but the guy is rating 20%.
All right. Before I come to Emmanuel Mensah, let's go back to the NPP headquarters and join Gifty. Hello, Gifty.
And welcome to the national headquarters of the new Petro. Oh my God! There's so much excitement here, and yes, we are coming to you from the party headquarters of the national, the new Patriotic Party. And as you can see, there's so much excitement here as the delegates and members of the NPP wait the arrival of the presidential candidate-elect, Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia. But before his arrival, you can see how the place is charged up. Hi, good evening. Good evening, your brother.
This election, Bawumia will win and win again. We like Bawumia so much, so even number 3, you people should vote for number 3, the next coming president.
What's your name?
My name is Farouk Rukaya.
I can see you're really excited.
Yes, please.
Okay. What will you tell us? What makes you so excited about this presidential primary?
Oh, I want everyone to vote for Bawumia so that he could be the next coming president.
Thank you. So these.
Oh.
Yes. As you can see.
NPP kuo. Arade ayeye nyina yiye. Nti ya dia sida be merade. Bawumia na ba. Onu so ye party ba. Wa brebi. Obi so brebi. Badi nyina no asumdwe ana ye nyina ye pe. Because of our mind Ghana nti. Eti mo ye nyina ye nya ya no ba kom. Na ye for odo. na ya chire no NPP kuo no na ya nyina ya ntumi ntim 2028 ya beji ewu wafu bibi nti wafu aba no yes raw ya kwato jagu fom ya doctor nemu se jabi bia manenka ya damas.
Thank you. So it's a bit loud in here, so it's a bit difficult to hear, but we'll manage. What's your name?
But your friend Faustina.
Me who's a Wenia Jianka.
Hey, sister. And then is the Yenia Jimro, so then you remember trading for Yankopon. I know no idea through time here. Kayani said, no fine. I couldn't say, one a bit now. Papa Yana, the doctor, Maum Baumia. I need to say, so they say, I better not from Ma. Yenina, that's never my name. Yeah, Nina, so trading for Yadana.
Thank you so much. And so these are live pictures and interviews from the party headquarters of the NPP. Short while about officially he will be declared winner of today's presidential primary.
All right, welcome back. So that was the party head office there, and Gifty J coming away with the reports. Ima, Kere Japan, his performance and all that, everything developing towards him. Yeah.
You know, this is a night to remember. And it's a night to remember for various, reasons. For both, the positives and the negatives. And I think it all comes together, to say, yes, as a campaign, there has been lessons, learned. As to whether those lessons can be transferred to future, potential individuals, that is another, subject, to be discussed. When we spoke while we're on Kennedy, just to digress, here for a moment, and Brian, I think kudos to him, and indeed he has proven that he had, a strategy, in place, as I indicated earlier. And in fact, that strategy, from what I have seen, based off on the numbers, reported, so far, it's taken almost, about 10, constituencies away from, Kennedy, which again really has become probably unexpected, to the Kennedy team, and George, may allude, to that fact. For the DMB, camp, of course, 29 constituencies were taken away from Kennedy, as well, giving, the DMB camp, a net gain of about, or net positive of 26. So, and I'm comparing this, to 2023, which again, goes to buttress the point that Honorable Kennedy really has been really severely wounded, in terms of his quest, to attain, the flag bearership. Nonetheless, as much as, all of these numbers does not go to his favor, You know, again, of the belief I indicated, and I still emphasize on that, that he came out just a moment ago to really, you know, speak to his, you know, support base, let them know that all is not lost yet. It's an election, and it's an internal contest. We still have a lot that is ahead of us, which is the bigger, you know, picture there. Yeah. But while it may be, you know, a desire of him to become the ultimate, you know, flag bearer, and it didn't go that way, he has, you know, that, you know, respect of mine, you know, to say from his, you know, presentation or speaking to the audience there, he was quite, you know, sober, really talking to, you know, the people. And those behind, you know, Ken must really reflect on the words that, you know, he did, you know, issue that brief, you know, conversation, you know, with them. I think that it all, you know, boils down, you know, to how willing those behind, you know, Ken are able to really encourage him, push him, you know, through that. Yes, to his words, all may not be lost, but we're still, you know, here, and we're in this, you know, for life. At the end of the day, it is the, you know, NPP, which is the ultimate, you know, winner here. But how do we really push you to ensure that you push the NPP to get to where we want to be in 2028? So a lot of numbers, you know, have gone negatively or impacted, you know, Kennedy negatively. But I think that, of course, his handlers who have been behind him from the onset up until this moment, there has to be a lot of questions, you know, asked. How did we miss, you know, this? Considering the prediction, whether, you know, those were scientific or they were prophetic, at least they were predictions that were made. How did we believe in these, you know, predictions and not really had any slightest, you know, idea that something wasn't quite, you know, right? So in the ballroom, you know, internal, you know, I would say reflection or retrospective, you know, thoughts on everything that has transpired. I think that they must, you know, begin to look at where those loopholes, you know, were, and how, you know, they can be able to moving, you know, forward, help the party in its entirety or the party, you know, generally. So, George, I would say, while we're talking about, you know, Ken and what he has done, I must give, you know, commendation to, you know, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia. Also, he spoke before, you know, Honorable Ken, you know, did. You know, the assurance, you know, was there about what he anticipates, you know, as we're moving, you know, forward as a party. He said, this is our journey, our journey together. This is not an individual, you know, win, but it's collectively, you know, our journey. How do we, you know, ensure that truly this reflects as, you know, our journey? And those that may have not been directly involved in the, you know, DMB, you know, camp can really work their way, you know, out and be part of this, give all their best to ensure that we all can really reflect on this, you know, win as our win, and then work even harder than we have done, you know, in the past. So a long way, you know, to go. You know, soon the announcement will be made, and we will know officially, even though we know at this point, but in terms of the percentage. Yeah. Earlier, I'd mentioned that I was expecting at least a 67%, you know, as a win, you know, but I would, you know, concede that we are not, you know, going to get that. Am I disappointed? I certainly, you know, I am to some extent, because I was, you know, looking forward to this being a resounding, you know, victory for the party, not just for, you know, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, but a resounding, you know, win for the party, so that this statement would have been a significant one. Nonetheless, we have won, I would say, the DMB camp, and kudos to every single, you know, individual, you know, who have done work and, you know, brought the campaign to where it is, you know, at this, you know, point. George, myself, and the rest that are really, you know, the cheerleaders, you know, here, we must begin to look at the chorus we're going to sing. The singing, you know, such chorus is going to be important to ensure that all of us are singing from the same, you know, hymn book. And I am certain that eventually it will come out to be good or great for all of us in our quest, you know, to win 2028. So thank you. I think, George, you know, good luck next time. I know that this is, you know, for all of us. And of course, some of you who are really, level-headed, here should have that opportunity to sit down with Honorable Ken and say, in the Akan, proverb, say, Bema beyebi, wan beyeni na. He has certainly put his best, foot forward. You have pushed, him, and here we are. The result speaks for itself. Whatever, it is, we're all in this together, and we must win together.
All right, Senor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Canada, Japan, his performance so far. Well, obviously, we know what's happening about his performance.
Yes, I think that I want to commend the Honorable Canada Japan for his tremendous effort in terms of trying to give a run for money in terms of the other candidates, particularly the former vice president. What we've seen over the years, or in the last 1 year, it's been a very vigorous campaign that they've all run. And I must say that I appreciate the energy that he committed to this whole project. Regardless of the weaknesses that came on board, I think that those are part of the process. And I'm sure that at the right time he will call, and then he'll call his brother, the flag bearer elect, and then they will try to, amend things. But one thing that gave me hope is the fact that for the first time, I'm seeing Honorable Kennedy Japan right after the election, not even waiting for a declaration to be done. He's been able to, address the press. That is reassuring. That tells you that there is a new, there's a renaissance in terms of what we saw in the 2023 presidential primaries. So for me, that act of commitment alone, it speaks volume. It's a commitment that I believe strongly that a lot will be wondering that, is this the same Ken that we saw in the last presidential primaries where he picked up his phone and he burst out? But this time around, his demeanor alone tells a lot, reassuring his team members that let's support the one who has won at God's own time. So I think that it's reassuring, those words that came from his mouth. And I want to believe strongly that after the declaration by the Electoral Commission, I am hoping and waiting to see a video that will come out, or probably a comment that will come out from him that he indeed called the flag bearer elect to, congratulate him. If he makes that move, it deepens our political democracy as far as moving forward is concerned. But if he refuses to do it, then I think that it's a bit questionable. So it's one of the things I'm looking forward to see is that immediately the Electoral Commission declares the flag bearer as the man elect, I'm expecting that Honorable Ken will pick his phone, call him, congratulate him. The man, let's put everything that happened behind us. Let's move forward. We are going to work together to make sure that we secure victory for 2028. I think that will be very fantastic. And a lot of the supporters will tone down. A lot of the supporters will tone down. But again, there is one troubling thing that I want to say on your platform. That has to do with, in the heat up to the election, we all saw so many things that happened, particularly with this issue of prophecy and
we'll come to that, don't worry.
Okay,
it's a whole subject on it.
Okay, okay. So since we'll come to that, then let me focus on the other aspect. But whilst I'm even talking about Honorable Ken, I want to also say that the other candidates deserve commendation a lot. If I look at Engineer Kwabena Ejay, he's been very composed. I don't recall hearing any jab from him. None I can pinpoint on this platform.
One or two. At the point he criticized Canada Japan.
No, not even on the part of Ken. I'm talking on the part of the flag bearer elect. Was there any jab thrown at him? No.
From Canada Japan?
No. I think at the time that I saw him throwing jab has to do with when he felt that Ken, make some unpalatable comments that he thinks that no, those things shouldn't have come out from him. Setting the record straight. So that is, acceptable to, But without that, I don't think that he made anything. And then for Brian, there were a lot of jabs that came from him right from day one, you know. But Brian is somebody we should watch out for. Going into the future, Brian is somebody that the party should look out for. I think that this gentleman, he has something so unique in him. We cannot downplay the fact that he has leveled up our politics in terms of the dynamics and his own strategy that he brought into the scene. So we need to watch it carefully, because if we are looking into the future, trust me, their queue is very long. But this young man, I'm going to put my eyes on him to see what will happen. But I think that the party should, you know, pay attention to him. And I'm also expecting him as well. I know Engineer Kwabena will definitely pick his phone to call DMB. I am very convinced in my hand Dr. Brian Acheampong will equally do the same, because one of the questions he was asked when he went to UTV was that, what would you support the winning candidate if you lose? And it was a straight yes. It was a straight yes, and I think that that's very commendable of him. So I'm very convinced in my mind that he will be able to, you know, call whoever that will be winning, or I think it's very obvious. DMB, he'll be able to call DMB, and then he even said that he is ready to commit his resources into that. There's a bit of question mark because of the things we've had in the heat up to this election, but I want to believe that as part of the game, if the resources can place, we need those resources to be able to prosecute a very, very effective and efficient election. Now, the last thing I would want to say also has to do with the fact that I want to use the platform to congratulate DMB. When you ask me as an individual, I have been a friend of mine who is from the NDC. I've put that on my Facebook. He said that I'm the most sophisticated neutrals in this presidential primaries. And indeed, I have been a very, very sophisticated neutral, in the sense that I've never been on any platform to mention anybody's name or to talk about anybody before. But I think that DMB deserves commendation. He deserves to be, tapped at the back to say that, boss, you've done very well. Because we've all seen what he went through. And I think that this win is not on a silver platter. He worked for it. And this is the time I want to use your platform to call on every youth of this party. This is the most important time. It is a time that it is a renaissance for the party. It has awakened that flame in us. This man has worked to get to this stage. Let's rally behind him. Let's support him. I am very convinced deep in my heart that 2028 election, if we unite, if we come together, we join forces together, we can easily, win 2028 election. Because trust me, it's going to be a new person coming from the NDC. And for me, the names that are popping up, except to say that, unless they want to use the usual gimmicks in the politics, but when it comes to intellects, when it comes to issues of economy, when it comes to issues of data, the names that have popped up so far, I don't see any of them how they'll be able to, when it comes to debate, I'm sure they will even run away from the debate because none of them will be able to match His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia one-on-one. So I'm looking up to a moment where the young people of this party from, Bole, Keta, Anglogan, Ho, every corner of this country, let's rally our support behind him. The party needs all of us. Let's make sure that he secures victory for us. I'm sure that in the coming days, the party will be releasing statement as to the processes that are left in terms of the reorganization. And when that is done, roughly give and take, by July, I guess, we should be done with the entire process. And trust me, that is when we need to fortify our arms and be able to, shoot very well. At this very moment, I think we are done with the presidential elections. For me, let's manage the way we throw people on the social media, because we need everybody. I know that it's part of the game, because people say so many things, but you need everybody to be in the game. You need them to support you. So we need to be very, very mindful of how we, tease them and say all manner of things. At this moment, it is not needed. What is needed most is that, man, we erred.
We are done. It's part of the game. Let's come together. And I want to commend my senior brother, George, for the hit they gave to DMB. They actually pushed him. And they have done very well. I want to also give, I don't know, which team does it belong to? DMB. Oh, the winning team. And I'm a sophisticated neutral, so I'll give congratulations to myself for remaining a sophisticated neutral. So I want to commend all of them. I think they've done well. I want to commend the Brian team and everyone who has, remained very faithful to the cause.
You've not commended Educhum yet.
Oh, I didn't. Oh no, I'm going to comment. I think Educhum also did very well. I've not heard any jab coming from Honorable Educhum. For me, this is not to say the obvious, but these are my words. I think that Educhum is couched for education.
Okay.
He is very good. So far, so good. When you look at our historical antecedents in terms of our education sector, I think that Educhum stands out. So far,
No doubt.
he stands out because currently we are seeing what is happening. I don't think that the current education minister can match him. No two ways about that. So for me, I wish he had not even gone into the race. Because last time I heard one of his interviews, he was like, he's considering even when they are done, maybe he's considering a running mate. I'm like, no, you shot yourself at the back. This comment should not be coming from you. At the moment, so you knew you could be considered as a running mate. Why did you even pick up the phone, the form to even contest? So I want to congratulate him. He and his team, his spokesperson, Opoku, and the entire team, they've done very well. They've managed the scene very well. No jab throwing, no insult from anywhere. They actually committed to the tenets of the party, and I think that they deserve that commendation. Going forward, I want to see them also pick up their phone to congratulate the winner, and then they should also come on board. We need them. Who knows, after His Excellency DMB wins, he will definitely bring him back to come and manage the education sector for us, because the STEM project, we are not done with the STEM project. We need to, progress with the STEM project. So I want to end this one on the note by saying in my local dialect, by saying that DMB, Adomanya wana owodo kata.
What do you mean?
To it. It is not every work that comes so easy. He's done so well.
Okay.
God bless him.
Okay. Now let's talk about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Just a mixed feeling or mixed results here coming in because Ken showed strongly. And then finally, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, well, as we have it, has gotten that nod, waiting for the official announcement from the Electoral Commission. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, of course, that makes you a happy man then.
I'm very happy, extremely happy. I think earlier, because where we are now, we are just, the finishing line. Therefore, I can, come out boldly, to say and to declare where I actually, belong. And I think, first off, it's important to really, state why. Earlier, when the question was asked, what camp do you belong to? A little bit of history. As a diaspora, as NPP, USA, as an external branch, one of the key, elements that distinct, which us from that of us as NPP USA and the rest is the fact that when rules are made or guidelines are made, we strictly follow to the ladder. It's very important, just because if we may not, or if we do not agree, to certain position, does not mean that it is entirely, wrong. That is our position, and that is what we're looking, to espouse. But, George, I'm saying, this because there has been a directive, for us as NPP USA, as officers of the party, that we do not have to, really openly, declare our support. So for all these, while we have, ensure that to ensure there's some, level of, fairness, so that you're not, seen as coercion, and all of that, we wanted to have our position, maintained, as such. Yes, And I've always maintained that I do have a preference. And the preference, of course, is, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So I'm extremely, happy to say that we have, brought this, home. I think that it's not just, bringing it, home here. But I want to, literally follow the footsteps of, my brother, Senor, and what he said about offering, congratulatory, message, to His Excellency DMB. I think that he's certainly, deserving, that congratulations. He has worked and worked and worked extremely, hard. Day and night, every single nook and cranny of this country, His Excellency has been to. And of course, it is not just for the fun of it, but to really relate to the people, to go down to the grassroots and ensure that he have a certain level of relationship, with them, to be able to speak to their conscience and ensure that he is at the level as delegates, reasoning, with them, and indeed talking about things that matters, to them, that can really bring some transformation, in the party that we all love, so dearly. So I'm happy that his message really sank well with the delegates, brought a lot of, individuals who otherwise in time past or in 2023 wasn't, supporting him or did not support him, but found it, appropriate that this time around we're looking for just something, and that something is a win. And that win, which we're looking at in 2028, it takes only one individual, which is in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to get us, there. So I'm happy that, yes, there must have been, carpet crossing on all fronts, especially that of, Honorable Ken and that of, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, because some of, the individuals from the Ken side did, shifted. I know most of them went to, Brian's, side, but some also equally, came to, Dr. Bawumia's, side. The same way we had a few also who left, Dr. Bawumia's camp and also, felt it was important to align themselves based off on what, they had seen. Like my brother George, here, rightly so. So, indeed, it was, at the time what every one of these individuals believed that it was possible winning with the other side. But yes, it has not practically, come out to state that indeed those, who might have switched camp, especially for the Ken, side, from the DMB side to Ken side, did not really, show exactly how they had wanted things, to come, out, to be. But I must say, all in all, the sleepless nights from His Excellency Dr. Bawumia and that of his campaign has paid off. I mentioned earlier in terms of, the Ken's, side that there must be some interrogation, done based off on the outcome of this, result. Indeed, I believe same thing is going to happen, in His Excellency, Bawumia's, side as well. Yes, the win is here, but overall, could there have been certain things that might have been overlooked? Could there have been anything, that was overlooked? And if it was, what, could have possibly, led to that? So that all of these, we can really properly, interrogate, learn, and make sure that we establish, this as a process and therefore a strategy that is going to help, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, the, candidate, elect for our, party. So I would say all in all, there has been a tremendous amount of work done by the campaign. Congrats, to the DMB campaign team, as well, because it took their work, their effort to get us to where we are, tonight. And I am certain that they would begin to look, really widely, or broadly, those on the other side, the other, candidates, teams as well, to ensure that they can bring them, on board to literally expand, the campaign, expand, the team, so that whatever ideas, whatever has brought all of us, to this particular moment where we're excited and we're celebrating, we're about to talk about our success and achievements, I think that all of them coming, on board will help us, to get, to where we need to be. So congrats, to Team DMB. And I use this opportunity to congratulate, that of my fellow diasporans as well, who really saw the need to really put the effort in spite of some of the, roadblocks in terms of proxy and other things that did not kind of go well, but yet defied those odds and then came in, their numbers to participate in this process. Together we have all, won this. Together it is all of our benefit, that has brought, us here. And we're looking forward, to continue in this trajectory, hoping that once, this step, which is a stepping stone, has certainly, materialized, we can then ride on the precept or the foundation that has been led to a much bigger, win that we're looking forward to. So kudos, to all of us, my brother, senior, again, my brother, Georgia, you see, for work that has been put in here. And together, we will certainly knock this out of the park come 2028.
Okay, all right. Senior, briefly about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
I think that I've said much already about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. What I want to say is that, for me, I would say that I've come to love him more coming out from this fearless contest. In the sense that I have observed from afar, I follow keenly. I'm a student of governance, so I follow keenly. I have interest in who becomes the next flag bearer. So I follow keenly all the flag bearers. I have been in all the courtesies from every region, particularly in my region. I've been neck to neck to get what is really going on. And I can tell that Dr. Bawumia, if there is anybody who faced a tough moment in this primaries, he's the one.
Okay.
If there is any individual who faced, attacks, jabs, or whatever you want to call it, I think he's the one who faced that. Because you see candidate A throw it at him like an atomic bomb. The next person throws it at him like a Russian bomb. And one thing that rings a bell, which I think a lot of people have alluded to, has to do with the fact that his calmness in soaking those bombs. There have never been a time that I see him provocatively reacting to any of those things, even if he wants to react to them. He finds a very subtle way of reacting by not mentioning the names of the individuals. So for me, as a politician and as an economist and as a banker, I think that he's gradually becoming a colossus in the game when it comes to policies. So I would want to say that he's done very well. He deserves the win that he's gotten because I think he has worked for it. I asked myself, how would I have felt if I were in his shoes where bombs were being thrown left, right, center at me? Somebody who is from a village in the Volta region in Anglogan, how would I have felt? I don't know, but I wonder how he's able to manage that. And I want to believe that one of the people that console him most is the wife. The wife deserves a commendation as well. I think that there's a word, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and there's a statement I had wanted to make, which is in the Bible, but I think that this woman has really supported the man. Madam Samira.
Virtuous woman who can find.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, that's the word. In fact,
anyway,
Madam Samira, Her Excellency, the former Second Lady, she's done very well to support him because at some moment I think that Charlie, he's broken, but the woman consoles him.
All right.
So for me, when you ask me, I think he's done well. I want to commend him and his team. His team too has been very, very, very meticulous in terms of speed. When there is anything, the social media army guys, they are always at it. One thing you will never see them doing is insult. But they will respond to you in equal measure to clarify issues.
Okay.
And I think that has worked very well. And I think for some of us who are young,
We'll pick inspirations from some of the things in terms of the good ones. We'll pick inspiration from those ones, and then going into the future, for those of us who has ambition in other fields, not presidential ambition, I beg you, so that nobody can mentor me. So that going into the future, some of us will want to use this as part of our, ladder in terms of climbing the political ladder. Yeah.
George, briefly, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Yeah, DMB. I think it's not been all that rosy because if you say there were no insults, I don't know which camp Abronya belongs to. So I don't think that's the case. So let's see. And the bombs is expected. In account, they say, Dom Enisa, your Suta Krache, to wait. People follow the trajectory of the one with the crown. You get it. And so once Dr. Bawumia is wearing the crown, of the leadership of the NPP, you expect that people will throw bombs at him. And it's part of the political game. He understands it. You get it. And so if people who seek to take that leadership from him were going on that trajectory, it's much expected. And then his demeanor, I agree with Senyo, his response and demeanor was good. So his minders, we need to commend them on that. Another aspect that DMB's election, I pray that we need to work at immediately as a political party is if you look at the 2024 elections, the level of our party, some may make the argument it's a conglomerate of factors, about 2.1 million people staying away. What are we going to do to ginger them to get up? That's relative to 2020 election. That's why I'm mentioning 2.1. And so these people who stayed away from voting, what motivated them? How do we get them back to, the traditional support for the MPP? We need to work out. It's good. It can be done because JM lost about 1 million, and bounced back to beat us with over 1.7 million, And so I believe once the decision makers of the MPP have decided we go back with the DMB, we need to do everything to ensure we cancel this and then beat.
Amalo with almost 1 million votes in 2016.
Yes, almost 1 million.
Reduced it in 2020.
No, 2016.
No, he lost.
2020.
He lost with almost about 1 million votes. Not necessarily. Yes.
No, I'm a mathematics guy.
2016.
So if you round it off, it's 1 million.
Then in 2020, he reduced it.
Yes, 500. But I didn't mention 2020. 2020 is 2.1 up at the 2024 relative to 2020.
I'm just saying that you said that he came back to win with over 1.6 million.
1.7. Yes.
I'm just giving.
Yeah, but I made the comparative analysis to 2020 results. The 2.1 million apathy I was talking about. Referencing 2020 results. Because 2020, Nanado got 6.7. You get it. And so we lost that. And most they stayed at home. That is one thing. And then another thing, I think he has the honors to restructure the party itself, especially the leadership from the polling station all the way to the top. It's going to be a bit easier because what is important now, you get it, is the leader of the party. Now we have the leader of the party. So people who will be contesting will then be aware that this is the person we have. And so the acrimony and those things will be minimal. You get it? That people will want to, anyone who decides to contest any position knows he's going to do so to support the leader. You get it? It's not going to be that I am Ken and I'm going to fight for a general secretary position and people will think once you get it, you're going to use it to advance the cause of Ken. You get it? That thing is not there again. If you go and you win, you're going to use it to advance the cause of Bawumia. You get it? That is what I think is the excitement, and the restructuring will not be that difficult. And it goes with the party reorganization, the bottom up now, because now we've got a leader. We're going to go to the polling station and then build to the top. Party unity is also something that DMB is going to be tasked with to ensure that he brings everybody on board, all the other contestants and their supporters and co. You get it? so that people will have that confidence and trust in him, that he is the leader. He's taking steps to ensure that we all come to the table and then rally behind him to go and prosecute the major campaign. That is DMB's mission and his call to make, to get everybody. And I said it earlier, that the optics are very important in this case, okay? That all the other 4 contenders are behind him. And I agree with Senor that we need to be expecting that all of them will pick up the phone and call to congratulate him. It's a matter, of course, that we need to have. And nobody will run away from that. Another aspect that I think, George, all of us MPP must look at is matters of the economy. Okay? Dr. Bawumia leading us. Our opponents will bring matters on economic management on the table. You get it? And so we need to find the antidotes on how to communicate relative to that. You get it? Especially when we measure the performance of this government by the end of the second year. You get it? Because the first year, there's no proper this thing that you can put on the table because of the goodwill they had and then the honeymoon they had. But by the end of second year, we should, so matters of the economy, what is going to be our response? How are we going to tailor-make that to ensure that we have advantage of our opponents and it resonates with the people, that indeed on matters of the economy, Dr. Bawumia is in control, okay? And the MPP can deliver to the people. Last one, he did make one promise, which I believe, I thought that resonated with the people, the party people, that 10 appointees per constituency, that I think per this outcome, it's not been finally declared, but per this outcome, we all know he's going to win. And when he wins, what it means to me...
This 10 appointment per constituency,
yes.
Would there be avenue for non-MPP members to also get employment?
It's possible.
Oh, definitely. But look.
Certain appointment, I don't think the concentration is largely on the MPP.
Yes, per constituency. Yes, per constituency.
Not
so,
MPP
yes,
constituency.
Per constituency. So if you come from the constituency and you are appointed, you have a duty to deliver to the party people. You get it, and so that is good. And it doesn't mean you are out the diasporans. You are part of it, right? You are part of the constituency. Yes. So that is it. So that promise, to me, it means it's resonated with the people and they've accepted it. And so that should be done so that we push for DMB. His demeanor, his calm nature and co is good. You get it? Some of us, me for instance, I didn't follow him this time because I told you that the results from the 5 northern regions didn't, encourage me. And that made me go. But whatever it is, we have a leader now, and let's rally behind him and push him into the last one, George. The 2028 election, as we said earlier, DMB has been there and is being sent again by the MPP. The NDC is going to bring a new person, okay? How do we break that issue of the 8 years? You get it. We wanted to break the 8. We couldn't break the 8 for obvious reasons. Can we then stop the 8s? You get it, in 2022. That's what we seek to do now. We are stopping the 8 for the NDC. So our candidate, with him, we need to put strategies in place to ensure that we do that. One key one is to, again, bring all of us to the table to be able to strategize, okay? And then, and his campaign team, it's not going to be this campaign team. It's going to be a broader campaign team where all the other parties' interest will be incorporated therein, so that we are seen as a united party going into the 2028 election. That is good. But his nature is good. A lot of people love him. The issue, especially, I'm gleaning from even the results that we are seeing. So we will have a good candidate in him going forward. Let's all sit down, reflect, and see how we're going to throw our weight and support behind him to succeed in the 2028 project. I'm hesitant in congratulating him because I want the official congratulations from my camp. Then we can
I think he also has already done that. I think Kennedy has done that.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Then let me congratulate. Yes, then let me congratulate DMB on his re-election to lead the NPP. You get it? With about 57, almost 57. Let's round it up to that. It's good. It dropped by 4, but it tells you the competitive nature of the contest. You get it? Brian Achampong brought something to bear, and he took away from us, and he's taken away from DMB. You get it? To put him to about 20%. It's not easy. Let's congratulate Brian as well. Yeah. And of course, my candidate, Honorable Ken Ohinie Japan. Better luck next time. But for now, let's support the leader. Okay? And Brian's things, we are praying if DMB wins, we are looking at 2 terms. And Brian is a young man. You get it. But the other young guys too are lurking in the corner and jump onto the stage.
Okay. All right.
Congratulations to the MPP as well.
All right.
But before you come in, he touched on the fact that one of the key messages that he preached out, that has to do with the 10 appointment issue. I think that there was also another catchy one that has to do with the welfare. Issue.
Welfare is a party issue.
Yeah,
so.
that he was going to appoint a welfare coordinator at the Jubilee House that will make sure that we.
But that has been there, Senor. It's been there.
No.
Chief of Staff's office, you political.
But I think
please.
Even if it
We're not talking about
it was not something that was well known to people.
Do you know Protozia was political?
That's
the issue.
Are you aware that there was something like?
Oh no, you said welfare. Not
exactly. So for me, I think it was one of the catchy things also that got him the vote.
Gentlemen, Doreen has joined us. Doreen, when you were leaving, I mean, during the first segment, you were just going off. The results were now coming in, so we didn't know what was happening. Now we have a clear indication of who is going to be the next flag bearer of the NPP.
Who is? Not who is going to.
It's not been officially declared.
I guess now we know that Sonia is not neutral.
What do you mean by I'm not neutral? I have been a sophisticated neutral all this while.
Okay. All right. So Doreen, we know who's going to be the next flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and also things happening too. But if you look at the figures, and if you look at 2023, he won. It was 61.4%. Kennedy Japan had 31%. That's 7, okay. And then in 2025, he's around 57%. Now it's 56.52%, but there are other polling stations that have not been voting centers that have not come out yet. But so let's give it around 57%. And then Ken around 23.3%. A lot of the votes went to Brian there. There's a drop for both though, but Dr. Bawumia has dropped compared to 2023. Does it say something, or it's just?
I think it just speaks to the data and the polls that we've been aware of, especially that of Global Info Analytics. I mean, I think that it's told us exactly what we should be expecting during the election today, particularly the part about Brian Achampong, because I had spoken to Musa Dankwa, and he really indicated that Brian had taken some of the votes from Ken, and has also taken some from Dr. Bawumia, but specifically from Ken. And so I think it's just a reflection of the polls that we've all known in the last couple of weeks.
Can you tell us what Brian was going to get?
I think he sort of predicted.
Plus or minus 3. So he shot beyond that.
He shot beyond that. What he didn't do was give us a precise, percentage like we have now, like 18%. I think he predicted 13%, but now what we are getting is that he's around 18-20 thereabouts. So I mean, it's quite in that direction.
Darren, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, George. But we have Dr. Jalil Ateku. He is the political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. He's joined us on phone. He'll be telling us what he thinks about the results that have already come in and the fact that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is not officially declared, but from what we know, he's won the primary. So, Doc, if you can hear me, first of all, tell us, are these the results you were expecting?
Very much, and then good evening to your viewers and then listeners. Yeah, what I would say is that I think it's a reflection, right, of the situation on the ground. If you look at it, I think the last collaborative contest, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia garnered about 51% of the vote, and then 37% went to Kennedy Agyapong, right? And then the two others also shared the rest. Now, was it three also? This time round, I think that unlike the previous or the last election, where the third candidate could not perform so well, this time round, it appears Brad Champon has performed, very well, right? And then if you look at it from the beginning, he wasn't forthcoming, but there was about 1 month plus. You can see that he was coming very stronger. So I'm not surprised of his performance now, because if you look at from Dr. Baumia's camp, I think so far they have collected 298 or so, and out of that, Brad Champon is having about 32,000, and then Kennedy Agyapong 41,000, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia about 100,000 plus vote. All right. So it means that looking at the situation, I think that still the only thing is that Bawumia dropped right from 61 to it's likely to be around maybe 57 thereabout. So it means that he's dropped from 61 to that. If you look at Kennedy Agyapong, he also dropped, right? And also it's because of also the performance of Brian Achampong. So, and also if you look at Baumia's figure, it means that even within the MPP, right, within the MPP itself, I think the impact of the last election had some impact on his performance this time round, right? So it means that there were a number of them within the party who believed that it should not be the candidate to lead. So it means that they voted the other way round. So basically, and then I think it could also be that this time round they have expanded their electoral base. If you look at the last time when they amended their constitution to include some other officials, so I think all those things played out. But the fact is that once he dropped from the 61 to 57, is showing that a number of their own party supporters do not believe in him leading them into the 2028 election. But I'm not surprised at all that Dr. Bawumia won. It was clear because he was the candidate. To beat, and I think that it did very well. The other issues have to do with where they move from now in preparation towards prosecuting the 2028 general election campaign.
Before we get to what they need to do differently as we move to 2028, from your statement, I get a sense that you believe that despite Dr. Bawumia's win, the ghost of the last 8 years still hung around him.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly. Because if you look at it, one would expect that maybe after, because Dr. Bawumia is someone, if you want to look at the political history over recent years, right? This is someone who was in opposition, was the vice running mate, right, for 8 good years. The first time they lost, the second time they lost, and then they won in 2016. So it means that from 2016 he served as the vice president for 8 other years. So it means that he's been in that position for a very long time. So one would have expected that being their own vice president for 8 good years, all right, he should be garnering maybe more votes than he secured, right? But if you look at it now, this time now the vote, the percentage rather dropped rather than increasing. So it tells you that there are some people within his own party who believe that he should not be the right candidate to lead them into, and therefore they voted the other side. But if you look at Kennedy Agyapong, unfortunately, this time round from the 37%, it appears that his is also dropped to around 20 something. So it means that Brachampo is a very, being the first time he was contesting and then doing that, I think that is also a good decision for him. So the previous, challenges with the economy and all those things, I still believe that had some impact on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's performance.
Move on to Kennedy Ejapong and then Dr. Brian Achampong. We know that especially for Kennedy Ejapong, he seems to have lost a lot of votes considering what he had in the previous election. Now, if you look at the Global Info Analytics reports and the reasons they gave for why his votes or the polls show that his votes are going to reduce, as some of the utterances he made prior to the elections. Now, for Brian Achampong, on the other hand, what do you think may have worked for him to have put out a very good showing?
Yeah, I think he ran an effective campaign, let me put it that way, right? That's why I indicated the first time that, when they started, he wasn't forthcoming because there were a number of issues around him, when he was in government, right? So people spoke about so many other things, but somewhere along the line, he was able to, scale up his campaign. He was very visible, right? Just like the other. So you can completely see that the election was between three people, right? Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kennedy Ejapong, and then Brian Achampong. It was very clear from the beginning until the end. So I think that he ran an effective campaign. He was able to engage the delegates, right? And then maybe it could also be that he's also resourceful. I can't vouch for that, but I believe that to run an effective campaign, it means that he was also resourceful. So all these contributed to, his performance. Yes.
Now, let's also look at the party moving forward. But even before we even do that, there's an issue of Engineer Kwabena Agyapong. This is about, I think, his second showing, and he seems to be doing poorly every time. What is really not working?
Well, for me, like maybe, he should have been one other candidate the party could have looked into, his direction, right? Because he's someone who was, for the 8 years that the NPP was in government and all the economic situations, all those kinds of things, it's the only person who was, I would say, that was not part, at least from where I sit, right? I didn't see him much in occupying a particular role in the previous, Nana Akufo-Addo's government. So when you are talking about the aims of that government and all that, so like is someone who could be maybe marketed from that perspective. But if you look at Kwabena Agyapong, right, he also had issues within the party. Okay, when he was the general secretary, right, so the situations that happened around him, Afoko and all that. So many people saw him as someone like who was not for the sitting government, the sitting president. It appears. So these were some of the issues that were bandied around the time. So you realize that his suspension is been out of that position for a very long time, and only came back. Later on, right? So, and there are some the voter landscape of the party has also changed in a way. There are so many people who were not voters at that time, didn't know, the youth in particular. There are some of them who didn't even know about him, or maybe they have just heard about certain things about him, right? So basically, because of that, his long absence, and also the fact that he's not that resourceful, right? Because we have made our elections so expensive, right? Such that you have to travel everywhere with your team, the hotel, do everything. And even the filing of the nomination, when they said that they should come and pay some amount of money, it was difficult for him to come and then pay, right? So people interpreted all those things from that perspective that maybe this person is not prepared, rather than looking at what the person is bringing on board, right? So because of the type of delegates that we have, they are always interested in maybe someone should be resourceful and all that. But the fact is that none of the candidates will come and spend their money to develop Ghana, right? But it has become the norm that you must be resourceful to be able to resourceful also include, greasing the palms of, of delegates and all that when you travel around, right? So if you are not able to do that, it affects you. So I think that in my view, he was not financially resourceful, and also the fact that he's been out of, the party for a very long time following his suspension. And I think that all those worked against him because people didn't know him much, right?
Now, as the party moves on, in fact, we await for a signal from the party headquarters so we can go there and pick the official announcement and introduction of the elected flag bearer. But as we do that and prepare for the 2028 elections, what should the party do differently to ensure there is peace, there is unity, and everyone comes on board to ensure that the party really hits the target it set for itself in 2028, considering the kind of campaigns the party had?
Right. For me, I think that the first thing the party needs to do is that NPP has gone through, tensions, conflicts here and there over the years, but they've not been able to address those issues among themselves, right? So these issues continue to linger, and if they are not able to address that, it will continue to going to affect them in their performance. If you look at it, there are several of their own key, key persons. Some of them previous flag bearers, contestants. During the 24, in the lead up to 24, most of them you can see that were rather even critical on their own government than even the opposition. So because of their failure to use their internal mechanisms to reconcile the forces within, so that they will, they will be united and then prosecute elections as one unit. So that has consistently affected them over the years. So if you look at, apart from 2016 when they won, by 2020, this class showed, and then they further deepened as they moved along. So from 169 seats, for example, they dropped to 137, and then in 2024 election, they further dropped to 88. So I think that there are serious issues within the party. I'm talking about the unity. So they must, use their internal mechanisms to reconcile their members, to reconcile the forces within, so that they can run an effective, campaign, towards the 2028 election. Now, the 2028 election is going to be, a very difficult election for the NPP, and therefore unity and coming together, right, to prosecute the election will be better. For them. I say so because this is the government that they were just voted out of office, and then the next election. So the point is that are Ghanaians going to hand over power to them just after 4 years after they have been voted out? In this particular manner, and also the fact that when we have seen some relative improvement in the macroeconomic indicators and all that. All right, so that also points to the fact that the NDC is also doing that. So to unseat the NDC, then it means that you, the opposition, must do something extraordinary. And if you remain divided, right, within your ranks, then it means that certainly it will affect how you conduct, your 2028 election campaign.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your time. That's Dr. Abdul Jalilu Atiku. He is a lecturer at the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana. Now, let's move on to Ben Efson. He's managing editor, Daily Dispatch, also a poster. Good evening, sir. Hello, good evening. You're welcome back to the studio. This is still our coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. The deed is already done. We know the figures coming in, and from all indications, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia seems to have been elected as the presidential candidate of the NPP going into the 2028 elections. Now we are joined on phone by pollster and managing editor Daily Dispatch, Mr. Ben Epson. I tried to talk to him earlier, but unfortunately the line tripped, but we have him back on the line now. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. The deed is done. A candidate has been elected. Do you think that this is what you were expecting, and also the fact that the right candidate has been selected by delegates for the NPP?
Yes, I expected Dr. Bawumia to win, but the margin of 29% was a bit huge. I thought it would be between 10 and 15% margin. The only thing I was surprised was the margin of victory.
You were expecting 10 to 15, but what we are having is way beyond that. What informed that decision of 10 to 15?
Please come again.
I'm asking what informed your option of a 10 to 15 margin, the margin you were expecting. What informed that one?
Yes, you know, the other two, Brian had campaigned well, Duchum. So I was expecting them to get maybe 2-3%, but only Duchum got 2%, Brian got 13%. So I thought that if Bawumia will win 10-15%, but 29% was a massive endorsement from the delegates.
What do you think did not work for candidate Kennedy Ejapong?
Oh, I think that basically the track record of delegates in selecting their flag bearers is not surprising. The same thing happened to President Kufuor. He lost the first time. And the second time he was elected. The same thing happened to Akufo-Addo. So the NPP delegates have a track record and a tradition of giving flag bearers who fail to win a second opportunity.
And for Brian Achampong, he seems to have put out quite a good showing, particularly in the Volta region. What was the trick?
Oh, I believe that I've heard Kennedy speak in the aftermath, and he was quite reconciliatory. He asked his followers, his supporters in the party, that they belong to one party. And I believe that the Kennedy winning Volta region, perhaps maybe that was where his strength is, or maybe his organizers there did some work. I suspect that they were perhaps hoping for a runoff. But, you know, the same thing with Kufuor. When he missed the first time, the second time, it was a massive endorsement like this. Then with Akufo-Addo, so this 29% margin is typical of typical of NPP delegates in selecting their flag bearers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ben Epson. Thank you so much for your time this evening. We'll move on to some other conversations. We are grateful. That was Ben Epson, managing editor, Daily Dispatch, and also a pollster. We're back shortly. Please stay.
thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Osei Mensah-Bonsu, as well as the campaign manager, Fredo Pariansa, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side have been phenomenal in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Edubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
Thank you very much.
We all admit we work hard, but God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us. I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Hey. Sure.
So keep faith alive.
Oh, yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. We don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good works that you've done, I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we will meet and dine together.
Yes.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won across the 19 polling centers in this region, and across the Northeast region, the results we are getting also indicate that he is virtually sweeping that region. as well. It is a moment of celebration for many of his supporters here in the northern region, as well as the northeast region, we are told. And for many people, this is obvious. This is where Bawumia comes from, the northern and northeast region. And so it was always expected that he will be carrying these two regions. As we speak, voting has ended. Overall, it's been a very peaceful day across all the centers that we have visited today. And security was very tight, but despite the 1,302 police personnel who were deployed across the entire region, 19 polling centers, they virtually had nothing to do. And you are just witnessing the wrapping up of counting here at the Jubilee Park for Tamale Central Center. The peaceful atmosphere you are seeing here is a reflection of what we had across all the centers in the region.
Welcome back to the studios. This is still a live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Elections have been completed, counting down. We are waiting for the official declaration by the Electoral Commission at the NPP headquarters at Asylum Down. But before we get to that point, where we get to the NPP headquarters, let's speak to some more experts about, the process, how the process went throughout the day, quite peaceful and all, and the outcome you're seeing. We have on the line Professor John Osai Kwapong. He's with Democracy and Development Fellow, CDD Ghana. Hello, Prof.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Prof. I'm sure you were following the process since morning. Were you impressed with how everything went? Reports suggest that everything was quite peaceful. Were you impressed?
Very, very, very impressed. I think sometimes when the rivalry gets very intense, you start getting a little worried what would happen exactly on election day. But I'm very impressed, very also pleased that it's been a neat, clean election, no incidents of violence or anything. So yes, I'm glad and impressed how smoothly everything went.
Does this to you suggest some sort of improvement in our electoral process? The NPP has just done it. Does it seem to you as an improvement of what we've done over the years and maybe a certain direction we are heading to?
Yes, I think every election, gives you lessons learned on how you can make the next election much better. I'm sure we all remember the 2024 primary and that scene of Memao showdown and some of the tensions that arose that day. And so I'm sure the party has put in all the necessary structures to get us the kind of election that we saw today. So they really have to be very commended highly for having been able to organize a very smooth, incident-free election.
Now, with the figures coming in, it's obvious that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been elected by the delegates. He's sort of been the choice by the delegates going into the 2028 elections. Do you think that the party has chosen the right candidate?
I am not surprised that he's the candidate the party picked. I'm sure the delegates weighed all 5 contestants, and ultimately they picked the candidate that they believe strongly represents the face and voice of the party as they go into the 2028 election. So yes, I do believe that they have picked the right candidate for the party. Of course, the next task is how you bring the party together and then how you prepare for the 2028 election. But at least as a first step, the delegates have cleared the first hurdle of picking the right candidate for the party.
But the argument that he comes in with a lot of baggage from the last 8 years of the NPP, and so with that baggage, what really were the delegates looking out for, considering all the talk about the baggage he brings on board?
I'm sure that, without the benefit of having talked to the delegates themselves, I'm sure they looked at, we've already marketed this candidate once, so we don't have to engage in a remarketing exercise. I'm sure even given the difficulties of the 2024 election and the loss, I'm sure they also still do see some redeeming qualities in him and the fact that they still believe he can bring something to the table. But yes, that would be one of the challenges for him as the candidate for 2028, which is how do you still make peace with the past, some of the challenges that the country faced economically, and how do you build a case that says that I can still do this and address whatever concerns you may have going into 2028. So definitely that would be something that I'm sure the NDC would regularly bring up, and he would have to find a way to coherently respond to it by saying, I acknowledge the challenges of the past, but here's a path that I believe we can I can move forward with.
But will that not be an uphill task for the party to talk about how they are going to change the narrative about him being a leader or head of the chairman of the economic management team, even at a time when the economy, was in tatters? What would they do to change that narrative?
No doubt that it's going to be an uphill task. And of course, his being elected flag bearer is only the first step. So he would have to, again, as you said, think about the narrative going into 2024. He would also have to keep in mind the economic trajectory now, that if the recovery continues and we go on a path of full growth and the economy stays strong, how do you make a case for change? He would also have to think about who will the NDC pick to face him. So all of those things would come together, and I'm sure as time goes on, he would have to find a way of developing that coherent narrative that is able to deal with all of these dynamics as he prepares for 2028.
Well, we can't have this conversation about the process today without talking about Brian Achampong. His figures are revealing. He seems to have done a lot of work in many of the constituencies and across the country. What, from your view, worked for him?
The personal engagement, traveling across the country, engaging the delegates. I think he made a case for maybe we want to change the candidate. Surely he couldn't make the enough case for them to really swing. But I think he convinced enough people to start thinking whether the party wants to go with the same candidate or not. I am very impressed by his performance, and I'm wondering if this positions him for something in the future for the party. I don't think this would be the first and only time that he's going to contest for flag bearer. And I do see him, somewhere down along the line contesting again for flag bearer for a future election.
Do you think that, he's going to put out a better showing next time?
I believe so. I believe so. I mean, for a first timer against the incumbent Dr. Bawumia, against an honorable Kennedy Jipong, who joined the race late in the 2024 primary and still had a good showing, and all of those dynamics, and he's still being able to pull, from the provisional numbers I'm seeing, about 19%. I think says a lot about his efforts in this one, and so I do see him in the future trying to become party flag bearer.
Well, thank you so much, Prof. That's Professor John Osai Kwapong. He is with Democracy and Development. He's a fellow there with CDD Ghana. Now back to the studio with my guests. We have in the studio some reps from the NPP. I mean, they've had a very long day with us. I'm sure you're all tired, but we have to wait for your party to, start the process at the headquarters, have the declarations done, introduce the candidates, and also pardon us. But we've heard from Prof. First of all, I would ask you, Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, what do you make of the comments by Prof?
Noreen, thank you very much. And I think earlier, one of your subject matter experts, prior to Prof, which in this case was Dr. Atiku, yes, had some reservations, about the margin, of course, of the potential, winner in this case, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, literally dropping from 61% to 57% to be a major, concern. It's certainly school of thought is that either that can translate into some level of rejection by certain, delegates. But I am of a different, view on that. Of course, it is important, yes, 61% to 57%. But of course, if you look at political, mathematics here, especially in this, context, I don't think, defeat is, certainly a headline optics, looking at what had, transpired. It's important to emphasize, that certainly the delegate, system had been expanded. And I think that is one contributing factor that we should expect. That, of course, and we know beyond the expansion, Brian, coming in here, at least some of us, who have been around, certainly knew the strength, Brian was, bringing into this whole, contest.
But not to, you didn't expect this much.
I would be honest to say, yes, I didn't expect this much, of course. But I knew he was going to do very well because don't forget that all the candidates, have their, way of also conducting their own internal polls as well. And prior to this, general, poll or outcome, they knew to some degree how they were going to perform. Granted, there has been some surprises, of course, negatively, just because certain, candidates had a certain expectation of actually getting more votes compared to what they attained, previously. But of course, it was important, to really, state that with Brian entry into this particular, contest, some of us, who have done some internal polling or survey really knew that not only, was he doing well or going to do well, but of course, the individuals or the personalities that he had also put in charge of, his, election was going to really, really, help define, him. So honestly, yes, work has been done. There's some level of, I say, disappointment from certain, individual depending on what viewpoint, you're looking at it. I personally, believe that with a larger, again, electoral, college, here, with a more intense or require a more intense mobilization, for that, matter. So certainly there has been a heightened, scrutiny in terms of, and that is natural in terms of, compressing, the vote margin, the percentage and all of that. It was, to be expected. Earlier, when I was monitoring, the trend, I had some viewpoint looking at how the report was coming through that we were even going to hit, a 60, as in the DMB, camp was going to hit a 7%, as, what I was looking at. But obviously it didn't, come out. And then quickly it dawned on me that, of course, there's a new kid on the block who really, showed up forcefully that he was going to really, position himself for future, certainly, consideration as far as, the tradition of the JB Dankwai Dombo, tradition is concerned. So overall, it has been, a good, show. I would say that, of course, 57, percent, it's not fragility or it's not fragile in this case, to me. I think it's still, a majority mandate when it comes to, the delegates and their decision to choose, or still rely on and depend on His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think that is a really good, show of mandate, and believe that, of course, he still have what it takes, and their belief, in him. It's not just the mere fact of just expressing emotions, but trusting that he's really the right, person that is going to lead, the party to where we ought to be. And lastly, I want to say that, again, it goes to also show some level of comfort and consolidation, as well. It is certainly, key to emphasize, that. Yes, 50%. If you look at, in terms of, the contest and an internal contest and the entry of, Brian Achampon, in this, I would say that at least crossing that 50% line or margin there has certainly shown that it has been a signal, of course, of some consolidation, and it's not to be considered as weakness in terms of the elected flag bearer. So it proves some durability under pressure, and that we must again be methodical in terms of our way forward and how strategically as a party, with the elected, flag bearer, helping us to be able to champion and form a new narrative that is going to certainly prove that we came out of this with a very well thought, process of winning come, 2028.
Still watching the live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries on GBC News and GTV, but GTV will join the live coverage of the NLA draw, and the coverage of the NPP primaries will continue right here on GBC News. Now, let's move the conversation from the NPP because, from here we are going to be preparing the candidates to meet whoever is chosen by the other parties, and particularly the NDC. Now, we've had names like Harun Idrisu, Atofo, Sinesidun Ketia, Julius Debra, who we know, or from polling, seem to be interested in going ahead to contest. Now, how do we position, or how do we see Dr. Bawumia contesting any of these candidates come 2028? I'll start from you, Senor.
Well, I think that you want to hear when I made that session that for me, I think that when it comes to the names that have popped up in terms of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia's preparedness in terms of the 2028 election, I think strongly that these are people that I don't think they can match his kind of energy, in the sense that the only person who may make an attempt probably could be Atofo. But for me, I think that with him, even he will very soon be exposed, because he has indicated that a lot of things he's doing, he's not really using the right rudiments of economics. He's doing the other way around.
Which things exactly?
Oh, we are seeing the dollar appreciation, but we know very well that these are artificial.
It's not appreciated so rapidly as it had before the NPP was voted out of power.
But what I want to say that indeed we've seen that the dollar is okay, but what they've done is artificial.
Why do you say it's artificial?
But you are even aware that they said they've injected $10 billion into the system.
That's a way of ensuring that.
How sustainable is that?
That's a way of ensuring
that. Are you also aware that
level.
Our gold reserve has been depleted? Have they told us where that has passed? You don't know. At the point before we came, you were saying that a lot of questions are not being asked. So I think that there are a lot of things happening as far as this economy is concerned. But I am happy that we have a competent man like Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, who will be, steering the affairs of our campaign.
And whose watch the CD was around $17. A CD was around $17.
$17 as at when? As at January 2025, was it $17?
I mean, I think December 2024.
14. You see, I think that Doreen, right?
Yes.
I beg of you, don't put yourself in that kind of politics.
We are not putting
Get
ourselves
your
in any
facts
kind.
right.
We are not putting ourselves in
Get
any.
your facts right.
But we can agree that the
it wasn't 17. You just mentioned it at 17. It wasn't 17.
It may not have been 17, but it wasn't at 10. 10.
Was it 17?
Was it at this 10?
But you just said on your show that it was 17. Was it 17?
And I'm saying that let's agree that it was not 17.
Yeah, so it wasn't 7. The fact is that
it was not at $1 to 10 cedis.
The fact is that it wasn't 17.
But it wasn't.
It
wasn't 10 cedis as well.
No, I don't want to go into that politics with you. You will not be happy.
We are not doing politics.
The truth is
that we're having a conversation.
Hold on. Listen. The truth is that
we're having a conversation.
Hold on.
Was it 10 cedis?
Listen to me.
Did they ever come to 10 cedis?
Would you listen
around
to
the
me?
time? I'm listening to you, Senor.
The truth is that it wasn't 17.
But it was also not 10 cedis.
Neither was it whatever you are seeking to achieve. However, as at 7th January 2025, it was around 14.5.
Which is more than 10 cedis.
Agreed, which is more than 10 cities.
Exactly.
But the question is that, what led to the 10 cities? Do you know the rate as of today? And do you know the rate as of today? And do you even know what the black
last time
market?
I checked, it was 10.96.
Are you talking about what the BOG keep massaging for
Definitely
us?
not.
Please, as of today, it is between 12 to 13% at the black market, because I was looking to change an amount of 3,000 USD as of yesterday, and the figures they gave me.
Why would you use the black market?
I needed the money quick because the one who wanted it as a payment for a transaction wanted it. The banks do not have even get it from the bank. The kind of laborious processes I have to go through. It's just so worrying. So I would prefer to go to a quick place to get it and do my transaction. What I'm saying is that the current government, you just admitted before you came on, said they are not even doing well.
How did I admit?
Sorry.
I did not admit.
I understand your.
No, where did I admit?
Let me
admit.
It's okay. Let me not put you in a tight corner.
You are not putting me in a tight corner because I did not admit.
So you see, you just had a conversation before you came. You were like, we are not hitting hard. You think we are?
That is not what I said.
So what did you say?
Rephrase what I said. I said you need to do a lot more when it comes to your communication.
Well, I understand.
That is what I said.
Don't worry, I understand.
So there's a difference between that.
The truth of the
now.
matter is that this government is not doing what is expected of them. Key among them is the dollar issue that I'm talking about. When it comes to the dollar issue, we all know that what they are doing currently has to do with artificial massaging of the system just to make sure that there is stability. That is fine. The stability is welcome. But how often is that going to happen? From 2025 to date, the dollar rises to 13, then they try to beat it down. It rises to 13, then they try to... As of December last year, it was around 10 cedis. Today, we know what it is. We have been told already that even there will be $1 billion that will be injected into the system for stability again. So I'm telling you that how often would that continue to be done? So for me, what we are saying is that the election of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, of course, you might have issues with us as far as the economy is concerned.
Unfortunately, we have to end the conversation. Unfortunately, our time is up. So
why?
Well, unfortunately, we are most likely going to headquarters. We are most likely going to headquarters. Maybe we'll try and get you sometime so that you can talk about you can give us your final words. But now we have to wrap up here. Hopefully, we may go to the NPP headquarters almost immediately. But my guests,
we'll leave this.
I'll let you know when I get information from my producers. But for now, we'll be taking a break. My guests in the studio have been Senyo Amekplenu. He's a member of the NPP's communications team. We also had George AEC, member NPP communications team, and Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, Deputy General Secretary, NPP US. We'll be back shortly. Please stay.
Thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Oseche Mensabosu, as well as the campaign manager, Fredo Pariansa, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side have been phenomenal in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
We all admit we work hard, but God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us. I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Hey. Yes.
So keep faith alive.
Oh, yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. We don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good works that you've done, I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we will meet and dine together.
Yes.
Thank you so much for staying with us. This is still a live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Like we mentioned earlier, voting is done, completed. There's a projected winner. The party is just about to, outdoor the candidates, and then we can all hopefully go home and have a good rest. But I will take you to the NPP headquarters shortly. Now, what you see are scenes from the party's headquarters. A lot of people have gathered there waiting to get the final declaration and then introduction of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the elected flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party. And gentlemen in the studio, how does these scenes, how do they make you feel? As I was saying, you've spoken a lot. Let me get. let me. I want to. In fact, I want to hear from George, because I mean, his candidates did not win, but I'm sure that he must be excited about, the scenes from the party's headquarters.
Oh, okay. I'm okay. It's unfortunate. I would have loved to have been in high spirits because my. Okay. Yeah, I would have loved to, have seen my candidate winning, and then my extra excitement level would have been high. But it didn't happen that way. But as I said earlier, it's the MPP that has won, and so we all celebrate who delegates have decided to choose, and that is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let's focus and then give him all the support. Now, I heard you speak to Benefsin, and then you spoke to Professor John Kwapong, and then one Dr. Atiku. I gave it to Pearl, the producer, Pearl.
Yes, you are welcome back to our studios. Interesting pictures or videos from the NPP headquarters. And George was just giving us what he thinks about the scenes we are having to see at the NPP headquarters.
I was expecting the place to be bubbling and then overflowing and cool, but it's good.
This is not overflowing.
No, I think people will be outside.
But it seems, even from the videos you saw earlier, the people, lots of people, they're excited.
Yes, outside, it's controlled. The inside is well controlled, and I'm happy with that. I was thinking people were going to be flowing over inside, but I think they've controlled it well, and that is good. Really, going forward, apart from the comments made, I think you spoke about Dr. Bawumia. One important thing is going to be hinged on the performance of this government, as you said, and the ability. That's why I gave them initially by the end of this year 2. Then we can be able to measure them properly with all the yardsticks and co. But what seemed to be doing some introverted magic for them is the gold this thing. And this is the idea of Dr. Bowman. You get it. It's factual. The gold purchase program was Dr. Bowman's. Let me tell you the genesis. I've been part of the communications of the party when we're in government. It was one major, I won't mention the name of the company, international, multinational company, that needed dollars.
That's your candidate over there.
Oh, he's at the headquarters. Oh, that's good. That's good news.
No, that's
needed,
a great deal.
Yes. 3 billion. They had 3 billion CDs, and they needed to get it into dollars and send it to the headquarters. Okay? For over a month or
declaring
more.
the official results as collated. It has become abundantly clear that Dr. Bawumia, won this particular election with a convincing margin. The figures suggest. So you have it, Kennedy Ohene Japan arriving at the party headquarters to that, loud applause from the many party faithful who are here. Not too long ago, Obrenje Japan was here himself. We see in your shot also the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Amin Hunter, being welcomed by party supporters. Any moment from now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia should be touching down at the party headquarters. He is a victor in this whole process. He will be speaking to the rank and file of the NPP, for that matter, Ghana. A victory speech he will be delivering any moment from now. But before that, the Electoral Commission would have to declare the results as they collated. They are not getting the sound well. They are not getting the sound well. Okay, so we'll disconnect it.
are here. Alhaj Aziz Futa. You are also here. We are grateful to all directors, deputy officers, and the staff at the headquarters. I see the former leader, Honorable Osei Chairman Sabonsu. I see the former running mate, the former MP for Mensha South, former Energy Minister, Education Minister, Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe. Honorable Natoshi, I acknowledge your presence. Honorable Boachi Ejako, I acknowledge your presence. The former chairman, Honorable Freddie Wasme-Uble, I acknowledge your presence. Let me also say that Honorable Kennedy Akompreku Ejapon is accompanied by his wife, Madame Christy Ejapon. Honorable Henry Korte, I acknowledge your presence. Former National Youth Organizer, former Deputy Communications Director, former General Secretary, former National Organizer, Mr. John Boadu, you are welcome. The General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party is making his way to the sitting podium. The leader and chairman, National Council of Elders, Dr. Hackman Owusu Ajeman. Thank you, the acting national chairman and the general secretary, for spearheading these free, fair, transparent elections. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Dr. Brian Echampong. Dr. Brian Echampong is also here. The MP for Impraeso is part of him. Davis Opoku Ansa, Honorable. Former National Youth Organizer, former National Organizer, currently MP for Akuapem North, Honorable Lawyer Sami Awuku, acknowledge your presence. Former MP for Laura, former National Youth Organizer, Honorable Anthony Abeyi Fakabo, acknowledge your presence. Let me also welcome the leader of the mighty minority, the MP for Efutu, Osahin Alexander Afenyo Markin, is also here. MP for Trobu, Honorable Gloria Ousu, acknowledge your presence. Former MP for Ablekumanov, Honorable Akuya Efriye, acknowledge your presence. MP for Yagaba Kubori, former Minister, Youth and Sports, you are welcome to the headquarters. Former MP Suhum, former campaign manager, Honorable Opari Ansa, you are welcome to the headquarters. The Electoral Commission will join us very soon. Let me also acknowledge our external branches, the executives from our external branches, those who were able to come down to be part of this exercise. I see so many of them from the US, from Germany, from UK, from Canada, from Holland, from Belgium, Italy, France. You are all welcome. From Nigeria, from Cote d'Ivoire, I see all of you. Let me also acknowledge our team from the TESCON fraternity, the TESCON presidents and your executives. You are welcome. Greater Accra Chairman Divine Agohum, you are welcome to the headquarters. In some few minutes, we will welcome His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the former President, will also join us very soon. Car number EX 515124. Please, you have blocked the access route. Kindly move your car. You have blocked the access route. Kindly move your car from there. Kindly move your car from there. I can also confirm that we have the Electoral Commission here at the headquarters. The Electoral Commission will in no time declare the official results from the 2026 presidential primaries. we have had a very, very smooth journey from the day nominations were open to the day we closed nomination, followed by vetting, and today is the D-Day. This will be the first time in the history of the party where the presidential candidate will have almost 3 years to rally the entire party behind him, to reconcile the party, to wage an effective campaign to win elections 2028. The fruit of today's exercise will be victory 2028. Let me repeat that the fruits of today's exercise will be victory 2028. All regional executives present, you are welcome. All constituency executives here, you are welcome. Polling station executives, you are welcome to the headquarters of the new Patriotic Party. Of course, electoral area coordinators, members of the National Council of Elders, I acknowledge your presence, led by Dr. Hakman Owusu-Agyemang. I acknowledge your presence. Honorable Kojo Ensafwa, I acknowledge your presence. Dr. Insian Asare, I acknowledge your presence. Former Ambassador China, His Excellency Edward Boateng, I acknowledge your presence here. Let me again announce the presence of Engineer Kwabena Eje Ejapon, Dr. Brian Echampon, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Ejapon, His Excellency the former President will join us shortly. His Excellency the former Vice President Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bawumia will join us soon. I am told that Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia is very close to the headquarters. We shall soon welcome him to the headquarters. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the leadership of the mighty minority led by the Honorable Osahini Alexander Afenyomakin, Honorable Frank Ano Dompre, I acknowledge your presence. I've seen you. MP for Tolon, Honorable Habib Idrisu, Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia Apieje, Deputy Whip, Honorable Jerry Ahmed. I acknowledge your presence. This is victory for the new Patriotic Party. Once again, let me acknowledge and also let me say that the Electoral Commission is here at the headquarters. They are ready with the official results. They are ready to declare the results for the 2026 parliamentary presidential primaries. I beg your pardon. Car number GN 361817. A Toyota Land Cruiser Prado. Please, with immediate effect, move your car from where you have parked. And also a Range Rover. And also a Range Rover 5151-24. Please move your car from there. Please, a Range Rover 515124. Please move your car from where you have parked. Please, the media positioned within the walkway, you are kindly advised to move away from there, please. The media currently occupying the walkway, please, that is not a designated area for you. Those around the sound console, we are told that your presence there is giving us a bad feedback. Those around the sound console. Former Minister Information, former Minister Housing, MP of Fuansi Ayirebi, Honorable Kwajo Opon Nkrumah, I acknowledge your presence. Please, our men in uniform let me acknowledge your presence and let me say that you have exhibited a delightful professionalism. You have executed your mandate very well today. IGP Yohunu and your men, we are grateful. Please, our men in uniform, kindly make sure that all media men positioned within the walkway are moved away from there. We have a special place for them. Our able men in uniform, thank you very much. Acting Chairman Danko Smith Bute, General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, and your entire team, the party is grateful for superintending over a peaceful elections, credible elections, transparent process, very peaceful exercise. Thank you very much, Chairman Bute. Thank you very much, everybody's General Secretary, Justin Frimpong Kodia, JFK. Former Attorney General Godfred Yabua Dame, we acknowledge your presence here at the party's headquarters. Let me also acknowledge all MPs who are here today. All MPs who are here today. Former Minister Interior, former Greater Accra Minister, Honorable Henry Kole. I acknowledge your presence. Former CEOs, thank you very much for being part of this historic occasion. Former CEOs, former MMDCEs, our honorable